In a luxurious mansion, the story began with the black sheep of a high-ranking noble family. That person had once ruled this academy like a king, but after a series of offenses, including insulting Princess Penia and cheating on exams, the family decided to disown him. The young man named Ed Rothstaler bitterly realized that fate was mocking him. His life was over. A servant placed the final luggage trunk down and coldly bid him farewell. From a distance, other students began to whisper upon recognizing Ed Rothstaler. They gossiped about him being disowned by his family and expelled from the dormitory for academic cheating. Watching Ed sit listlessly on the bench, surrounded by his belongings, they gloated that the despicable noble deserved his fate, while Ed secretly believed he did not deserve this plight. He clutched his head in despair, mentally screaming that the arrogant Ed Rothstaler everyone spoke of was not truly him. The truth was, he had been transmigrated into a game world directly from his modern room. More specifically, it was the award-winning game, Sylvania's Failed Swordmaster, which happened to be his absolute favorite. He thought bitterly about how other transmigrators usually became powerful protagonists, such as the genius eldest son of a great clan or an SSS rank hunter. Yet, he had woken up in the body of Ed Rothstaler, a third-rate villain who gets expelled from the dormitory right at the beginning. Ed angrily jumped to his feet, declaring this was utterly unfair, as he had always lived a simple and humble life previously. The nearby group of students heard him and burst into laughter, mocking his audacity and calling him garbage. Faced with the torrent of insults, Ed hunched over and quietly returned to the bench. He let out a deep sigh, a sharp, determined glint flashing in his eyes. Peering into a hand mirror, a status window materialized, revealing Ed Rothstaler's pathetic statistics, the starting point for the worst character's tragic downfall. He analyzed the numbers. Intelligence was far too low for a magic department student, and his strength was even weaker than an average NPC farmer. In his game memories, Ed Rothstaler was merely a fleeting, cowardly villain who appeared early on a character he barely remembered. He suddenly jolted, a horrifying memory of Ed Rothstaler's ultimate fate flooding his mind. He remembered seeing the character in the game's epilogue, reduced to a miserable beggar wandering the streets. He bitterly conceded that this was a logical end for a useless young master, cast out into the world without any survival skills. Standing before the magnificent academy building, he could only sigh wearily at his ironic predicament. Clenching the handle of his suitcase, he questioned why he had been forced to inhabit a character with such a wretched destiny. But then, he stood up with resolute eyes, determined to survive, and refused to accept that tragic outcome. He knew that Sylvania Academy on Akin Island was not merely a school, but an entire self-contained miniature town. To evade the scrutinizing gazes, he walked toward a desolate forest located northeast of the academy grounds. After half a grueling day, he tiredly slumped onto his pile of luggage, having finally found a quiet spot. Closing his eyes, he calmly began to process and organize the entire situation he was facing. He realized that Ed being disowned was the exact starting point of the game's storyline, and fortunately, he had not yet been expelled from the school itself. He knew clearly that simply graduating from the prestigious Sylvania Academy would guarantee him a bright future. Armed with the knowledge from 5 completed playthroughs of the game, he believed he could achieve a life more glorious than his previous existence. His single, clearest goal was now etched into his mind: graduation. However, one critical problem loomed over his determined gaze: the academy's exorbitant tuition fees. Glancing at his status window and its pathetic stats, he concluded that earning a scholarship was virtually impossible. He decided to set aside the tuition problem for now and focus on the most urgent needs for immediate survival. He opened his sole suitcase to inspect the items he had brought with him. Inside, he found only flashy clothes and useless decorative items that offered no stat boosts, but at least he had enough to wear. He realized he needed to find food and shelter for the night, and this forest would have to serve as his temporary refuge. In the desolate forest, Ed Rothstaler found a small measure of comfort upon discovering a nearby stream. He stretched, resolving to construct a shelter for himself to live in for the immediate future. Without hesitation, he channeled his magic, continuously unleashing sharp wind slashes into the dense forest. Thanks to the sorcery, tree trunks crashed down, but Ed also collapsed from sheer exhaustion immediately afterward. He gasped for breath, astonished that he was utterly drained after only a few slashes, and the gnawing hunger intensified further. The agonizing, churning hunger tormented him, driving him into a state of near panic. In his desperation, Ed suddenly recalled his grandfather's stories, who claimed that during times of famine, he used to eat tree bark found on the mountains. Throwing caution aside, he used magic to ignite a fire, determined to eat anything he could find to survive. A piece of bark sizzled over the flames, steaming profusely, and he tried to reassure himself that it looked vaguely like chicken meat. He opened his mouth, preparing to taste his reluctant, makeshift survival meal. With a sliver of hope, Ed cheerfully chewed the piece of bark, which he had dipped into the boiling water in his precious pot. Instantly, A terrible wave of nausea surged up his throat. It was now the third day since he began his life in the wilderness. After 1 day of starvation and 2 days of vomiting, the gaunt, pale-faced Ed silently called out his grandfather's name in sheer agony. He violently threw the bundle of firewood onto the ground, drawing a painful conclusion. Wood should only ever be used as building material. Ed began his work, using all his strength to drive a large support pole into the ground for the shelter's frame. However, trying to hold 4 heavy poles steady simultaneously, with only 2 hands, proved to be an overwhelming challenge. The heavy wooden beams collapsed, crashing down onto Ed in his state of utter helplessness. He gritted his teeth, roaring in frustration and struggling fiercely, refusing to give up. With an extraordinary effort, Ed used a leather rope to tightly bind the wooden beams together, finally forming a sturdy frame. After much effort, Ed collapsed, kneeling before the newly erected tent frame, his stomach rumbling with hunger, knowing the long road ahead. Having no other choice, he threw a pile of clothes onto the ground to create a makeshift bed for the night. Night fell, and the sounds of arduous labor echoed under the full moon, signaling a difficult night of work. Dawn broke with the sound of birdsong, and a new day in the battle for survival began. Ed sighed in relief, looking at his completed leaf-thatched shelter, a small but significant achievement. Suddenly, his eyes widened as an unexpected system notification window appeared before him. The skill panel revealed he was an apprentice craftsman with his crafting skill already at level 4. Stunning Ed as he realized the game's crafting system still existed. He suddenly understood that, despite being a noble, his innate talent for crafting far surpassed his magical abilities. But at that moment, the constant rumbling of his stomach reminded him that crafting skills were needed now more than ever to fill his belly. The system notification confirmed that his crafting skill had increased after he completed a crude, self-made spear. Tormented by hunger for 2 days, Ed erupted in despair, screaming that all he wanted was a decent meal. Despite his exhausted body, he stood in the stream, using his desperation as motivation to continuously spear fish. The desperate desire to eat fish became his sole motivation, as the prey swam tantalizingly before his eyes. With his last ounce of strength, Ed focused his chant, successfully conjuring a flame to prepare his first meal. 2 fish grilled fragrantly over the fire, and he told himself he only needed to survive 1 more week until the academy entrance day. As he prepared to take the first bite of fish, Ed believed that if he could just get through this week, everything would be fine. However, a sudden voice from behind startled him. Ed turned around, looking astonished, suddenly realizing he had been so focused on survival that he had forgotten one vital detail. Standing before him was a beautiful blonde girl who surprisingly called out the name Ed Rothstaler. He was stunned, realizing that the game's main characters were also here, and in a flashback, he recalled never expecting to run into her. In the flashback, Ed remembered the cold voice of a woman in a uniform, demanding that he leave the academy. That person was Princess Penia, who had questioned his very presence. Ed recalled the past sins of the original version of himself. He had tried to use his noble status to harass Isla, the protagonist's childhood friend, and paid the price immediately. Unwilling to accept defeat, Ed had plotted revenge by cheating on the entrance exam to prevent the protagonist from enrolling at Sylvania Academy. However, his actions were discovered by another person who had concealed her identity to participate in the exam. That person was none other than Penia alias Kroll, the 3rd princess of the Kroll Empire. Penia activated her Eyes of Truth, a special ability that allowed her to see through all lies and schemes. Even though Ed vehemently denied the charges after being caught red-handed, Penia's eyes exposed everything. Consequently, he was immediately expelled from the dormitory in disgrace. Back in the present, Penia angrily demanded to know what Ed was doing here, making him secretly think she was the last person he wanted to see right now. She questioned why he hadn't been expelled yet, and Ed explained that he was only kicked out of the dormitory, but remained a student. Ed intended to keep his explanation brief, to avoid trouble, but Penia immediately cut him off, yelling at him to leave, and threatening to speak with the dean to have him expelled immediately. As she listed Ed's crimes, he desperately watched the meal he had struggled to catch after 3 days of starvation burn to a crisp over the fire. Ed frustratingly realized that not only his dinner, but also his entire future was in jeopardy. He knew that given her status, Princess Penia absolutely had the power to get him truly expelled. Unexpectedly, Ed changed his demeanor, stepped forward, and questioned why a member of the royal family was traveling alone without an escorting knight as night approached. With a sharp gaze, he emphasized the abnormality of a princess venturing alone into this desolate forest. Having hit a nerve, Penia became defensive, a blue aura flaring around her as she warned Ed that he would regret it if he dared to act foolishly. In response to Penia's warning, Ed unexpectedly dropped to one knee. With a confident smile, he placed his hand over his chest and expressed his profound gratitude to her. Suspicious, Penia immediately activated her Eyes of Truth to verify the words of the man before her. Her ability confirmed that Ed's words were the absolute truth, without a single lie, leaving Pena completely stunned. Ed smirked internally, because his gratitude for escaping his family was entirely genuine. He recalled the sinful past of the Rothstaler family, a powerful noble house that had abused its authority to conduct inhumane experiments. Their fate was the guillotine and imprisonment, a destiny he had fortunately escaped by being disowned. Although he was currently suffering from hunger and cold with burnt grilled fish, Ed found it infinitely better than death. He told himself that he had to genuinely convince Pena in order to survive, because if he failed and was expelled, it would be the end of his life in this world. Returning to reality, Ed analyzed the situation and recognized the anomaly of the princess being here alone. He stood up and offered a sharp deduction. She must be taking the placement test. It was Professor Glast's exam, a test requiring students to find magic orbs hidden throughout the forest. Ed knew this test was notoriously difficult, even for the most talented students. Pena immediately dismissed him, believing Ed was just trying to flatter her, and still maintaining his despicable nature. Just as she was threatening to report him to the academy, Ed suddenly interrupted her with a bold declaration. He asserted that without his help, she would never make it into Class A. Ed proposed a deal. If his words proved false, she was free to have him expelled, then pointed the way toward a lake in the southeast. There, on a small island, was Marilda, the guardian spirit tree, the key for her to pass the test. Following Ed's instructions, Pena found a magic orb shining brightly. She held the gift in her hand, her eyes filled with determination, yet still harboring doubt. Pena recalled Ed's pathetic state just 3 days prior, a despicable liar. However, that image was completely contrary to the composed person she had just encountered. Standing beneath the guardian spirit tree, the princess was lost in thought over these contradictions. As time passed, the Academy's placement exam officially came to an end. Professor Glast of the Magic Department requested the students present the marbles they had found. A group of clueless students brought forth items that were completely irrelevant to the requirement. He sternly declared that all those who failed to understand the intent of the examination would be placed in Class F. The professor explained that only those who found the marble containing a low amount of mana would be admitted to Class A, and only 3 students had succeeded. The first person named was Ziggs, a male student with a serious expression. The second was Lortel, a red-haired female student with a confident smile. Professor Glast revealed that the last person had found the marble concealed by the guardian spirit Marilda, and that person was Pena, who was declared the top scorer of the examination. Meanwhile, Ed Rothstaler was struggling to survive, lamenting his burnt fish and exhaustion. He resigned himself to crafting a makeshift fishing rod, looking displeased with the result. Amidst his difficult life, Ed pondered deeply about the third princess, Pena Elias Kroll. He knew she had grown up in a royal environment full of deceit, honing her sharp intuition. Because of those truth-seeing eyes, Ed was forced to provide genuine information, but this was also the beginning of a more complex plan. In the original story, the proud Princess Pena later earned the nickname the Merciful Princess due to a crushing failure in the placement exam. That failure led to her being placed in Class F and experiencing deep humiliation. Ed Rothstaler realized that if Pena, who heavily influenced the first half of the story, found the golden marble and was placed in Class A significant portion of the original plot would completely collapse. Sitting in the forest, Ed mused. If he avoided expulsion, all his knowledge of the game would become useless, putting him in a perilous situation. However, the actual top student of the class was a girl named Lucy May Reel. Ed reassured himself that the future had not changed after all. Meanwhile, Pena, with her eyes capable of discerning the truth, had confirmed Ed's words. She had indeed found the marble, proving that Ed Rothstaler had not lied. She clutched the golden marble tightly, her heart filled with conflict. Princess Pena had originally concealed her identity during the exam because she did not want to receive any special privileges. She yearned to achieve success through her own abilities, so even though she knew the marble was the answer, Pena could not bring herself to take it. She understood that she had not found it herself, and her pride would not allow her to accept it. The title of Merciful Princess she would hold in the future was not based on stats or skills, but on righteous decisions like this, even if it meant hearing others praise Lucy. Ed recalled his plan. He had used the truth to bait the princess, challenging her that without his help, she would never enter Class A. He knew whether he lied or not was irrelevant, as the princess possessed the ability to see through all falsehoods. And although Ed had spoken the truth, believing Pena's pride would lead to her failure, she remained confident that she would prove him wrong by entering Class A on her own merit, only to later vent her frustration on a door. However, the result was that Ed Rothstaler had not lied, and she had failed to enter Class A. Simultaneously, Ed's fishing line had just been cast into the water. Powerless in the situation, the princess could only grind her teeth in fury, declaring that she would keep a close watch on Ed Rothstaler. In the desolate forest, Ed's fishing line suddenly tugged hard. Ed Rothstaler cheered happily, having caught a large fish for his meal. Despite his harsh life, he had to push himself to run every dawn. He shot out like an arrow from his forest refuge to arrive at school on time. His breath was ragged, and sweat poured down the young man's determined face. Finally, Ed arrived, successfully returning to Sylvania Academy. The sight of the prestigious school appeared before him, with petals fluttering in the wind as if in welcome. Inside the magnificent hall, the opening ceremony began with solemn speeches. However, Ed's return was only greeted by contemptuous whispers from the other students. Ignoring them all, he focused only on the stake before him, the spoils of the victor. Ed calmly enjoyed the hearty meal, disregarding the curious stares around him. Another group of female students also recognized him, gossiping about his shameful behavior during the exam but admitting he looked somewhat different. While Ed's sole focus was graduation, others were busy with social relationships. From a distance, Lortel quietly observed Ed, sensing something strange about him. She secretly hoped this new version of him would not cause her any trouble. The opening day at Sylvania Academy marked a turbulent new beginning, but on the very first day of the semester, a major incident occurred. Ed recalled the moment he was summoned to the dean's office. He had stood on the verge of expulsion, his future dim and bleak. Ed hadn't expected Penia to speak with the dean, but the dean's smile suggested things might not be as bad as he thought. Ed Rothstaler sighed in relief, thinking he had narrowly escaped disaster. He told himself to be extremely cautious, determined not to deviate from the game's original storyline. To survive, Ed had trained his survival skills, including basic combat skills, specializing in archery. Additionally, he had to complete the basic magic training required of a magic student, starting with hunting a rabbit in the forest. He realized that the bow was the perfect weapon to combine both his survival skills and his magic. Sitting in the forest with his spoils, Ed planned to enhance his crafting skills so he could infuse magic into arrows, even though he currently possessed no elemental abilities. His train of thought was abruptly cut short by an unusual sensation, causing him to look up sharply, full of vigilance. He was astonished to find a pink-haired girl calmly reading a book on a high tree branch by the stream. The girl was Yennecar Polarover, the second-year top student and a genius spirit master. Yennecar's fiery red eyes looked down, gleaming sharply as she recognized Ed's presence. Ed was completely bewildered when Yennecar spoke, saying he was the interesting boy mentioned by someone named Marilda. In the blink of an eye, Yennecar appeared right in front of Ed, cheerfully introducing herself as a second-year student, leaving him stunned by her speed. She smiled playfully, asking if Ed was surprised that she knew so much about him. Yennecar explained that the forest was under the protection of the high spirit, Marilda, and Marilda herself had told her a great deal about Ed. She happily added that Marilda loved to interfere in human affairs, and would certainly pay attention to an uninvited guest like him. Hearing this, Ed broke out in a cold sweat, suddenly realizing he had killed quite a few animals, and cut down a significant number of trees in the forest. Yennecar quickly reassured him that hunting was a part of nature, and the spirit Marilda did not mind it at all. Ed scratched his head awkwardly, thinking that perhaps he shouldn't judge a spirit based on the terrifying appearance of a giant wolf. Yennecar looked at him with curious eyes and a knowing smile, signaling a new relationship was about to begin. Yennecar smiled brightly, asking Ed mischievously. She excitedly boasted that she had something to show him, holding out her glowing hands and revealing that she had just contracted with a lovely spirit. When Yennecar invited him to hold it, Ed realized the thing in her hands was a spirit. Ed thought to himself that if he wanted to get closer to Yennecar, he just needed to play along, but he had other calculations in mind. He flatly refused, confessing that he could not see spirits. Yennecar could not hide her astonishment at Ed's confession. Ed confirmed it, and made the excuse that he had to go find food in order to leave. In his mind, he told himself he had to preserve the original game plot, so that his knowledge wouldn't become useless. This meant he had to stay far away from Yennecar Polarover, a character who played too significant a role in the game. He decisively walked away, leaving Yennecar alone watching his retreating figure. Yennecar tilted her head slightly, her inscrutable gaze following him. Ed was still a little confused, thinking again that one should not judge a terrifying giant wolf merely by its appearance. After Ed disappeared, Yennecar conversed with the spirit Marilda, admitting that Ed was indeed an interesting person. She believed that Ed truly could not see Marilda, and wondered about his real identity. She also felt slightly sulky, annoyed that she had been friendly only to receive indifference from him. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure, certain that this would not be the last time they met. Yennecar was confident that she had plenty of time to learn more about the mysterious man. The scene shifted to Ed, who was well aware of the significant distance between his forest shelter and the academy. Therefore, every day he had to run from dawn to make it to class on time, inadvertently turning his commute into a rigorous training exercise that boosted his stats. To secure his scholarship, Ed Rothstaler had to study diligently, using both stone tablets and wooden sticks to take notes in the library. On his way back, he stopped by the stream to wash his only uniform, hoping it would dry in time for the next school day. Returning to his makeshift dwelling, he checked his meager supplies and suspected that something was missing. But more important was the presence of a person he had sensed for a long time. Ed suddenly turned around, questioning the stalker lurking behind the bushes. "How much longer do you plan to follow me?" Caught red-handed, Yennecar Palarover panicked, while Ed snapped that her actions were too obvious. To drive her away, Ed deliberately put on a terrifying expression, growling about his own terrible reputation. Contrary to his expectation, Yennecar calmly replied that those were just other people's rumors. She smiled gently, asserting that she still didn't truly understand him and wanted to find out for herself. This reaction stunned Ed. He inwardly confirmed that this was Yennecar's true nature. In Ed's eyes, Yennecar appeared innocent on the surface, but deep inside lay an incredibly fierce conviction. However, knowing the future, Ed could not accept this approach, especially when the image of her enveloped in dark, demonic energy flashed in his mind. He recalled a terrifying truth. Yennecar Palarover was the final boss of Act 1 the story. Telling himself he had to play the villain to the end, Ed decided to resort to a low blow and asked Yennecar for a favor. Hearing the proposal, Yennecar immediately showed immense joy, her eyes shining brightly with anticipation. Ed began to elaborate on his desperate circumstances after being disowned by his family. Then he bluntly asked to borrow money, causing the smile on Yennecar's face to freeze and shatter like a stone statue. Ed continued to press her, saying that friends should help each other, and asked how much money she had, even though he knew she was a scholarship student. He knew her fatal weakness. Yennecar came from a poor peasant family, and money was the most sensitive issue. Cornered by the question of money, Yennecar could only stammer awkwardly. With a whispered apology, the young girl's inner world shattered into pieces. Ed Rothstaler coldly confirmed in his mind that the plan to eliminate Yennecar Palarover had succeeded. 3 days later, his life in the forest continued. Returning from a hunt, Ed reassured himself that despite a slight pang of guilt, this was the only way to avoid getting involved with the main characters. He told himself to be extremely careful and not deviate from the game's plot. Exhausted upon his return, he pulled back the curtain of leaves covering the entrance to his temporary tent. Utterly spent, Ed collapsed right at the entrance. He was horrified to discover a stranger inside, a character of even greater importance than Yennecar. It was Lucy Mayriel, the Academy's top student, sound asleep in his tent. Stretching with a wide yawn, Lucy woke up, causing Ed further panic as he wondered why she was there. While Ed was worrying about the broken storyline, Lucy complained that the noise was preventing her from sleeping. Just as Ed was about to retort, she cut him off, saying she didn't mean him. She lethargically pointed behind him and stated she was referring to the giant wolf there. A massive surge of blue spiritual energy erupted behind Ed as Lucy explained that it kept talking to him. From within the vortex of energy, the form of a sacred wolf gradually materialized. Lucy began relaying the spirit's words to Ed, who stood frozen amidst the blue light. The full, majestic form of Marilda, the wolf spirit, manifested directly behind Ed. The spirit's request was finally revealed. Save Yennecar in the future. Ed was confused when Lucy pointed into the empty air, asserting that he couldn't see anything. Indeed, the forest surrounding his shelter was completely empty. He thought to himself that this trouble was even worse than Yennecar. Ed couldn't understand why someone like Lucy would choose to sleep in his makeshift tent. As soon as she finished relaying the message, Lucy rolled over and went back to sleep, ignoring Ed's desperate shouts. Suddenly, Ed paused as a thought flashed through his mind. He recalled that with her ability to walk on air, Lucy could go anywhere like a stray cat. Whether it was the top of a clock tower or a strange rooftop, no place could stop her from finding a spot to nap. Ed realized that his campsite, located in the secluded northern forest where no one ventured, was not far at all for Lucy, especially since the area offered a cool breeze and the gentle sound of the stream. He bitterly concluded that he had inadvertently created a perfect spot for her to skip class and take a nap. With a darkened expression, Ed blamed himself for this carelessness. The next morning, the sky remained mockingly clear. Ed was determined to do something to resolve the situation. He realized in horror that Lucy could cast multiple high-level spells while flying here half asleep, and the presence of this monster would certainly disrupt the storyline. A system notification appeared, confirming that Ed had successfully crafted a snare trap and his crafting skill had leveled up. Immediately, Lucy sat down next to the trap and innocently asked Ed for some jerky, but he flatly refused her. Completely ignoring him, she snatched the meat and ate it happily, making Ed realize this girl would return many more times. He frantically searched through all his game knowledge, desperately seeking a solution, but bitterly admitted that no guide had ever mentioned how to deal with Lucy. However, Lucy casually mentioned that on her way here, she had encountered some maids from Ophelis Hall looking for Ed. The moment the maids were mentioned, Lucy was suddenly struck with extreme terror. She froze, dropping the half-eaten piece of meat onto the ground. Awkwardly, Lucy claimed she had just remembered an urgent matter and quickly turned to leave. With that, She shot straight into the sky at rocket speed and vanished, leaving Ed alone in astonishment. Ed suddenly recalled a crucial detail about Lucy from the game's character guide that everyone usually skipped. He remembered that Lucy was constantly pursued by the dormitory maids every day and was always trying to escape them. Recognizing her fatal weakness, Ed flashed a triumphant smile, believing he had found a way to handle her. After Lucy left, Ed returned to his work, reassuring himself that her brief appearance wouldn't disrupt his plans. A new event began, the joint combat training session at the Academy's Grand Arena. Ed recalled the rules. These were duels, and for safety, students from the combat department had to use practice weapons. Meanwhile, students from the magic department were restricted to basic elemental spells, and the alchemy department was forbidden from using powerful enhancement items. Essentially, all students would face off one-on-one against randomly drawn opponents, regardless of year or major. Ed recognized the importance of this event, as it gathered all the key characters who significantly influenced the game's storyline. A host of familiar faces appeared, from Princess Pena, Lortel, Ziggs, Yennecar, and Lucy, to an ominous figure named Clevius. But above all, Ed anticipated the appearance of the game's protagonist, Talie, the failed swordsman. He eagerly awaited Talie's match, the character he loved. Confident in his foreknowledge of the results, Ed paid little attention to the other matches, believing the ultimate winners would be first-year students like Talie. However, his train of thought was interrupted when Yennecar Polarover, a second-year student, suddenly appeared and cheerfully greeted him. Ed was secretly annoyed as Yennecar happily showed him the tournament bracket, mentally comparing her friendliness to that of a puppy. He turned away indifferently, but Yennecar curiously asked why he didn't want to know who his opponent was. That question stunned Ed, who suddenly remembered that he himself was a participant in this training session. He realized in panic that, according to the original storyline, the character Ed Rothstaler had been expelled long ago, so he had absolutely no clue who his opponent would be. Looking at the bracket, Ed was speechless. He was set to face none other than Princess Pena. Meanwhile, an announcement echoed throughout the arena, calling the contestants for the next match, Lucy May Real. And when the name Talie McClure was called, Ed jumped up excitedly, focusing all his attention on the story's protagonist. On the stage, Talie clenched his fists, promising himself he would fight with all his strength. Ed smiled, deciding that his own match no longer mattered. What he needed to do was focus on Talie. He recalled the countless times he had played the game, witnessing Talie's painful failures on the game over screen leading up to the happy endings. The memory of constantly hitting the restart button flooded back, confirming his deep attachment to this journey. Ed knew well that Talie's journey had been anything but easy. Despite reminding himself to only look out for himself, Ed couldn't suppress his emotions, tearing up as he silently cheered Talie on. His train of thought was interrupted by the announcer's voice, repeating the call for Lucy May Real, much to the confusion of the crowd. When Lucy was called to the stage, Ed broke into a cold sweat, panicking as he realized she was missing. As it happened, the Academy's top student was sound asleep beneath a spare stage platform. Ed quickly rushed over, pinching Lucy's cheek to wake her up just before the match could be forfeited. He struggled to drag the still groggy girl onto the stage, inwardly screaming that this was the pivotal event meant to inspire Talie to take up the sword. In the midst of the chaos, Lucy drowsily asked for dried meat, forcing Ed to grit his teeth in sheer frustration. In Ed's memory, the match began with the first-year valedictorian, Lucy May Real, sluggishly making her way to the arena. Her opponent was Talie McClure. Talie was destined to become a great swordsman. Despite never having wielded a sword, he miraculously cleaved through Lucy's magic. The sudden neutralization of her attack left Lucy utterly astonished. Seizing the opportunity, Talie lunged forward, closing the distance instantly. Overwhelmed, Lucy inadvertently unleashed an intermediate magic spell, instantly knocking Talie out. However, due to the violation, Lucy was disqualified, and Talie became the first person to defeat her, a scene Ed considered magnificent. Back in reality, Ed held his breath, watching the impending match. The announcer declared the battle had begun. Two figures stood facing each other in the vast arena. Talie let out a roar and charged straight forward. However, Lucy needed only a single magic strike to generate a terrifying explosion. The match ended swiftly, with Talie collapsing amidst the wreckage. In the stands, Ed and Yennecar were dumbfounded by the turn of events, which deviated entirely from the original script. Amidst the smoke and dust, Lucy merely yawned indifferently, looking bored. Talie bitterly grasped the harsh truth. Unarmed, he stood no chance against a mage. His life had always been a series of hardships. A failed student hailing from a remote village, a mediocre individual who had never achieved anything remarkable. While everyone pitied the unrecognized failure, Talie tightly gripped his gauntlets. He knelt trembling on the arena floor, appearing utterly exhausted and resigned to defeat. Witnessing that desperate situation, Ed Rothstaler merely smiled knowingly, recalling the original scenario. Unexpectedly, Talie forced himself up, his entire body blazing with fierce fighting spirit, showing no intention of quitting. Ed cheered inwardly, certain that the resilient student could achieve the impossible. That was the moment the never-say-die swordsman charged, capturing the hearts of every student present. He roared his opponent's name, leaving Lucy May Real stunned by his tenacious fighting spirit. Ed smirked, triumphantly anticipating the moment Lucy would unleash the lightning magic, just as he knew she would. But then, his eyes widened in shock, as the actual events completely diverged from the script. Contrary to his prediction, Lucy May Real calmly summoned a torrent of green wind elemental magic. She unleashed a fierce attack, the surging magical power hurtling straight toward the charging Taylor. Taylor screamed in horror as the powerful energy completely engulfed him. The magic took the form of a roaring beast, demonstrating overwhelming destructive power. Taylor's body was mercilessly flung high into the air by the magical vortex. The impact shattered the wall in the stands, leaving Ed speechless as he watched. The student's body was deeply embedded in the ruined wall, right before Ed's horrified gaze. Taylor then crashed heavily onto the floor, and Ed realized a terrifying truth. That wasn't lightning magic. Standing in the arena, Lucy coldly ended the match using potent wind magic. Amidst the resounding cheers of the crowd, Lucy May Real was declared the victor. On the arena floor, Taylor lay defeated and utterly crushed. Ed was stunned, unable to process what had just transpired. Lucy May Real walked away coldly, leaving Taylor struggling in vain to get back on his feet. The fire in Taylor's eyes had completely died out. The immense power gap was like a lightning bolt striking his very will. Ed realized the situation was rapidly deteriorating, and abandoning Taylor now would be the worst possible choice. He suddenly recalled the Blessing of the Storm, a passive spell gained through a contract with the high-level spirit Marilda. According to the original storyline, Marilda and Lucy were never supposed to meet. Ed was horrified to realize that Lucy staying at his campsite was precisely what allowed her to form the contract and gain such immense power. Just then, Princess Pena Elias Kroll unexpectedly appeared, blocking Ed's path. With a sharp gaze, Pena seemed to be questioning Ed about his actions. Ed looked at Taylor, his heart heavy with the thought that the boy should have won this match to restore his confidence. Pena's eyes flashed with a strange, revealing light. Ed gritted his teeth, bitterly admitting that Taylor's defeat was his fault, the direct result of Ed Rothstaler's presence at Sylvania Academy. Unable to hesitate, Ed loudly called Taylor's name just as the boy was walking away dejectedly. Taylor froze. Ed rushed up to him, yelling that all his efforts would surely be rewarded and that he had nothing to be ashamed of. He roared, urging Taylor to be proud of giving his all, claiming the loss was merely due to bad luck in the pairing. Ed poured all his energy into his shout, imploring Taylor not to despair over such a trivial matter, knowing that if the protagonist crumbled, his own life at the academy would become a living hell. The narrative shifted to Pena's ability, which originated when Emperor Kroll first recognized her divine blessing, the power to perceive deceit. Pena's eyes of insight were not a gift, but a weapon forged by a life within the palace, rife with schemes and malice. She had to personally train her ability to discern falsehoods just to survive within that dark abyss. Consequently, Princess Pena always placed absolute faith in her own unique power. She could pierce through false smiles and recognize the rotting darkness hidden behind the respectful gazes within the palace. Yet, when confronted by a young man who sincerely expressed the honor of fighting her, she found herself unable to look him straight in the eye. Returning to the present, Pena met Ed's challenge with a similar, resolute determination. Meanwhile, the crowd began to murmur, concluding that Ed was merely a hypocrite, feigning kindness to mock the very person he once tormented. Pena silently agreed with them, as in her memories, those rumors were entirely accurate. She recalled the image of Ed Rothstaler, a contemptible figure who had used his status to humiliate younger students. He had even attempted to interfere with the entrance exam and was caught red-handed, an arrogant and terrible individual. But then Pena questioned whether that truly defined the person Ed was now. She suddenly recalled the moment he had rushed after Taylor just minutes earlier. His desperate expression and sincere shout at that moment bore no resemblance to mockery. Pena realized Ed's concern was genuine, just as the referee declared the official start of the duel. However, another student, Pena's original opponent, spoke up, calling Ed a mere distraction. Suddenly, a silver-haired female student appeared, channeling a powerful surge of water magic and declaring she would end the match immediately. The girl focused her energy, generating a massive sphere of water, ready to unleash her initial strike. A colossal pillar of water erupted, launching Ed into the air, while the silver-haired girl internally analyzed her opponent. She was determined to use this battle to purge the distracting thoughts plaguing her mind, wondering how Ed would manage to defend against her assault. Princess Pena believed that after this intense battle, she would finally be able to discern Ed's mysterious motives. Yet, her attack struck Ed with shocking and unexpected ease. Pena was bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Ed collapsed onto the arena floor after a single blow. Lying on the ground, he nonchalantly conceded defeat. Penia screamed in utter shock, unable to believe her eyes. She suddenly realized that Ed had seen the trajectory of her attack, but had intentionally chosen not to evade it. From the stands, the crowd jeered, mocking Ed for a defeat even more pathetic than Taylor's. Ed stood up, bowed, and thanked Penia for the match, further confusing her with his bizarre conduct. A realization flashed through Penia's mind as she observed him more closely. She realized that since stepping onto the arena, Ed had not once met her gaze directly. As Penia's victory was announced, she was aghast, concluding that he had never intended to engage in combat at all. Meanwhile, Ed hastily departed, his mind fixed on one goal: acting in a way that would not disrupt the main storyline, especially when dealing with a crucial character like Princess Penia. Because the person even more important than her was Taylor, the true protagonist of this world. Realizing Taylor had vanished, Ed frantically scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, Penia's voice rang out, calling his name from behind him. Ed turned and saw the princess panting at the end of the hall, and he felt a sudden pang of worry seeing her alone without her guards. Penia angrily grabbed Ed, brushing aside his casual attempts at explanation. She yelled at him, asserting that he never intended to fight her seriously, and only wanted to escape the arena as quickly as possible. In her outburst, Penia vented all her burdens: the massive workload, the merchant Lortel, the demanding Professor Glast, and the academy staff. She screamed in frustration, feeling utterly overwhelmed by the sheer volume of things she had to worry about. Directing her fury at Ed, she demanded to know who he was to dare distract her, leaving Ed stunned as he realized the true complexity of the princess's life. Ed gently placed a hand on Penia's shoulder and softly addressed her. He advised her to calm down and take a deep breath, telling her there was no need for such agitation. Following Ed's instruction, Penia attempted to inhale deeply. She then slowly exhaled, striving to regain her composure. After a moment of silence, Penia awkwardly pleaded with Ed to forget everything that had just happened. Her face flushed crimson with shame, leaving Ed only able to offer an awkward agreement. Ed hastily asked if he was free to leave, but Penia admitted that jumping to conclusions was a terrible habit of hers. She chastised herself for constantly trying to uncover others' true motives, a habit formed by palace life while Ed merely wanted to find Taylor. Deciding to stop beating around the bush, Penia's eyes flashed with a sharp light of insight. She bluntly accused Ed of intentionally allowing his family to disown him because he was aware of the dark secrets of the Rothstaler house. Penia pointed, asserting that Ed had only bullied Taylor to manufacture a justifiable reason for his own expulsion. Ed was stunned by her sharp deduction, secretly admitting that while half of it was incorrect, the dark truth about the Rothstaler family did indeed exist. He immediately denied everything, claiming ignorance and stating that it was a matter she would have to investigate herself in the distant future. Penia roared, exposing the contradiction of Ed, cheering on the very person he was supposedly trying to get expelled, asserting that he never held genuine malice toward Taylor. Ed fabricated a ridiculous excuse, claiming he was merely teasing Taylor to improve his image, but Penia brushed it aside and demanded he look her in the eye while lying, activating her eyes of clairvoyance. Even as his nose metaphorically grew like Pinocchio's, Ed stubbornly insisted on the truth of his words, which the system immediately flagged as a lie. Despite the system exposing his falsehood, Ed stubbornly maintained his claim. Penia angrily stomped her foot, yet Ed inwardly noted that she lacked concrete proof. Penia's fury reached a boiling point, making her seem to breathe fire. Ed continued to swear his innocence, his internal thoughts consumed by the struggle of being unable to deviate from the established plotline. Penia eventually cooled down, letting out a sigh as she conceded that without proof, she could not refute his claims. After a brief silence, Penia coldly granted Ed permission to leave, leaving him stunned by her sudden shift in demeanor. She gestured toward the door, noting that since he had been staring intently at it, he must be in a great rush. Ed turned to leave, offering a polite thank you just as the door began to creak open. However, he paused right at the threshold, his hand still gripping the door, realizing he had never witnessed Princess Penia behave in such a manner. Ed recalled Penia's influence within the game, remembering figures like Lortel and Professor Glast, various staff members, and the moments when she was under extreme stress. He glanced back at Penia's solitary figure and realized his presence had been the final straw. Yet he felt powerless to do more. Unexpectedly, Ed broke the silence, stating that his own burdens paled in comparison to what the princess was forced to carry, leaving Penia utterly astonished. He regarded her with empathy, remarking that she looked exhausted and suggesting she should relax instead of constantly worrying about matters of state. Ed reminded her that this was Sylvania Academy, not the harsh imperial palace, and his words resonated deeply within Penia's mind. Though she had spent her entire life seeing through the falsehoods of others, Penia was stunned for the first time to find someone who could see through her own carefully constructed facade. Beneath the twilight sky, heavy panting echoed as someone sprinted at full speed. Ed rushed off in a panic, worried that he had wasted too much time. If Taylor gave up now, everything would be over. He sprinted down the corridor, calling out for Taylor, who was found slumped on the steps beside his wooden sword. Just as Ed stopped, unsure of what to say, Taylor screamed, ordering him to stay away. Abruptly, a girl darted out, positioning herself between the two of them, causing Ed to recognize her identity with surprise. With tear-filled eyes, Isla Triss, the story's heroine, screamed, demanding that Ed Rothstaler cease bullying Taylor immediately. A young girl spread her arms defensively, angrily shouting at a blonde man that he had done enough bullying. Just then, a dark-haired young man stepped forward, coldly remarking that the other person was still attending the academy. The blonde student was stunned, thinking to himself that his opponent had fully recovered. The dark-haired young man looked straight at his opponent, recognizing the fighting spirit and indomitable will in Ed Rothstaler's eyes. He recalled that while he was sparring with the princess, his childhood friend and greatest supporter, Isla Triss, certainly hadn't hesitated to rush to his aid. The memory flooded back of Isla, comforting an exhausted Taylor, encouraging him not to give up and to keep trying. Back in the present, Taylor, with Isla standing beside him, questioned Ed about his intentions, while Ed thought to himself that as long as Isla was there, Taylor would get back up no matter how many times he fell. Ed remained silent, sweat beading on his forehead at their persistence. Against the backdrop of the sunset, Taylor admitted that Ed's swordsmanship talent was impressive, but directly asked about his true intentions. Ed recalled the countless times he had played the game as Taylor, enduring every hardship alongside the character. He turned his back, telling himself that he should be more honest with himself. Ed felt tormented, because he had once looked down on Taylor, assuming the game's protagonist would overcome all hellish suffering on his own. He admitted that, just recently, he had felt a sense of relief. Ed smiled, not because the story was back on track, but because Taylor, the person he had spent so much time with, was okay, and that was enough for him. As Ed walked away, Taylor and another blonde girl watched him with expressions of disgust, wondering why he was acting so cool. Ed paid them no mind, striding decisively toward a large door. The door burst open with a loud explosion, and Ed turned back with sharp eyes. A massive column of fire erupted from the hall, causing Ed to look up and wonder if the time had come. A brilliant blue magic circle lit up as the duel commenced. Lortel charged forward, unleashing a massive, icy vortex toward her opponent. This was the decisive battle between Lortel, the Golden Daughter, and the wall of ice began to show cracks, signaling its imminent collapse. From within, a blazing beast roared, shattering the layer of ice. And Yennecar, the elementalist, who was smiling confidently. From a distance, Ed Rothstaler noticed things were slightly different from the plan, but Taylor and Isla were also witnessing everything. Ed silently told Taylor to watch closely, as this was one of the trials he would have to overcome. Undaunted, Lortel strained herself, channeling magic from both hands. In response, a giant fire dragon summoned by Yennecar spewed forth a destructive column of flame. The final boss of the first act was none other than Yennecar Palarover. Following her victory, other students surrounded Yennecar, hailing her as the only second year to defeat a first year. She smiled happily and thanked everyone for their congratulations. Suddenly, a shout rang out demanding everyone make way for the patient, causing Yennecar's smile to instantly vanish. She stared in shock at Lortel, who was unconscious and injured, being urgently carried away on a stretcher by medical staff. Amidst the silence, a voice rang out, calling Yennecar the pride of the second-year class, leaving her speechless. Because Taylor had lost to Lucy, contrary to the original events, Yennecar became the center of attention for upholding the honor of the upperclassmen. Standing in a hidden corner, Ed quietly folded his jacket, thinking that Yennecar would now have even more friends surrounding her. He figured that was probably for the best, then turned and walked away, knowing he wouldn't see her at his camp anytime soon anyway. 2 weeks had passed since the joint training session, and Ed reminded himself that getting involved in the main character's storylines only complicated things further. Ed told himself that by staying away from the protagonists, he had been able to focus on survival and securing enough food with his fish trap. He felt his body had become more toned, corresponding to his recently increased strength stat. However, Ed knew he couldn't become complacent, as the goal was to raise all his stats to level 10. Suddenly, Yennecar Palarover appeared, blushing in confusion when she saw him. She stammered, asking if Ed had a habit of walking around half naked, forcing him to explain that he had just finished swimming, and that she was the one who had appeared abruptly. Yennecar explained that she came here because the place resembled a secret base, giving her a sense of adventure. Then she confessed her true purpose. She wanted to talk and ask him for advice. Ed couldn't help but be surprised, wondering why, out of everyone at the academy, she had sought him out. Yennecar began talking about the joint combat training session last month, an event Ed had left early. In a flashback, the image of a severely injured Lortel Cahelland appeared as Yennecar confessed that she had hurt her opponent. Ed thought to himself that even though Lortel had broken the rules by using intermediate magic first, that wouldn't soothe the guilt of a kind person like Yennecar. Yennecar sadly said that the doubts about whether she had gone too far kept tormenting her, causing her to lose sleep nightly. She was unsure whether she should apologize, as her friends always stopped her, insisting that Lortel was the one who was wrong first. Ed looked straight at her and decisively advised her to do it if she believed it was the right thing to do. Yennecar was stunned by the straightforward answer, while Ed contemplated her position. A second-year student who was always loved and cherished by everyone, he imagined that whenever she blamed herself, her friends would immediately surround her to comfort and defend her. But Ed understood that, deep down, Yennecar knew that support couldn't erase her own responsibility. He believed that was why she sought him out. And just then, Yennecar admitted she knew he was different. Feeling relieved, Yennecar stretched and said that he never blindly took her side unconditionally. Ed teased her about her earlier confusion, causing Yennecar to quickly wave her hands in an embarrassed attempt to clarify. Yennecar secretly thought that Ed's demeanor didn't bother her at all, as he was completely different from the previous year. Although he always appeared cheerful, she realized Ed was deliberately keeping his distance, and even when asking to borrow money, he never seemed desperate. Seeing Ed's actions now, Yennecar felt a sense of relief. She smiled peacefully, wishing that everyone in the world was like Ed. Night fell, and the chirping of insects echoed among the bushes sparkling with fireflies. The next day, at a magnificent academy building, hasty footsteps strode across the luxurious red carpet. Ed Rothstaler walked, sweating profusely, secretly thinking that he was in deep trouble. He recalled the game world of Sylvania's failed Swordmaster, a masterpiece that very few players, especially newcomers, could reach the true ending of. For example, if a player saved a girl from goblins, they would discover the secret of the Golden Daughter. This led to bad ending #3, Taylor being assassinated after being kidnapped by a shadow figure. Or, if the player chose to accompany the Golden Daughter instead of his childhood friend Isla, they would encounter bad ending #7, Isla dying from falling off a cliff. And if the player protected the Golden Daughter from Takan, the fire spirit summoned by Yennecar, bad ending #3 would occur, Taylor being burned to death. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Ed's thoughts, asking if he was listening. Ed was annoyed, telling himself he had to stay far away from this girl. Lortel Cahaland blocked Ed's path, asking how long he intended to ignore her, while Ed shivered and secretly confirmed that was exactly his intention. Lortel Cahaland, one of the 4 heroines and the only daughter of business magnate Elta Cahaland, smiled down at Ed. She called him by his full name, Ed Rothstaler, and offered to purchase 2 hours of the newbie shredder's time. Ed continued his internal monologue, recalling that unlike the other heroines, Lortel Cahaland's storyline was a hidden route. Unlike Penia, Lortel was treated as a villain from the start, and her true nature was only revealed in the latter half of the game. Just as the player understood Lortel's pain and struggles, they would be forced to choose between her and Penia. But Ed was pulled back to reality by Lortel's voice. Ed told himself he couldn't be swayed by Lortel's words, fearing he would be manipulated, and hastily turned his back to walk away. Lortel quickly followed, sweetly offering her help, prompting Ed to coldly demand that she stop speaking cliches. Undeterred, Lortel took a step forward, decisively blocking Ed's path. She continued to flatter him, expressing admiration for Ed's will to study despite his difficult circumstances. Ed looked skeptical, mentioning the unsavory rumors about Lortel, but she merely chuckled and suggested he listen to her proposal. Lortel held out 3 gold coins, her eyes sharp, and stated that she had heard Ed was very close to Yennecar recently. Ed was stunned when Lortel bluntly proposed that he help her befriend Yennecar. He secretly thought that 3 gold coins were a fortune, equivalent to a month's salary for a diligent worker. Ed leaned close to Lortel's face, wondering why a golden daughter had to use money to buy relationships. Lortel didn't answer, but gently slipped the coins into Ed's pocket, and said that she knew one thing for certain. As the coins clinked into his pocket, she continued, saying that the more people on her side, the better. Ed's eyes flashed with astonishment. He realized Lortel had a premonition about future events. He understood. Lortel knew she would have to confront Princess Penia for power, and she was building alliances right now. Recognizing the opportunity, Ed smirked meaningfully. He held out his hand, decisively suggesting a handshake to confirm the agreement. Lortel reached out her hand in return, secretly thinking about those who grew up in prosperity. As their hands clasped, she continued to muse that such people were easily broken after just one moment of misfortune. She believed the most effective weapon against those driven to desperation was simply a coin. In her mind, images appeared of those willing to sell their families, their pride, and themselves, just for money. Lortel concluded that manipulating a desperate person was incredibly easy. But then she left the thought unfinished, with an unfortunate word. In Lortel's mind, the plan to use money to bribe Ed had failed. However, instead of getting angry, she turned away with a smile full of interest. Ed strode away, leaving Lortel waving goodbye from the academy's main gate. He gritted his teeth in endurance, secretly thinking that his life would have been much better if he had accepted the money. However, the horror of the unpredictable variables that would arise if the newbie shredder teamed up with Yennecar forced him to stay away from anything that could alter the main storyline. That night, Lortel Cahaland did not feel insulted by Ed's refusal. In the hallway, she unexpectedly ran into Yennecar. Lortel greeted her naturally, while Yennecar commented that she looked unusual with her hair down. In fact, being rejected by Ed only fueled Lortel's desire. making her determined to bring Yennecar Palarover to her side. She began her new plan by recalling the practice match, admitting that she had broken the rules by using intermediate magic. Lortel offered an apology, but secretly thought it was just a test to gauge the strength of the top second-year student. Yennecar glanced at the unhealed wounds on Lortel, recognizing the price she had paid. Lortel reassured her that the wounds would heal soon, calculating internally that she could exploit Yennecar's compassion to influence her more easily. Suddenly, Yennecar spoke up, guessing that Lortel's conversation with Ed hadn't gone well, leaving Lortel stunned. Yennecar smiled meaningfully, explaining that although she tried to respect their privacy, many of the spirits she communicated with were extremely fond of chatting. Those spirits told her nearly everything that happened near the northern forest. Lortel's eyes widened in shock as she realized Yennecar knew everything. The memory of the moment she offered Ed the gold coins to help her befriend Yennecar flashed through her mind. Yennecar took a step closer to the flustered Lortel, repeating Ed's refusal that sincerity could not be bought with money. In Yennecar's mind, the image of Ed Rothstaler reaching out his hand appeared. She concluded that Ed's actions, though also involving money, were far more touching than Lortel's. Yennecar bashfully admitted she might have been too arrogant, while Lortel silently realized she needed to completely reevaluate this person. Before leaving, Yennecar stated that she needed to try harder to prepare for her pact with the High Spirit, further confirming Lortel's belief that she had misjudged her. Yennecar paused at the door, called Lortel's name, and Lortel understood that her opponent was not as naive as she had once thought. The pink-haired girl sincerely apologized for severely injuring Lortel during their match. With a meaningful smile, Yennecar wished Lortel a speedy recovery, a gesture Lortel interpreted as coming from someone who understood the darkness of the world. The door closed, leaving Lortel alone in the silent hallway. Lortel let out a soft groan, admitting internally that Yennecar was indeed a formidable opponent. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about Yennecar's recent demeanor. In her room, Yennecar looked at her nameplate, telling herself she had to try her best. Sitting alone in the darkness, she reassured herself that having everyone place such high expectations on her was ultimately a good thing. The scene shifted to a fresh morning, where freshly washed clothes hung drying on a line. A mysterious person with white hair was sniffing the air, muttering that they smelled something. A massive explosion erupted, blowing away all the clothes Ed had hung out, causing him to scream in anger. With his shirt draped over his head, Ed cautiously looked around, loudly demanding to know who was there. Standing before him was Belle Maya, the head maid of Ophila's dormitory. Ed was stunned, realizing this was the very maid who had expelled him from the dormitory. While Ed was still flustered, Belle Maya glanced at his makeshift campsite and said she knew he lived there because Yennecar frequently mentioned it. Her gaze settled on his pile of wooden spears, and she bluntly remarked that she hadn't expected him to be living in such pathetic circumstances. Ed Rothstaler was confused by Belle Maya's comment, awkwardly wondering how this change in attitude benefited him. He secretly thought it was hard to focus on the head maid's words when his eyes kept being drawn to the basket in her hand. In Ed's mind, the Ophilis Dormitory Maid Corps appeared as an elite force, flawlessly executing every domestic task. He believed the basket Belle carried must be filled with precious ingredients, a testament to her master-level foraging knowledge. Recalling the in-game events that might affect Belle, Ed swallowed hard and suggested she didn't need to be overly formal with him. When Ed suggested she could treat him poorly as she had before, Belle Maya flatly refused. The headmaid's golden eyes flashed sharply. Ed smiled, saying he couldn't treat someone who always worked so hard poorly, while simultaneously realizing Belle didn't have a dedicated event arc in the game. Recognizing this as an opportunity for supporting characters to connect, Ed cheerfully asked about the basket in her hand. Following their conversation, Belle Maya pointed out all the edible fruits, mushrooms, and herbs in the forest to Ed. Thanks to this new knowledge, Ed was able to supplement his diet with fish and meat, making his self-sufficient life more abundant. He placed the sacred chalice on a small pile of kindling and prepared to use magic to start a fire. With a brief command, flames erupted from the chalice, transforming it into a convenient cooking hearth. Ed proudly realized that continuously using the two basic spells, Ignition Magic and Wind Slash, had helped him raise them to level 10. He used these skills to chop wood and cook, even successfully brewing a herbal tea from the leaves Belle had shown him. Ed took a sip of hot tea from the sacred chalice, enjoying the fruits of his labor. He relaxed, watching the sunset, realizing he had finished all his daily chores before the sun had even fully set. A satisfied smile appeared on Ed's lips as he admitted he was starting to genuinely enjoy this life. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the night sky, shattering his peace. Immediately afterward, a terrifying explosion occurred in the distance, marking an abrupt end to Ed's moment of relaxation. Ed was thrown high into the air by a tremendous shockwave. A massive column of white smoke rose from the ground, evidence of the explosion's destructive power. Amidst the wreckage, Ed coughed violently, bewilderedly wondering what the hell had just happened. He painfully watched as his precious shelter was now nothing more than a pile of splintered wood. Smoke and dust still hung thick in the air, obscuring his vision. From within the smoke, a white-haired girl emerged, whispering that she had almost died, and Ed was astonished to realize it was Lucy. Ed approached, unable to believe the world's strongest mage was claiming she had almost been killed by someone. Seeing Lucy trembling with fear, Ed thought back to Belle Maya, whom he considered a kind person. He recalled the moment Belle Maya became terrifying just because he skipped class, and guessed she must be worried about someone. Lucy sighed in relief and explained that, startled by Belmaya, she had unconsciously used a teleportation spell to escape. They both looked down at the deep crater created by the magic, and Lucy commented that it looked painful. Fury erupted in Ed as he thought of Belmaya and his lost dried meat, and he gritted his teeth, demanding to know about them from Lucy. He used a branch to hit Lucy on the head, simultaneously scolding her for blowing everything up and wondering what she had endured. When Lucy cried out in pain, Ed was stunned to realize her magic shield had not been activated. Lucy was equally confused, weakly admitting that she had completely run out of mana. The girl looked up at Ed with surprise and a hint of fear at his silence. Ed flashed a sinister grin, declaring he would make her pay for destroying his shelter. Far away on the hill, the sounds of beating and crying echoed, as Ed retaliated on behalf of the benevolent Belmaya. After venting his anger, Ed decided he needed a sturdier home, built from quality wood. He headed to the library, determined to study architectural blueprints and material preparation methods to rebuild his life. A voice echoed, announcing that it was time for the library to close. Elka Islan, another student, spotted Ed Rothstaler diligently studying among the stacks and commented on his hard work. The girl smiled, introducing herself as Elka Islan, a first-year magic student, and said that seeing someone so focused had inspired her. Ed noticed Elka's eager expression, realizing she was waiting for him to introduce himself as well. He replied curtly, stating only his name, Ed. Upon hearing the full name, Ed Rothstaler, Elka froze in shock, while Ed bitterly acknowledged that his notoriety had not faded. However, Elka quickly composed herself and stated that Ed was completely different from the rumors. She pointed out that he had finished reading incomprehensible elemental magic books in just a few days, having even completed 6 thick volumes today alone. Elka continued, mentioning that she had heard rumors Ed was just a boastful person with no real talent. With a bright smile, she concluded that the rumors were indeed unreliable. Elka explained that she also knew someone as diligent as Ed, and in her mind, the image of a hero stepping forward appeared. She told Ed that she would cheer him on, and he simply offered a quiet thank you. Elka cheerfully waved goodbye, wishing Ed a safe return, while he planned to pack up his belongings and head back to the dormitory. Suddenly, a powerful tremor interrupted Ed's thoughts, and he frantically wondered what was happening. The entire library shook violently, causing both Ed and Elka to stumble and lose their balance. Elka flinched upon hearing a loud noise overhead. A cascade of books from the high shelves rained down onto where she stood. Outside, a massive pillar of purple magical energy shot straight into the sky from the academy grounds, signaling that a major event had begun. At a temporary guard post in front of the dormitory at 11:30, aggressive blue monsters had appeared, while several students had reached safety thanks to Talim Chlor's help. 2 hours after the sudden disaster, a student in a red cloak stood watching the magical light pillar, recognizing it as something they had read about in books on spirit summoning. The forming magic circle was intended to summon glass Khan, the ultimate dark spirit. Standing among the students, Penia Prague realized this was terrible news, as only one person possessed the capability to do this. She concluded that their enemy was the top second-year student, Yenikar Polarover, who had lost control of her power. Amidst the tense silence, the elite students gathered outside the campus grounds. Taylor McClure assessed that the erected barrier was only meant to buy time. He loudly declared that they needed to break inside before Glasscan was fully summoned and caused further casualties. Meanwhile, Royal Guard Captain Claire and alchemy student Elvira Aniston realized they had to solve the problem themselves since the headmaster was absent. Taylor tried to convince everyone that if they all worked together, they could certainly confront a high-tier spirit. However, Clevius Nortondale vehemently objected, trembling. He pointed out that they would have to overcome countless mid-tier spirit beasts before they could break into the building and defeat Yenikar. He added that that wasn't all. 2 other high-tier spirits, Tikan of the fire element and Velospur of the dark element, had also appeared in a state of frenzy. Terrified by the prospect, Clevius screamed that this was suicide, and he refused to participate. Elvira Aniston was also skeptical, wondering if Yenikar alone truly had the power to summon multiple spirits and Glasscan simultaneously. The student in the red cloak explained that most of this power likely came from Velospur, with Yenikar merely serving as a host. She further explained that dark spirits are the natural enemies of elementalists, acting like demons, constantly seeking to possess and control them. The confusing issue was how Velospur managed to possess Yenikar, who was considered a master of spirit summoning magic. Another student, wearing a fur-collared coat, interrupted, arguing that the possession wasn't as important as deciding what to do now. He presented 2 options: wait for the professors to arrive tomorrow morning, or act themselves. And the only person who could make that decision was Princess Penia. Faced with the heavy responsibility, Penia swallowed hard, sweat dripping down her stressed face. Under the gaze of the elite students, Princess Penia stood before the burden of a life-or-death decision. In a moment of stillness, she suddenly recalled the words of a certain young man. The image of Ed Rothstaler appeared in her mind, along with his comforting words that his burdens could not compare to the pressure she was enduring. If only I could be more at ease, Penia thought to herself before loudly declaring that the plan would begin in 1 hour. She ordered that only those with proven capabilities, including herself, Knight Claire, and the most outstanding students, would participate in the operation. With a determined expression and her arms crossed over her chest, Penia affirmed that she would take full responsibility for all consequences. Suddenly, a frantic student ran up to report that they had determined the number of people remaining in the lecture halls. The student brought bad news. Both the Audrey building and the magical potion storage were under siege, meaning they could not count on reinforcements. Penia desperately realized that they were truly the only force capable of acting right now. Just then, a bespectacled person with purple hair interjected, insisting that there were still people in the library, an apprentice librarian friend, and a second-year student. When the person shouted the name Elka Islan, the brown-haired young man with the fur-collared coat froze in shock. He grabbed the messenger, questioning them in shock, and was confirmed that Elka was trapped. Furious, he turned away, declaring that he must immediately go rescue Elka because she was defenseless. The black-haired strategist immediately stopped him, calling him Ziggs and advising him to calm down. Penia and the girl in the red cloak also intervened, stressing that Ziggs was the strongest among them and could not leave for the sake of the entire plan's safety. Torn between reason and emotion, Ziggs ground his teeth in frustration when reminded that there was another second-year student present. Penia turned to the messenger, pressing for the identity of the remaining person, but the messenger only trembled and sobbed. Losing all patience, Ziggs grabbed and shook the person violently, roaring for them to reveal the hidden truth. In extreme fear, tears streaming down their face, the apprentice librarian stammered. Finally, the name screamed out in desperation was Ed Rothstaler, and the image of a demon appeared in everyone's minds. In a panic, the apprentice librarian tearfully confessed that she had left Elka alone with that hateful guy out of annoyance. She explained that even knowing how terrible Ed Rothstaler's reputation was, Elka didn't care about the rumors. The other students were stunned to learn that Elka was trapped alone with someone of such ill repute. Seeing Ziggs about to act recklessly, Penia frantically called his name. The princess rushed forward, spreading her arms to try and block Ziggs's path. After a moment of tense silence, a tearful Penia made a proposal. She asked if everyone could try to trust Ed Rothstaler, just as a massive pillar of magical light erupted from the direction of the library. Penia's suggestion left Claire and the other students speechless, unable to believe what they were hearing. Even the calm student in the red cloak was stunned by the princess's decision. Ziggs didn't say a word, his face shrouded in shadow, only his blazing red eyes reflecting his fury. A loud explosion rang out as Ziggs unleashed his energy, throwing Penia and the librarian aside before he charged away. He roared a threat that he would spare no one who dared touch a single hair on Elka's head as he faced the pack of spirit beasts. With terrifying speed, Ziggs sliced through and destroyed the monsters, blocking his path. He screamed in utter rage, declaring that he would chop Ed Rothstaler into pieces. The scene abruptly shifted to a wilderness, where a hand traced tracks on the ground, identifying the recent passage of prey. Hidden in the tall grass, a pair of sharp green eyes watched the target. The tracker whispered as he locked onto his prey, a massive moose-like creature. In the northern grasslands of the Empire, a savage, lawless land, a curved blade arced into the air. The moose startled, sensing the deadly danger drawing near. From above, the mysterious hunter descended like a phantom, ready to finish off the prey in a world where only vigilance ensured survival. The flashback began, revealing Ziggs as a descendant of the nomads who wandered this land. Since he was old enough to fend for himself, he had always been alone, dragging his hunted prey without knowing why he had been abandoned. Before learning to read or trade, Ziggs learned how to kill to survive, bringing his spoils into town under the fearful gaze of the villagers. Malicious whispers surrounded him that he was a savage, even a cannibal, turning his life into that of a wild beast. Amidst that alienation, a voice suddenly rang out asking his name, causing Ziggs to look up warily. Standing before him was Elka Islan, a young girl with a radiant smile, showing no fear whatsoever. After a moment of hesitation, the wild boy spoke his name for the first time, Ziggs. Elka cheerfully replied that he looked like a wolf, walking on two legs, an innocent remark that changed his entire life. In that moment, Ziggs realized how long he had been wandering the plains. He had survived on animal carcasses and slept under the stars, like a wolf cub rejected by its pack. Tears streamed down his dirt-stained face. For the first time, Ziggs felt just how lonely his life had been. But then Elka's father welcomed him into their family, and that was the day Ziggs truly understood the meaning of loneliness, when he found someone he wanted to protect. Gradually, he became accustomed to civilized life, from warm bowls of soup to watching Elka summon a plant spirit. Elka personally cut Ziggs' long hair, transforming him from a wolf cub into a real person. Returning to the present, Ziggs faced the pack of spirit beasts, determined that in order to protect Elka, he would unleash his power, charging into the enemy like a storm. With a face contorted by anger, Ziggs roared, ready to revert to a beast if necessary. In his mind, the image of Ed Rothstahler appeared as a wicked villain, whose malicious rumors had been deeply etched into his heart. Driven by rage, Ziggs sprinted wildly through the corridor, the ground cracking beneath his every step. Finally, he stopped, panting, and roared the name, Ed Rothstahler. Facing a wounded and utterly bewildered Ed, Ziggs grabbed Ed Rothstahler by the collar, roaring demands to know Elka's location. Hearing the location was reading room number 3, Ziggs immediately charged away, leaving the shoved Ed behind. He slammed the door open, his heart burning as he called Elka's name. However, the sight before him was Elka, peacefully asleep on a desk. Relieved of the burden, Ziggs clenched his fist, silently thanking the heavens. He gasped in relief, his rage dissolving, replaced only by the reassurance that the most important person was safe. Once he calmed down, Ziggs began to observe the room more closely, and noticed strange things. Giant bookshelves had been moved by someone, forming a solid fortress surrounding Elka. The curtains were also tightly drawn, a precaution to avoid the attention of the rampaging spirits outside. He noticed a complex magic circle on the floor, which had been activated by someone. It was a message written in magic, instructing Elka to stay safe, not to act recklessly, and to wait until everything was over. Surveying the room, Ziggs understood that someone had calculated everything to protect Elka. Suddenly, he spotted bloodstains on the coat draped over Elka, but quickly determined it was not her blood. A trail of blood stretched from where Elka lay all the way to the door, the trace of her protector. In Ziggs's mind, the image of the heavily injured Ed Rothstahler appeared someone who, despite his wounds, had used his body as a final shield. He couldn't believe that person was Ed Rothstahler, and the question of why drilled deep into his mind. Flashing back in time, Ed looked at the chaotic situation with exhaustion, silently thinking it was a waste. 3 hours earlier, a violent tremor had shaken the entire library. A figure from outside smashed through the window amidst the blizzard. It was Ed, carrying the unconscious Elka over his shoulder, secretly glad his body was strong enough to endure, even though the situation was spiraling beyond expectation. Ed Rothstahler looked at the gigantic summoning circle in the sky, muttering that the glass can subjugation campaign had definitely begun. He drew the curtains, telling himself that Taylor would handle everything, and that he needed to stay far away from where the important characters gathered. With a determined expression and streaks of blood on his cheek, Ed affirmed that he must avoid altering the future. He used a cabinet to block the door, planning to take advantage of the opportunity presented by the enraged, low-level spirits flooding the academy to reinforce his shelter. Just as he was about to settle down to eat dried meat and study overnight, Ed suddenly froze as a thought flashed through his mind. He recalled the special ability of Yennecar Palarover, who possessed a high degree of spiritual understanding and resonance. However, Ed realized that the ability to see spirits was a latent power that needed to be unlocked, making it nearly impossible for him to raise his spirit stats. Nevertheless, the situation changed when Yennecar materialized countless spirits, which roared fiercely everywhere. A green energy orb lit up in Ed's hand as he realized this was a golden opportunity to grind experience. Ed smiled with determination, magical energy exploding around him as he silently thanked Yennecar. After the battle, although his spirit stats had increased, Ed looked exhausted and regretted being just one level short. Standing breathless in the hallway, Ed watched Ziggs carry Elka Islan past him and reassured himself that he had done his best, only to be suddenly questioned by Ziggs. Ed panicked, wondering if Ziggs had seen his injuries and couldn't bring himself to leave him alone. He decided to tell the truth that he was training, which only made Ziggs sigh in exasperation. Ed thought to himself that no matter how simple-minded Ziggs was, he wouldn't believe such an explanation. Contrary to his expectation, Ziggs agreed and said that he finally understood who Ed was all along. Ed was stunned by Ziggs's words, unable to grasp what was happening. Ziggs looked directly at Ed, declaring that Ed Rothstahler had granted him a great favor. With a serious expression, Ziggs promised to repay this debt the moment he had the chance. Ed suddenly realized he had forgotten the close relationship between Elka and Ziggs, as well as her crucial role in his story. Ed recalled Ziggs's role in the story, the friend who would stand by Taylor until the end, an extremely important character. Ed deduced that to get here, Ziggs must have left everyone behind in the student dormitories. He urged Ziggs to go back and fulfill his duty, as he shouldn't be here right now. Ed instructed Ziggs to go help Taylor, asserting that everything would be fine if he followed his advice. Ziggs stared blankly, asking about Taylor McClure, the one who barely passed his classes. Patting Ziggs on the shoulder, Ed reassured him. Still confused, Ziggs confessed that he had never spoken to Taylor, and didn't understand why he was so highly regarded. Ed explained that Taylor was the only one who could pierce the tough hide of the high-level fire spirit Taken, using his signature elemental severance technique. Ziggs thanked him for the advice and hurried away, while an exhausted Ed said he would rest for a moment. Watching Ziggs's retreating figure, Ed sighed in relief, believing he had put the story back on its proper course. But then, A thought suddenly flashed through Ed's mind. He was stunned, recalling Zig's words and wondering why he still hadn't befriended Taylor. Ed recalled the original scenario. Taylor lost in a duel, but still greatly impressed Ziggs with his persistence, leading the two to become friends. He realized with horror that the final battle of the first act had begun a month early, before the final exams, where that fateful duel was supposed to take place. That meant Ziggs and Taylor were still strangers, and Taylor had not yet learned the elemental severance technique. Ed came to a terrifying conclusion. In the entire assault team, no one possessed the ability to inflict damage on Takan. He bitterly admitted that the story he knew like the back of his hand had been broken for a long time without him realizing it. At the Academy Plaza, where the assault team's temporary command post was located, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Ziggs bowed his head, apologizing for his late arrival and promising to make amends. Taylor, Penia, and the other students were covered in blood, indicating that the assault team's initial infiltration attempt had completely failed. Captain Claire, despite a severe leg injury, declared he would join the next wave of attack and advised everyone to recruit more volunteers. Penia tearfully stopped him, saying she also had a heart and couldn't bear to watch him fight in that condition. Penia reported the disastrous situation. Claire had collapsed, and even Clevius, the top student in the combat department, was injured. In despair, Penia was confused about what to do, but a cold voice cut across her, declaring they didn't have enough time to focus on Takan. Ed Rothstaler stepped out of the shadows, drawing the group's attention, and Taylor nodded in agreement with his assessment. Penia stared, dumbfounded at the newcomer, while Ed warned that the enemy's summoning circle was nearing completion. As a last resort, Ed decided they would have to split their forces into two teams. He decisively rolled up his sleeves, announcing that he would personally lead one team and officially intervene in the story's progression. The entire group of students, including Taylor, were astonished by Ed Rothstaler's confidence. Clevius angrily dismissed the idea, shouting to ask if Ed was joking with everyone's lives. However, the fur-collared strategist held Clevius back, calmly asking him to let Ed present the entire plan. Ed explained that the ultimate goal was to bypass the fire spirit Takan to reach Yennecar, who was being controlled by the high-level dark spirit Velispur. He emphasized that Takan's hide was too durable to be damaged, so attempting to defeat it was a waste of time. The plan was outlined. One team would act as a decoy for Takan, while the other team would launch a direct assault on the training hall to take down Yennecar. Lortel immediately objected, arguing that Takan was currently much stronger and that their previous safe retreat was purely luck. She further analyzed that if the decoy team failed, the assault team would have to face both Takan and Velispur simultaneously, a suicidal scenario. Ed coldly replied to Lortel that it could only be called a risk if there were better options, and the ultimate goal was to defeat Yennecar to neutralize Takan as well. He looked directly at the group and posed the most critical question: who would take on the role of the decoy? The air sank into heavy silence, broken only by Lortel's sarcastic remark that it was a mission for anyone who wished to die. Amidst the silence, a hand was decisively raised. Clevius volunteered for the suicide mission, but Ed immediately rejected him, demanding that he participate in the main assault team. Clevius tried to argue, confident in his speed, but Ed simply placed a hand on his shoulder and told him he had misunderstood completely. Ed Rothstaler sternly declared that they were not choosing sacrifices and did not need to mechanically divide their forces. He designated the Takan decoy team to consist of only 3 people: Clevius, Lortel, and himself, causing Clevius to cry out in panic while Lortel coldly refused. Amidst the chaos, Ed grew frustrated, realizing there was no time left to argue as Clevius continued to scream and Lortel remained skeptical. Ed turned to Penia, admitting that all of her concerns were accurate. Penia tiredly covered her face. Although she still didn't understand Ed's motives, she decided to trust him. With a resolute expression, she stated her full title, Princess Penia Elias Kroll, and issued the command in the name of the royal family. She declared that the assault team, consisting of Taylor, Ziggs, Elvira, Ayla, and herself, would directly confront Yennecar. Meanwhile, the decoy team Clevius, Lortel, and Ed Rothstaler would carry out the mission of luring Takan away. Penia briefly instructed everyone that they were absolutely forbidden to die. Under her command, the assault team surged forward simultaneously, displaying ironclad resolve. Ed's team advanced into the Nail Hall corridor, where the fire spirit Takan was growling and waiting in the distance. Lortel questioned Ed about the time-wasting plan, but he simply replied that they should follow his instructions. Ed confidently declared that they would surely win, then rushed toward the monster with the rest of the team. He turned to reassure Clevius, frankly stating that he was a coward, lacking confidence. But Ed also affirmed that Clevius was the top student of the first-year combat department and would successfully complete the mission. Clevius nodded unconsciously, wondering internally why Ed could be so confident. Takan's massive foot stomped heavily onto the floor, signaling the imminent start of the battle. Clevius reminded himself that their task was merely to distract Takan so the other team could approach Yennecar. He secretly admitted that he joined this mission because he was convinced by the princess's unwavering resolve. And then, Clevius smiled with relief, knowing that at least in this suicide mission, he was not alone. With his newfound courage ignited, Clevius told himself that this time, he could be brave. He charged straight toward Takan, which let out an earth-shattering roar. But just as the battle began, Clevius immediately panicked, unsure how to lure the spirit away. He was stunned to realize that his teammates had vanished without a trace. Now, Clevius was left alone, facing the fire spirit Takan. The monster growled right behind his neck, terrifying him. Realizing he had been tricked, Clevius screamed in despair and bolted, running for his life. As he ran, he yelled curses at those who had abandoned him in danger. From a safe location, Lortel sighed in relief, seeing that the first phase of the plan had succeeded. Ed confirmed that successfully luring Clevius down the Nail Hall corridor was complete, and Lortel began to believe the plan was viable. Lortel questioned Ed about whether he intended to sacrifice Clevius, but Ed firmly stated that he would not die. Ed explained that Clevius was the top student, and incredibly tenacious, evidenced by his skillful evasion of Takan's attacks. Ed then revealed that the most crucial role in the plan actually belonged to Lortel. Her mission was to open a path outside the training hall for the assault team, and to be the primary damage dealer against Takan. Ed admitted that one should not judge others based on rumors, as Lortel confidently deployed a series of complex magic circles. Ed looked at Lortel and asserted that, while others would hesitate, she was the best person for destructive tasks like this. Following Ed's command, Lortel focused all her magical power onto the outer wall. A terrifying explosion shook the entire building, shattering the wall into pieces. Massive stone fragments from the shattered wall crumbled and collapsed onto the ground. Lortel stood amidst the wreckage she had just created, a mysterious dark energy sphere forming before her. To the astonishment of the assault team led by Penia, Ed shouted, urging them not to hesitate. Lortel watched them with a smug smile, thinking that this was their moment to shine. She recalled performing similar destruction when she blew up the roof of the nail hall during a training session. Lortel smirked, realizing why Ed had entrusted her with such a destructive mission. She decided Ed was truly an interesting person, and now the others could finally enter. Lortel's gaze turned serious as she thought about the rest of her task. Meanwhile, Clevius was still being chased by Takan, angrily screaming that he would never forgive Ed and Lortel. Lortel reminded herself that even though the assault team was inside, she and Clevius still had to confront Takan after luring it out. She questioned Ed, asking if the plan was to lure the fire spirit to the student plaza, a place with no escape, only to be killed. With a determined and blood-splattered face, Ed declared that they couldn't escape. They had to defeat Takan. Lortel countered, reiterating that no attack worked against its tough hide, citing her own failure during the training session as proof. Ed confidently replied that he could solve that problem, then told Lortel to prepare her magical attacks while he pulled out a mysterious bag. Ed began sprinting up the stairs, internally admitting that Lortel was right. He envisioned Lortel and Clevius coordinating their attacks, but to no avail. He knew that without the elemental severance attack, none of them could pierce Takan's defenses. The memory of Takan easily shattering defensive magic with a single roar only confirmed this. Ed burst through a door, determined to find a solution. Gasping for breath, he realized what they needed right now was overwhelming firepower. And then, he found Lucy, the world's strongest mage, sound asleep on the floor. Ed hoisted the deeply sleeping Lucy onto his shoulder, astonished that she could sleep so soundly amidst a battle, and muttered to himself that no one takes a nap at night. Having destroyed her own shelter and lost her favorite sleeping spot, Lucy sought refuge on this rooftop, a place where she often used to nap. In fact, she had slept through the preceding events because Yennecar's unstable condition had made Bel Maya extremely stressed and vigilant. Consequently, Lucy had exhausted her mana fleeing from Bel and fallen into a deep sleep, a convenient way to keep this overwhelmingly powerful character out of the final boss fight. But now, roused abruptly on Ed's shoulder, Lucy groggily caught the scent of dried meat. Ed swiftly produced a handful of the dried meat. Without hesitation, he crammed the entire portion into her mouth, declaring that this was no time to be picky. Perched atop a high railing, with a still dazed Lucy in hand, Ed fixed their target, the blazing lizard. He briefly questioned if he could throw her that far, but quickly reassured himself, drawing confidence from his military training. With a mighty yell, Ed launched Lucy like a missile, simultaneously shouting a warning for everyone below to take cover. The mage soared directly toward Takan, who was still being engaged by Clevius and the fur-collar strategist. Mid-flight, Lucy burst into tears, letting out an incoherent wail about how awful Ed was. From his vantage point, Ed watched his living projectile hurtle toward its mark. The moment she made contact, a massive surge of purple arcane lightning erupted from Lucy. The magical energy expanded into a blinding blast, completely engulfing the immediate area. Clevius and the other student were violently flung away by the horrific shockwave, screaming in terror. Ed gripped the railing tightly, straining against the intense force of the blast wave. He narrowed his eyes, recognizing this as the critical, decisive moment. Takan, the high-ranking fire spirit, stumbled as its stone-like hide began to fracture under the force of Lucy's magic. Sensing the enemy's sudden vulnerability, Ed decided to leap down, determined to claim the massive experience reward. A pink aura enveloped Ed. He had come too far to miss the chance to personally deliver the finishing blow to the monster. In a distant memory, Yennekar's mother affectionately held her daughter, speaking words of love and pride. However, the praise from her friends and the expectations of her teachers became an invisible burden. The pressure grew immense as they asserted that without Yennekar, the second-year class would have been a failure. Finally, the image of young Yennekar shattered in the dark void, enveloped by surging dark energy. Her bloodied bare feet trod upon shards of broken glass, symbolizing her collapse under the weight of toxic praise. A massive explosion echoed, pulling reality back into focus. The assault team, led by Taylor, arrived at the scene, facing a horrifying sight. Yennekar, with blazing red eyes and a demonic smile, was bound in dark shackles, greeting them. Behind her, the colossal shadow of the dark spirit Velasper emerged, its bloodshot eyes fixed on the group of students. Velasper roared, spreading its devilish wings and swooping down to attack. Meanwhile, Ed was rushing forward frantically, telling himself that the final battle must end before dawn. He skidded to a sudden stop, arriving just in time. Ed arrived just as Takan was preparing to unleash a fatal blow on the panicked Elvira Aniston. A strange red-haired mage asked him about Lucy, and Ed replied that she was exhausted and unable to deliver the finishing blow. Indeed, Clevius was attacking hopelessly, while Lucy lay sprawled on the ground, admitting that Takan was too resilient. Ed immediately grabbed the red-haired girl's hand, declaring he would finish off the monster himself, despite her protest that he was also a mage. Faced with Clevius's helplessness and pathetic cries for help, Ed flatly dismissed his capabilities. He looked directly into the mage's eyes, asking her to trust him and hold Takan back, staking his life on her actions. The red-haired girl sighed, thinking to herself how easily Ed placed his trust and his life in the hands of others. She watched Ed resolutely stride toward Takan, while he asserted that risking his life was not a gamble. Ed, with a determined gaze amidst the chaotic battlefield, declared his action to be an investment. From another location, Lortel smiled meaningfully, musing that investment was precisely her specialty. Meanwhile, the red-haired mage cooperating with Ed also expressed her trust, stating that she preferred him over the princess, who only relied on her lineage. The girl unleashed a barrage of sharp ice crystals, declaring that since Ed had entrusted his life to her, she would entrust her life to him as well. Ed decisively stomped his foot on the ground, signaling the official start of their coordinated attack. Takan roared, ignoring Clevius, who was screaming and fleeing in panic behind Ed. The high-grade fire spirit let out an earth-shattering bellow, its dark power surging. Ed thought to himself that both sides had reached their limits, and he completely understood Clevius's fear. Shaking off his fear, Ed let out a battle cry, charging straight toward the colossal monster. He channeled green mana into his hands, gritting his teeth as he realized he needed to get even closer. Suddenly, Ed's eyes widened in astonishment as a colossal pillar of blazing red energy appeared in the sky. Clevius was also stunned witnessing the sight, panicking and unable to understand what was happening. Ed immediately recognized it as the technique, the right arm of Glasscan, meaning Taylor's group had begun launching their final attacks. He understood that this proved the main storyline was proceeding correctly. However, Ed also realized the timing was terrible, as such a spectacular sight would certainly distract everyone. Just as predicted, Takan lifted its head, drawn by the explosion above, and began accumulating a stream of purple energy. Just as Takan's dark energy was about to be fired, a sudden blizzard of ice crystals struck from below. The red-haired mage did not miss the opportunity. She shouted a signal to Ed, while Lortel had also taken action. Takan blinked, momentarily stunned by the surprise attack. Ed slid across the ground, the green energy in his hand ready, determined that he would not miss this chance either. With a resolute expression, Ed unleashed the magic attack he had practiced thousands of times. A sharp stream of green energy, called the Wind Slash, was fired at terrifying speed. The magical slash tore through the air, severing the head of the high-grade fire spirit Takan. The colossal monster let out a final roar before disintegrating into countless fragments of purple energy. A series of notifications appeared, confirming Takan's defeat and that Ed's spirit-related stats had skyrocketed. After unlocking the spirit contract ability, Ed's mind immediately focused on the real danger, Taylor. Elsewhere, a massive dark weapon hovered in the sky, and Taylor was facing it alone. That demonic weapon flared, painting the entire sky a deadly red. Colossal blades plunged downward, aimed directly at the academy grounds. An earth-shattering explosion occurred as Taylor used his sword to block the destructive attack. His hair turning white from the exertion of power, Taylor proved his protagonist qualities in Ed's eyes. The residual dark energy cracked and gradually vanished into the air. When the battle finally concluded, Ed and his red-haired comrade looked into the distance, with the unconscious Lucy beside them. As dawn broke, the survivors quietly rested beneath a tree. Ed pondered those who constantly spoke of staking their lives. He concluded that most of them, unlike the comrades beside him, were merely cowards. The red-haired mage looked annoyed by Ed's silence after they had just faced life and death together. She extended her hand and decided to introduce herself properly. "I am Lortel Caheland." Ed was slightly surprised, but he responded and took her hand. Immediately, 3 gold coins appeared in his palm, while Lortel mused that this time, she had won the bet. With a smug smile, Lortel declared that Ed had let down his guard, and now owed her a favor. She smiled meaningfully, promising to see Ed again, making him secretly anxious as he wanted no involvement with her. Suddenly, the sound of rustling footsteps echoed behind Ed. A voice rang out, declaring hatred for him and asserting that he knew exactly why. It was Taylor, his hair now white after awakening his swordmaster power, making Ed secretly acknowledge how cool he looked. Ed looked up, confused about what was happening. Contrary to his words, Taylor bowed deeply, sincerely thanking Ed for saving his life. Clevius immediately protested vehemently, shouting at Taylor not to bow before a scoundrel like Ed. The entire group simultaneously glared and irritably demanded that Clevius shut up. Princess Peña offered to report Ed's merits to the student council, but he immediately refused. Ed stood up, asserting that the greatest credit belonged to Lucy and Taylor, and they were the ones who deserved the praise. Lortel interjected, teasing that Ed was embarrassed to deny his undeniable contributions. Elvira was angry that everyone was defending Ed, but she was immediately reminded to be more polite, causing Ed to reflect on his efforts to maintain distance. But now, observing them up close, Ed smiled and admitted a warm feeling spreading through his heart. He recalled the countless times he had witnessed these characters overcome trials for the world's survival. He thought of Taylor, who grew stronger with every hardship, and Isla, who became resilient because of him. He thought of Peña, who was maturing through every incident to become the destined queen. He thought of Ziggs, who was forging his own path amidst civilization. He thought of Clevius, who would find confidence, and Elvira, who would realize that life wasn't just about joy. And finally, he looked at Lortel, who was beginning to reflect on her purely profit-driven lifestyle. Ed mused. They were all protagonists with predetermined roles, and success surely awaited them at the end of the road. Knowing this well, Ed turned his back on their future prospects. He picked up a shard of debris, determined to walk his own path. Amidst the ruins, Ed realized this was a place he could never return to at this point when he played the game. He stepped inside the ruined area, which had once been the stage for the boss fight. His gaze settled on a wooden platform where Lucy had once dozed off during a joint combat training session. An indescribable urge, a feeling that something was missing, had drawn him back here. Ed suddenly understood. For the protagonists to shine brightly under the spotlight, someone had to silently retreat into the background, and that person was Yennecar, curled up inside the box. Ed's eyes flashed with astonishment as a crucial piece of the story appeared before him. He began analyzing the cause of Yennecar's loss of control, and a hypothesis gradually formed. Ed recalled Lortel mentioning that she had briefly seen Yennecar's room. The room was filled with gifts, all expressions of genuine appreciation. Yennecar's desk was so overloaded with presents that there was no space left for books or notes. The encouraging messages plastered on the walls had become massive boulders weighing down her shoulders. But Yennecar's kind nature prevented her from discarding those expectations. Therefore, she obsessively tried to meet everyone's expectations. That recklessness created a shadow in her soul, large enough for the dark spirit Velospur to take hold. Ed finally understood why the tragedy had occurred a month early. Taylor should have been the one praised, but because Lucy defeated him, all the attention shifted to Yennecar. And the reason Taylor failed completely was that Lucy had gained power from her pact with Marilda, thanks to her frequent trips to the Northern Forest, a chain of events Ed himself had inadvertently started. Ed mused. Lucy finding his hideout for her afternoon nap was the genesis of everything, and the person who inadvertently created that hideout was Ed, the one who should have vanished from the academy long ago. In a dark corner, Yennecar smiled weakly, admitting she hadn't expected anyone to find her and felt hurt by everyone forgetting her. She bitterly remarked that after causing such a huge commotion, no one cared about her anymore. But Ed coldly replied that it was her fault for hiding. Yennecar hugged her knees tightly, confessing that she had wanted to stay there a little longer. When Ed asked why, she smiled sadly and said she just wanted to have a good cry. Ed remained silent, his gaze heavy with empathy for her pain. He recalled the spirit wolf's plea, how it had practically begged him to prevent this tragedy from happening to Yennecar. Ed realized the wolf must have sensed that an outsider like him was the support Yennecar truly needed. He reminisced about the original scenario, where Yennecar failed, was consumed by a dark spirit, and destroyed the entire campus. That was the tragic end for a girl who had tirelessly studied magic day and night, always smiling in the face of expectations, and silently pushing herself to exhaustion. Ed looked at the huddled Yennecar, realizing that because of those relentless efforts, even her failure possessed a tragic beauty. He called her name, saying that his words probably wouldn't offer much comfort. But then, with complete sincerity, Ed looked straight at her and said, "You did very well." In the game world, the protagonists always stepped onto the stage amidst glory and applause. But backstage, in the darkness and silence, was where Ed and Yennecar faced each other. Ed understood that the protagonists' every action had inadvertently overshadowed the tragedy of the first act's final boss. Hearing those comforting words, Yennecar could no longer hold back and burst into sobs. Ed watched her silently, countless memories of replaying the first act of this story flashing through his mind. Ed's eyes widened in a moment of sudden realization. He realized that until this very day, he had never been able to see the brilliant spirit world swirling around him and Yennecar. For Ed, witnessing Yennecar release her emotions, surrounded by her own ethereal spirits, was the truly complete ending to the story's first act. His new abilities, Spirit Resonance and Level 10 Spirit Comprehension, immediately drew the attention of Elgo, the low-ranking fire spirit, and Dries, the low-ranking wind spirit. Even more impressively, Marilda, a high-ranking wind spirit in the form of a majestic white wolf, also showed a keen interest in him. 10 days had passed since Yennecar's disciplinary hearing at the academy. There, Yennecar bowed her head, admitted all guilt, and declared that she would accept any punishment handed down. However, right from the first round, her friends and professors unanimously stood up to fiercely defend her. In the second round, Princess Penia, acting on behalf of the royal family, announced that they would not prosecute Yennecar, testifying that she had been mentally manipulated by the dark spirit Velospur. When the issue of the reconstruction costs for the buildings was raised, Lortel, on behalf of the Elta Company, stepped forward to cover the entire expense. In return, her family's company successfully negotiated with an academy official to receive a 50% reduction in customs duties for all supplies they provided. As a result, Yennecar was stripped of all financial aid, required to return her honorary awards, lost her right to reside in the Ophilis dormitory next semester, and received 10 days of probation along with 20 days of academic suspension. But most importantly, the disciplinary board's gavel ruled that she avoided the harshest penalty, expulsion. Yennecar's supporters, from friends to professors, erupted in joy and relief. Despite this, Yennecar remained steeped in melancholy, causing her two close friends great worry. With determined eyes, the two girls realized that it was time for them to act. They prepared a lavish tea party complete with various pastries and sparkling drinks to cheer up their friend. The two friends instructed Yennecar that they would not mention the glass can incident, would not show pity, but would steer the conversation toward trivial gossip. The red brown-haired girl confidently asked, "We can do this. Are you ready, Anise?" Anise replied with a steady gaze, "I'm ready, Clara." In an effort to lift the spirits of the melancholic Yennecar, her friends were determined to take action. Suddenly, Yennecar looked up, dreamily asking about the profound difference between liking and loving someone. Clara and Anise were stunned by the sudden question, and Yennecar quickly covered up, saying she was only asking for a friend. She began recounting the story, explaining that this friend recently had a dream. In the dream, a meticulously woven wreath appeared. The friend, in the form of Yennecar wearing a white dress, was sitting in the middle of a picturesque flower field. She looked up and offered a greeting as a familiar figure approached. It was Ed Rothstaler, appearing splendidly like a prince on a white horse, and calling her name. Yennecar affectionately placed the wreath on Ed's head, confessing that she had made it for him. After recounting the scene of the two playing happily in the dream, Yennecar misspoke, allowing Clara to shrewdly realize she was lying. As Yennecar was currently under house arrest and couldn't meet anyone, Anise cleverly seized the opportunity, curiously asking for more details about what the friend had recounted. When Yennecar confessed that the person's image kept appearing in her mind, Anise suddenly made an excuse to leave, leaving Clara speechless. Yennecar innocently waved goodbye, while Clara internally vowed to be extremely cautious to protect her friend's fragile heart. Clara panicked at the thought of rumors that Yennecar Palarover was in love spreading throughout the academy at lightning speed. Yennecar reassured Clara, suggesting that perhaps things weren't as complicated as her friend thought. Regaining her composure, Clara smiled gently, agreeing that emotions like love or hatred were inherently difficult to express. She sincerely advised Yennecar, or rather, her friend, that being honest with one's feelings was the best course of action. Clara also didn't forget to warn about the danger of gossip, making Yennecar jump as she realized she needed to be more careful. Thanking Clara for listening, Yennecar said goodbye to return to her dormitory and write her statement, leaving Clara sitting alone in contemplation. Clara waved goodbye to her friend, sinking deep into her own thoughts. In a luxurious room, Clara buried her face in the table in extreme relief, whispering to Anise that she had finally done it. At the same time, Ed Rothstaler was contemplating his financial situation. Thanks to Penya's intervention, he no longer had to worry about tuition fees for the next semester. With the gold coins he received, he happily purchased a complete box of necessary tools. While walking through the academy forest, Ed unexpectedly encountered Yennecar standing alone, fidgeting nervously. He thought to himself that he had deliberately avoided her for a while. But now that the first act was over, and Yennecar was no longer the final boss, perhaps things were different. Ed decided it was time to talk to her more. So he approached and asked about Yennecar's probation period. Startled by the sudden address, Yennecar jumped, retreated in panic, and then tripped while trying to run away. After briefly hiding behind a tree, she gathered her courage to greet Ed again, telling herself she must be honest about her feelings. However, this task seemed too overwhelming. Yennecar quickly covered her face and dashed away, shouting that she had business at the Ophelis dormitory. Ed stood dumbfounded, wondering how someone like him could make the kind Yennecar run away, quite an astonishing achievement in a way. Pushing the strange encounter aside, he decided he needed to keep busy too, reaching for a saw from his toolbox. Standing in a clearing, Ed resolved that it was time to build a log cabin for himself. The first day of the project was marked by a notch carved into a piece of wood. He chose a spacious, shaded area and began the work of leveling the ground. 2 more days passed, and the project entered its 3rd day. On the 3rd day, Ed began gathering wood, a task that proceeded surprisingly smoothly thanks to the countless times he had practiced the wind slash technique. By the 6th day, he paused construction to take the final exams and achieved excellent results, especially in the theoretical subjects. However, Ed noticed that Yennecar was still constantly avoiding him, fleeing in panic whenever she saw him in the academy hallways. Her friends, Clara and Anise, always looked at him with angry, warning glances, as if ordering him to stay away. By the 18th day, having gathered nearly all the necessary wood, Ed wondered if anyone had ever practiced the wind slash as much as he had. Day 20 of the vacation began, and Ed was able to dedicate all his time to building his camp. When checking his traps, he was astonished to find Lucy sound asleep inside one, and decided not to use dried meat as bait anymore. By day 27, Belle Maya, the head maid of Ophelis Hall, came to visit, bringing herbs and inquiring about his relationship with Yennecar. When Ed explained that he must have upset Yennecar, Belle simply tilted her head in confusion. On day 30, an incident occurred when a pillar collapsed, bringing down the entire wall, and making Ed realize his construction was not sturdy enough. Shortly after, Ed ran into Yennecar and her friends in the shopping district, and as usual, she immediately panicked and fled. Clara and Anise immediately shot him, looks filled with anger and suspicion. By day 37, Ziggs arrived to help Ed build the house. He even praised Taylor as a good person, making Ed secretly pleased that things were moving in the right direction. While working, Ed asked if he should hammer in more nails, but Ziggs told him to leave that spot open for the future chimney. The tally marks carved into the wood were proof of the days of strenuous labor that had passed. On day 45, Ed took his first steps inside his house, where a knife had just been dropped onto the floor. He walked across the newly installed wooden floor, the result of all his hard work. Immediately afterward, Ed collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted after days of non-stop work. Although the house was still crude, with walls made of logs and many gaps, and no furniture inside, it now had a roof and sturdy walls, enough to keep insects out if the door was closed. Ed smiled contentedly, feeling proud of the fruits of his labor. A system notification appeared, confirming the completion of the log cabin construction, and simultaneously, his skill level increased. Sitting on the porch under the sunset, Ed peacefully thought that he finally had a real home. From inside the house, he suddenly noticed Yennecar secretly observing him from behind a tree trunk. Yennecar stood there, her red eyes glowing and her hands tightly clenched, radiating intense determination. Lying stretched out on the new wooden floor, Ed contentedly imagined finishing it with furniture, a fireplace, and even a small storage shed. A jarring sound rang out as Lortel, in a moment of despair, banged her head. Ed glanced at Lucy, who was sound asleep on the pile of materials, muttering that this was not a cat tower. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out, calling Ed's name. He turned around and saw Yennecar standing there, waving brightly. When Ed asked why she had come, Yennecar just offered an awkward, forced laugh. In a flashback, Yennecar recounted that when she visited the forest, she saw an astonishing sight at Ed's campsite. Belle Maya, her maid, asked how she knew about the house, and Yennecar stammered that she had just happened to pass by. Belle continued brushing Yennecar's hair, mentioning that Ed had built it himself and that she was very impressed with his craftsmanship. Belle leaned closer, whispering that she really wanted to go inside and see how sturdy it was, and Yennecar blushed in agreement. The maid cleverly justified that being curious about a log cabin in the woods was a completely normal and natural human reaction. Yennekar's eyes lit up, completely convinced by that reasoning. Back in the present, Yenneker frantically explained to Ed that she had only passed by coincidentally to visit Marilda, and that her curiosity was perfectly normal. After Yenneker finished praising the house, Ed surprisingly asked if the spirits had already told her about it. Yenneker flinched, stammering that they had mentioned it, but only vaguely. In reality, a scene flashed through her mind of the spirits reporting in extremely detailed and admiring terms about every single one of Ed's muscles. She tried to maintain a calm expression, telling herself that she didn't usually talk much with the spirits. However, the continuous nosebleed betrayed her embarrassment as she insisted she knew nothing about Ed's situation. Yenneker's eyes shone with hope when she heard Ed ask if she wanted to come inside and look. With a proud smile, Ed opened his arms and invited her to tour the log cabin he had just finished. Yenneker blushed, her eyes filled with surprise and joy at Ed's invitation. She clenched her hands, gave a radiant smile, and happily agreed. Upon entering, Yenneker gasped in surprise at the scale of the house, completely unaware that Lucy was sound asleep on the roof. Under the night sky, the flickering campfire created a cozy atmosphere. Yenneker held a cup of warm water, thoughtfully admitting that she carried an enormous debt of gratitude. She worried about how to repay everyone, from the princess, Lortel, to the friends who had offered help. Ed listened silently, his gaze intently following her every confession. He suddenly spoke up, suggesting that she didn't need to repay them if she couldn't, which stunned Yenneker with this completely new perspective. Ed understood that the burden of everyone's expectations and kindness was the underlying reason that had pushed Yenneker to her limit. Her decision to move from the luxurious Ophelis Hall to the old Dex Hall was also because she didn't want to incur any more debts. But having to live in a cramped room and face endless admiration felt no different from being imprisoned. Ed realized that the vicious cycle of her problem had not yet been broken. Therefore, he gently suggested that she could come here anytime she wanted to find a private space. He said he would leave her in peace, giving her the space she had always longed for. Yenneker was silent for a moment before the sincere offer. Then, a happy and relieved smile spread across her lips, and she confessed that it truly made her happy. Yenneker offered, hoping that if Ed ever faced difficulties, he would come to her first. Ed listened intently to her offer. With a confident smile, Yenneker promised that she would definitely help him. Ed smiled back, a new understanding and connection having formed between the two of them. Ed Rothstaler mused, sensing an impending predicament. Under the night sky, by the campfire, he and Yenneker sat in silence as the second semester drew near. Ed knew they were approaching the second act of the game, and the torrential rain outside Ophelis Hall signaled its beginning. He thought about the Sage's sealed tome, an artifact containing supreme magic capable of bending the laws of nature. Ed knew this book was the focal point of the impending incident, as Lortel Cahelland secretly sought to acquire it. With a self-satisfied smile, Lortel silently appraised the priceless artifact, unaware that it would soon trigger a sweeping catastrophe across the academy. Returning to the campfire, Yenneker politely declined Ed's offer of help, deeming it unnecessary. She believed her own situation would not be an issue, at least not for herself. Ed merely smiled confidently, thinking to himself that the person truly heading for major trouble was Taylor, the story's protagonist. A new chapter began, titled The Occupation of Ophelis Hall, signaling a major conflict. The narration explained the luxurious privileges enjoyed by the students of Ophelis Hall, creating a vast disparity. As the break ended, a fierce rainstorm struck Achen Island, where the academy was located, igniting the conflict. The academy only arranged special transportation for the Ophelis Hall students, neglecting everyone else. This infuriated the students of Dex Hall, who were forced to brave the rain and face the risk of penalties. The final straw broke, and an angry crowd gathered before Ophelis Hall, ready to erupt. But none of this was accidental. It was all part of a meticulously laid plan. Lortel's hand pressed a seal onto a letter, and she remarked that the rain was worse than anticipated. Sitting in the shadows, she was revealed to be the merchant pulling the strings behind the entire incident. This merchant had previously contacted Willain, the representative of the weaker students, who harbored intentions of revenge. Given Willen's talent for inciting crowds, all that was needed was a justifiable reason for the flames of rebellion to erupt and consume the academy's injustice. The reason for the revolt already existed: the extreme disparity in treatment between elite students and regular students, who had to wade through the rain to reach the school. The primary spark was a sealed letter, containing a proposal to allow the elite students of Ophelis Hall several days off from classes. The head maid governing Ophelis Hall, along with several academy administrators, had sided with Lortel, ready to support her proposal without hesitation. The mere fact that this proposal was brought up for discussion was enough to ignite the fury of the regular students. The plan required an event to be as massive and attention-grabbing as possible. Flames would erupt, spreading throughout Ophelis Hall, which housed countless artworks from noble families and exquisite furnishings. The greater the property damage, the more successful the plan. The ultimate goal was to destroy a significant portion of Ophelis Hall. When the students revolted, the financially struggling academy would become desperate, giving the Elte company leverage in negotiations to purchase the sage's sealed tome. Lortel Cahelland wondered when the rain would stop. She stood looking out, the sky overcast without a single ray of light. This scene reminded her of the sky she used to see through the dilapidated roofs of the slums. She began to feel guilty about her own complacency. This academy held too much light of hope and ideals, but that light only served to highlight the darkness that had seeped into her during her time living here. The countless schemes laid out on her desk were proof that she had changed to adapt and survive. The traits of a person who never revealed her true thoughts, always seeking to deceive and suspect others, were deeply ingrained in her. And so, as if driven by some force, she began searching for others like herself. Even at Sylvania, a place overflowing with bright and hopeful individuals, she still believed there might be someone who would accept the efforts of a filthy sewer rat. Clinging to that futile hope, she realized just how lonely she was. Her nature would never change. To survive, she would always be the harsh truth hidden behind the stage, a mastermind. Under the pouring rain, an enraged crowd of students gathered before Ophelis Hall, raising their fists and shouting demands for justice. Willain, the protest leader, yelled out their demands, while Ed recalled the game's original scenario, where the protagonist had to quell the rebellion orchestrated by Lortel. Inside, a panicked maid was about to raise the alarm when a mysterious hooded figure silently approached from behind, just as Ed remembered the role of the sub-bosses in this event. Ed recalled the attacker's identity, Decoy Tate, the first-floor sub-boss, who quickly subdued the poor maid. As Tot carried the struggling maid away, Ed remembered his role was to clear out the first-floor guards after being recruited by Lortel. Next, he delivered a powerful kick that shattered the building's main door. The door flew open under the impact of the immense force. The crowd of students outside was stunned to see the door suddenly swing wide open, exactly as planned to allow them to flood inside. Without hesitation, the protesting crowd screamed their slogans and began pouring into the building. Ed knew that, according to the scenario, Decoy Toddy would stand here to block the path of the protagonist's party. Willain stared at the hooded figure, realizing this was the person Lortel had recruited for their plan. The figure confirmed his mission, while Ed secretly pondered the role that should not have belonged to him. When the hood slipped down, Willain froze, realizing the guard was none other than Ed Rothstaler, someone who should have been completely uninvolved. Ed desperately wondered how fate had thrust him into the role of a sub-boss in this chaotic event. The scene abruptly shifted to a sunny day, signaling a change in the timeline. A status window appeared, listing Ed's pathetic combat skills, with his archery expertise only at the beginner level. He touched the ground, once again facing a harsh truth about himself. Ed was acutely aware that the character whose life he was living, Ed Rothstaler, inherently lacked any combat talent. He recalled his futile archery practice efforts. Even after a semester and a half, his skill remained stagnant. Deep in thought, Ed suddenly stopped short, seemingly sensing something unusual. Ed reflected that various visitors, such as Belle Maya, had stopped by his place. These visits were becoming increasingly frequent, such as Ziggs coming to train every morning. He felt that more and more people, including armored strangers, were discovering him living alone in his log cabin in the northern forest. Among those frequent visitors, 3 were particularly noteworthy. The first visitor was a genius mage, who appeared randomly. Lucy peered inside curiously, bombarding him with questions about building an extra back door and a chimney. Annoyed, Ed pushed her away from the window. He grew tired of Lucy constantly making demands, telling himself that she was truly difficult to manage. Ed then thought of the second visitor, the one he genuinely welcomed. Yennecar Palarover cheerfully brought a bowl of eggs, mentioning that Belle had suggested it. She enthusiastically shared laundry tips, suggesting stomping on clothes and boiling salt water. Since Ed had allowed it, Yennecar came every day, helping him with chores and chatting with the spirits, making him immensely grateful. Ed sincerely complimented Yennecar, saying she was the best and knew so many things. Hearing the praise, Yennecar blushed and awkwardly turned away. But then, her expression suddenly darkened as she asked about the frequency of Lucy's visits, making Ed realize he sometimes couldn't understand her. Under the moonlight, a voice echoed, remarking that he seemed busy. The third visitor approached, who was the main reason Ed was contemplating all these matters. Lortel Cahelland, accompanied by the white-haired headmaid, stepped forward and said she had been waiting for him. With a smile, Lortel, known as the Golden Daughter, offered that she needed Ed's help. Ed broke out in a cold sweat, recalling that Lortel was the mastermind behind the events of Act 2 and was likely recruiting for her plot to seize Ophelis Hall. Although determined to refuse internally, Ed still had to listen to Lortel sigh, saying she didn't want to have to go this far. He suddenly realized a horrifying truth. The story was deviating because Tada had fainted. an event that was never supposed to happen in the script. In a panic, Ed grabbed Lortel, demanding in a harsh voice that she explain everything, leaving the young lady stunned. Ed recalled the sequence that should have occurred. Tada was supposed to pick a fight with Taylor in front of Lucy and the other students. In that original scenario, the instigator had yelled an insult, calling the opponent an insect even worse than Ed Rothstaler. Immediately afterward, a devastating punch answered the provocation. The instigator collapsed to the floor, defeated just enough by Taylor to ignite the subsequent events. Lortel revealed that Ziggs had been furious upon witnessing the scene, but no one knew if he was defending Taylor or defending Ed's honor. Returning to reality, Lortel gave Ed a simple task. The maid Elris would provide the key, and he only needed to open the doors of Ophelis Hall for the rebellious students. With a meaningful smile, she explained that she needed someone she could be certain wouldn't reveal anything once everything was over. Ed bitterly realized he was chosen precisely because his reputation was already so terrible, making him the perfect scapegoat for Lortel's plan. Lortel brought up Ed's expulsion from Ophelis Hall, suggesting he must harbor intentions of revenge. Ed coldly replied that he had no interest in revenge, which surprised Lortel slightly. However, he still said he was willing to listen to the offer, deciding to play it by ear. Lortel smiled triumphantly, naming a price of 20 gold coins, while Ed secretly resolved to bring the story back on track. Ed accepted the deal and shook Lortel's hand, telling himself he had to rearrange everything. Heavy rain began to fall on Ed's log cabin roof. Sitting by the fire, Ed pondered Lortel's plan, seizing Ophelis Hall to push the Academy's finances to the brink, paving the way for the next chapter of the story. In the future, this plan would succeed, allowing Lortel to establish her own company right within the Academy to confront Princess Penia and the Student Council. The conflict between the idealist Student Council and the pragmatist company would erupt, and the balance of power would tip toward whichever side secured Taylor's support. Ed Rothstaler flipped through his notebook, telling himself he had to be pragmatic and choose the side with the highest chance of victory. Just then, Yennecar Palarover unexpectedly appeared in the pouring rain, quickly wringing out her soaked uniform and lamenting that she thought the rain had stopped. Sitting by the warm campfire, Yennecar expressed sympathy for Ed's difficult life, but he merely replied that he was used to it. She suddenly remembered that the break was ending, and she had to move out of Ophelis Hall soon, as there were too many items she couldn't take to her smaller new dormitory. An idea struck her, and Yennecar happily offered to give Ed her surplus items like blankets, pillows, and lanterns. She enthusiastically listed countless other essential items, leaving Ed speechless as he listened. Yennecar smiled, explaining that throwing them away would be a waste, and Ed responded with an approving smile. Having received his agreement, she joyfully exclaimed, promising to bring everything over as soon as she moved out of Ophelis Hall. After a moment of silence, Yennecar suddenly asked Ed about Lucy, wondering if she was always so quiet. Ed looked up at Lucy's silhouette on the roof and thought to himself that her extraordinary power must surely come with a heavy price. Lucy had always been running from her fate, but rainy days like this forced her to confront her past decisions. Ed explained that Lucy only acted that way when it rained, and that he usually ignored her, causing Yennecar to exclaim delightedly, believing he was indifferent to the girl. Suddenly, Ed remembered something important and turned to ask Yennecar, confirming that she was still staying in Ophelis Hall. He envisioned the scene when the occupation began. The protective enchantments would activate, trapping all students in their rooms. With a serious expression, Ed asked Yennecar for a favor, and she immediately agreed. He began to set up a meeting, inviting her to a certain place around 9 o'clock tomorrow evening. Ed specified the location as the Rose Garden in front of Ophelis Hall, which surprised Yennecar. Too shocked by the sudden invitation, Yennecar flushed, stammering as she asked again, while Ed could only think that he had no other way to explain it. He simply wanted to get Yennecar safely out of the building, to a dry place that wasn't too far away, just in case of trouble. Despite her confusion, Yennecar jumped up and hesitantly accepted Ed's proposal. Yennecar quickly said goodbye and ran off into the pouring rain, leaving Ed standing stunned and alone. Ed could only sigh as he watched her retreating figure. He mused that this rain would only cease on the first day of the semester, when the sky turned clear again and the forest began to carry the scent of autumn. Sitting alone on his porch, Ed realized the long, drawn-out vacation was about to end. In another academy building at 9 in the evening, someone else was also contemplating the need for more training. That was Ziggs Eifelstein, pushing himself to exhaustion during a training session and blaming himself for letting his temper upset Elka. He gently placed his feet on the floor after finishing his practice. Suddenly, a strange noise made Ziggs turn and look toward the door. At the same time, a hooded figure was rushing across the campus grounds in the torrential rain. Willane's determined face was revealed beneath the hood. Inside the building, Willane stopped a maid and asked about the whereabouts of the others. The maid revealed that the head maid, who had been bribed by Lortel, had summoned everyone to the meeting room to lock them in. She then led Willane down the corridor and informed him that the item he requested was ready. She placed a metal bucket on the floor, Willain thanked her and told her to leave it there. Now Willan stood alone at the top of the grand staircase. Everything was in place. Outside, the magnificent Ophelis Hall stood imposing in the darkness. The occupation of Ophelis Hall began as the crowd of students led by Willan gathered at the entrance. They roared in anger and began to surge toward the building. The students shouted in unison, declaring that they would no longer tolerate this unfair treatment and demanding equal academic rights. Willain, acting as the representative for the underperforming students, raised his fist and yelled, demanding that the administration meet their demands. Under the heavy rain, the student mob roared and charged toward Ophelis Hall. Suddenly, the massive, heavy gate groaned and slowly swung open. The students, who had been burning with fervor, were stunned by the unbelievable sight. A shout rang out, urging everyone to rush in and seize the building, now that the door was wide open. Willan turned around, stammering his thanks to the mysterious ally Lortel had sent. He froze when he realized that person was none other than Ed Rothstaler. Before Willan could react, Ed quickly used a cloth bag to cover his mouth. Ed launched into an impassioned speech, declaring that he fully supported their ideals after having been expelled from the building himself. Moved by Ed's words, Willan's hands trembled with emotion. He silently chastised himself for judging Ed unfairly, now believing Ed to be a good person and their benefactor. Ed pushed Willan forward, praising him verbally while internally framing him as the sole scapegoat for the riot. He coldly accepted the fact that Willan had to bear all the blame, a necessary sacrifice. Ed recalled the image of a maid trying to run and report the situation, but he knew her efforts were futile. Head maid Elris, who held the highest authority and controlled the magical barriers, had been bribed by Lortel. The spells originally meant to protect the students were now activated to imprison them within their own rooms. Standing on the staircase, Ed calmly observed everything, assuring himself that it was all proceeding exactly according to plan. He thought about the true mastermind behind everything. And just then, a voice rang out, commenting that things seemed grander than anticipated. The sound of shoes tapping on the damp floor. The person asserted that everything was within their calculations. Lortel Cahellan stepped out of the shadows, smiling triumphantly and saying she knew she could trust Ed. Lortel and Ed descended the stairs. She urged him to act quickly before Academy staff intervened, and Ed simply wished her luck. Suddenly, Lortel stopped, called Ed's name, and warned him that she was about to ask a strange question. Turning her back to him, she unexpectedly asked if Ed had ever taken a life. Ed fell silent, his face obscured by shadow as he considered his answer. He replied decisively with a single word, no. Lortel let out a small, relieved laugh, confessing that she hadn't either. But then she revealed, recalling a miserable past, that she had to do things nearly as terrible just to survive as a hunted child. To survive, she ruined the lives of others, coldly burned away their hope, and struck first to avoid betrayal. Her narrative conjured an image of her walking atop a mountain of gold coins, beneath which lay the countless desperate hands of her victims, a path that earned her the title, the Golden Daughter. Returning to reality, Lortel admitted to herself that she knew she deserved no one's pity. She turned to look at Ed, seemingly searching for something in him. Lortel asked directly if he could pity someone like her, but deep down, she wasn't seeking sympathy for herself, but for those who shared her fate. Amidst the sound of rain outside the window, a thought echoed that loneliness spares no one, whether good or evil. Ed mused, realizing that to escape loneliness, one must find kindred spirits in the same dark mire to achieve salvation. Lortel answered her own question with a cold no. With flashing eyes, Ed stated that Lortel must take responsibility for her own actions, and he was not the one who could grant her that salvation. Both stood silent in the desolate great hall, an invisible yet palpable distance separating them on the steps. Lortel broke the silence with a smile, apologizing for asking a question that was unlike her. Then she turned away, confidently declaring that she would begin her part, as time was running short. After Lortel left, Ed Rothstaler quietly stepped into Ophelis Hall. He tiredly slumped onto a chair, letting out a heavy sigh. Ed closed his eyes, visualizing the plan. Lortel would discuss the next phase with Elris. They would worsen the situation by overloading the defensive magic circles within the building. Afterward, the detonator would be handed over to Willan, the representative of the weaker students. Willain, after absorbing all the magical power from the countless magic circles, would become the boss of the 4th floor. Ed stretched, knowing that the key to this battle was defeating Willain as quickly as possible, and his current task was simply to wait for Taylor to charge in. He would hold them back for a while before allowing Taylor to win and proceed upstairs. Sitting alone on the grand staircase, Ed accepted that he would likely sustain some injuries, but it was a necessary sacrifice. Meanwhile, in the rose garden, the night rain enveloped the scenery. The clatter of hooves echoed as a carriage approached, making Yennecar Polarover wonder if an important figure had arrived, and if she should leave. She looked at the note Ed had left, knowing he was unaware of the carriage. He had only messaged that he had an urgent matter and would be late. Yennecar's heart pounded as she blushed, wondering if Ed was preparing something special for her. The splendid carriage was no longer important. The girl resolved not to leave the rose garden, despite having lost sleep for the past 3 days imagining their meeting. Although she felt guilty, Yennecar continuously sought news about Ed through the spirit Marilda. She knew that not only Lucy, but also Princess Penia, Belle Maya, and even Lortel had been seen leaving Ed's campsite. The fact that most of them were girls made her spirits even more anxious and uneasy. And so, the girl decided she would wait, no matter how long it took. Yennecar unconsciously reached up to touch the rose-shaped hair clip, thinking that a butterfly daisy would have been more suitable. Amidst the rainy night, Yennecar sadly looked at the hair clip, her heart heavy with thought. She decided she would quickly go upstairs to change her hair clip, and then return to wait. Deciding instantly, the young girl rushed across the campus grounds, heading straight for the Ophelis building. Meanwhile, another group of 3 had also arrived in front of the building, arguing over whether to charge in, as Elvira worried about her expensive medicinal ingredients. Elvira roared angrily, explaining to Taylor that even a minor change was enough to ruin her entire experiment. Taylor frantically begged Isla to intervene, but Isla merely laughed, believing the top student of the alchemy department could handle things herself. He knew well that once Elvira went berserk, the people inside would be the ones in trouble, as she would throw reagents without hesitation. Ignoring the warnings, Elvira grabbed her 2 friends, insisting they had to go to her room on the 4th floor immediately. She declared she would sweep away all obstacles, then delivered a devastating kick, shattering the main door. However, the chaotic scene inside stunned Elvira for a moment. Amidst the ruined hall, a solitary figure sat on the steps, blocking the path. Elvira was astonished to realize it was Ed Rothstaler. Taylor immediately shielded Isla, angrily demanding to know why Ed was there. Elvira remained silent, her sharp gaze sweeping across the scene. She quickly noticed the muddy footprints, indicating that a crowd of students had already surged inside. The furniture in the hall was overturned, and the scene was utterly chaotic. And Ed, with his back to the staircase, sat like an impenetrable gatekeeper. A smile of amusement suddenly appeared on Elvira's lips as she grasped the unexpected situation. She looked directly at Ed and asked if he intended to stop them. With cold eyes, Ed Rothstaler calmly declared that no one was permitted to pass. Elvira Aniston sneered, challenging Ed by suggesting he had no way to stop her. She continued to mock him, belittling Ed as merely a second-year student who only knew a few basic spells. Elvira confidently boasted about her team composition, a talented swordsman, a mage, and herself, a top alchemist, asserting they held the absolute advantage. Taylor McClure lost patience, placing his hand on his sword hilt and demanding Ed immediately explain what was happening upstairs. His only reply was the terrifying silence of Ed, who remained bowed in the shadows. If that was the case, Taylor decided, taking a decisive step forward. He drew his sword and charged straight at Ed, intending to use force to make the opponent speak. Ed swiftly threw an object, forming a blue magical shield to block the attack. However, Taylor easily sliced through the fragile defense with a single sword strike. Elvira watched the shield shatter into pieces. Ed stood up straight, green magical energy gathering in his hand, leading Elvira to internally analyze that it was only basic magic, and the target was definitely Taylor. But immediately afterward, her eyes widened in shock, realizing she had misjudged the situation. Ed raised his arm high, releasing all the accumulated energy. A sharp windblade was fired, with the incantation of the wind slash. The spell did not fly toward Taylor, but instead cleanly severed the thick iron chain of the chandelier hanging above. Taylor looked up, following the attack's trajectory, horrified as he realized Ed's true target. His face paled in the moment he understood the deadly trap he had just walked into. The massive chandelier hanging from the ceiling was now plummeting straight toward his head. Red magic circles suddenly activated throughout the grand hall, causing someone to frantically wonder about the strange noise. Hidden in the corner, Clevius Nortondale trembled in fear, unable to comprehend what was happening outside. Amidst the chaos, Taylor anxiously called out to Isla, but she quickly reassured him that she had only stumbled in surprise. He then turned to check on Elvira, who grit her teeth and replied not to worry about her. However, an unexpected danger suddenly struck, leaving Elvira stunned. An invisible strike ripped through the air, severing a lock of her hair. Stunned, Elvira realized her hair had just been targeted. Stumbling backward, she dropped her satchel, scattering her precious alchemical vials across the floor. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Elvira muttered that a major conflict must be raging on the upper floors. She gazed up at the wreckage above, where the deafening rumbles still echoed. A bead of sweat traced a path down her cheek, but her eyes hardened with resolve. She glanced down at the vials scattered on the ground, her last remaining resources. Without hesitation, Elvira snatched up a carefully wrapped vial. She whispered the single activation word, "Ignite." Instantly, a violent inferno erupted from the vial. The resulting sea of flames engulfed the hall, clearly illuminating the silhouette of a figure standing upon the ruined upper level. Elvira realized the situation was dire, and the battle was already lost, for Ed Rothstaler had struck with terrifying speed and precision. She inwardly cursed Ziggs for failing to adequately warn her about Ed's true capabilities. Watching Ed Rothstaler stand calmly amidst the inferno, Elvira bitterly conceded that his magical prowess was not the only thing to be feared about him. Amidst the blazing hall, Elvira Aniston looked up at Ed Rothstaler, who stood calmly on the ruined upper floor, the entire battle firmly in his control. Elvira gritted her teeth bitterly, cursing herself because even as the top student in alchemy, she was now facing the fatal flaw of her discipline. That weakness was the complete reliance on magical items and reagents, as alchemists possessed virtually no true combat skills. She regretted the arrogance of a genius that had led her to scorn carrying defensive magical items, unlike the other students. A terrifying thought flashed through Elvira's mind. Ed Rothstaler had anticipated this exact weakness and planned his attack flawlessly. She realized in horror that Ed's sequence of actions, from dropping the chandelier to raising the wall of fire, were all part of a meticulously calculated strategy. The sole objective of that complex plan was the satchel containing all her reagents and items, but she quickly dismissed that speculation, her gaze hardening as she realized Ed's true objective ran even deeper. He was just Ed Rothstaler, yet the composure and raw power radiating from the orb of energy in his hand forced Elvira to be cautious. Refusing to concede, Elvira secretly retrieved her final trump card, a small magic gem hidden in her jacket pocket. She shattered the gem, releasing a winged rabbit light golem and yelling that the fight was far from over. Elvira quickly chanted, imbuing the golem with fire resistance, enhanced strength, and activating its berserk mode. Instantly, the tiny creature transformed into a raging monster, wielding a massive hammer and snarling amidst the sea of flames. Elsewhere, Isla was struggling to use magic to put out a blaze. A stream of magical energy shot from her hand, hurtling directly toward the flames. But instead of extinguishing the fire, her magic seemed to collide with something unseen, resulting in a violent energy explosion. Isla screamed in terror as she was thrown backward by the chaotic energy surge. Just as danger peaked, a dazzling streak of golden light shot through the air. Taily McClure rushed forward, swinging his sword to intercept the attack and shouting loudly, trying to snap Isla out of her panic. Taily worried silently. Despite Ayla's extensive knowledge of magic, her practical combat experience was still non-existent. Taily realized the enemy was intentionally targeting Isla, keeping both of them pinned down and unable to close the distance. From a distance, Isla called out, asking if Taily could defeat the opponent if he managed to get close. In a different part of the battle, Elvira roared a decisive command with a belligerent smile. Responding to her summons, the golem, now a colossal shadow beast, let out a terrifying roar and lunged forward. The monster soared over the sea of fire, diving straight down to attack Ed Rothstaler. Returning to his own fight, Taily gritted his teeth in determination, telling himself this wasn't a question of possibility, but necessity. Ed spoke provocatively, showing amusement at Elvira's fighting spirit. Without hesitation, Elvira dashed swiftly through the flames. Ed shouted her name as a violent explosion hurled Elvira backward. She collapsed amidst the crackling embers, her vest visibly scorched. Cornered, Elvira knelt among her vials, smiling and whispering to them as if they were her beloved children. Just as the golem's claws were about to descend, Ed calmly conjured a rose made of green energy in his palm. He unleashed the attack, releasing a powerful stream of green energy toward Elvira. The gale slash tore through the air, narrowly missing the golem and rocketing straight toward its target. Noticing Ed's preparation, Elvira calmly kissed a vial, activating the magic sealed within. Immediately, she hurled the glowing vial toward the incoming attack. Ed confidently declared that her move was too late. The vial shattered in midair, releasing a special reagent formulated from night butterfly flower and arrowhead mushroom. Imbued with a magic release enchantment, the reagent exploded into a brilliant sphere of arcane energy. Its effect was to restrict mana release, and because of this, Isla felt her chaotic magical flow gradually stabilize in her palm. A wave of energy spread throughout the chamber. Its effect was the temporary neutralization of all magically created constructs. The shadow golem, a creature born of sorcery, began to disintegrate under the influence of the energy wave. It collapsed onto the floor, its form dissolving into a cloud of black smoke. Elvira triumphantly realized that Ed was now merely a mage stripped of his ability to use magic. She and Isla both shouted, urging Taily to seize the moment and attack Ed Rothstaler. However, Ed suddenly turned and fled, leaving everyone utterly stunned. With a determined expression, he rushed forward and grabbed the edge of a large table. He used all his strength to flip the table, sending everything flying toward the pursuing Taily. A large container rolled out, spilling a shimmering golden liquid onto the floor. The liquid immediately ignited from the lingering embers of the battle. An explosion erupted, creating a ferocious wall of fire. Taily was halted before the raging inferno. Smelling oil, he worried the fire might spread throughout the Ophelis building and endanger everyone inside. Taily tightened his grip on his sword hilt, confident that his elemental strike could extinguish any fire, whether magical or oil-based. Knowing the reagent's effect was only temporary, he decided he had to end this battle immediately. Realizing something was amiss, Elvira screamed in panic, trying to stop Taily. She suddenly noticed that all the windows had been opened beforehand to allow the smoke to escape. Moreover, all flammable objects, such as carpets and decorations, had been cleared out beforehand. Mid-charge, Taily was stunned to realize that even this fire trap was part of Ed Rothstaler's calculated plan. Ed Rothstaler, his back to the fire, revealed that everything was part of his carefully calculated plan. Witnessing the scene, Elvira Aniston screamed in despair, fearing for Taily's life. Despite his injuries, Ed calmly drew his bow, aiming straight at the charging enemy. Taily McClure did not flinch. He leaped over the sea of fire, swinging his sword directly at Ed. He was astonished that Ed could use a bow, but remained confident that he could completely block the arrow. However, a flicker of unease flashed in Taily's eyes as he realized something was amiss. Ed released the bowstring, and a blazing arrow shot forth with terrifying speed. Taily was stunned as the arrow whizzed past him. Ed's target was not him. The arrow flew straight toward Isla, who stood motionless in terror. Elvira realized Isla was so panicked she couldn't even cast a basic defensive spell. In a moment of desperation, Elvira screamed Ayla's name. A blue energy shield suddenly enveloped the arrow, stopping it just before it hit Isla. Elvira sighed in relief, her hand clutching a magic orb that had just saved her comrade's life. She collapsed to the ground, panting after the narrow intervention. It was the grasping claw, a technical magic tool that allowed the user to pull any small object within sight toward themselves. When she examined the arrow, Elvira suddenly froze, her eyes reflecting surprise. She discovered the arrowhead was merely a cloth wrapping. Ed had never intended to harm them. Realizing she had fallen for the trick, Elvira quickly shouted a warning to Taylor, knowing Ed surely had another ace up his sleeve. But it was too late. The deafening clang of metal echoed as Taylor attacked. Ed Rothstaler coldly used his sword to block Taylor's attack, his gaze sharp and resolute. Amidst the chaos, Taylor heard a massive explosion from the second floor, realizing they would perish if they hesitated. The source of the noise was revealed. Clevius Nortondale had just made a terrifying escape from the clutches of the second-floor boss. Back on the first floor, Ed Rothstaler, covered in injuries, finally sighed in relief as the confrontation subsided. Suddenly, Ed unleashed an extremely powerful energy strike, sending Taylor flying backward in a resounding explosion. A thick cloud of smoke and dust enveloped the area after the fierce attack. Elvira Aniston stood frozen, aghast at the sight before her. Leaning against the shattered wall, Ed, covered in blood, looked up, seemingly astonished by the destruction himself. The grand hall was devastated, with display cases burning, prompting someone to exclaim that the situation was absurd. Taylor angrily grabbed Ed's collar, demanding a reason for this insane action. Elvira watched with folded arms, frustrated to realize the entire group had been manipulated by Ed and fought exactly according to his script. She deduced that if Ed truly wanted to stop them, he could have set an ambush instead of waiting openly. Furthermore, throughout the battle, Ed had displayed a veteran fighting style, devoid of any hesitation or inexperience. Taylor, also sensing something was wrong, looked straight at Ed and asked if he was finished. Ed brushed Taylor's hand away and pushed him back, coldly telling him to stop talking and hurry upstairs. Taylor, Elvira, and Isla's group were all stunned, unable to understand why Ed had fought so fiercely just to let them pass. Outside, the rain continued to pour down on the Ophelis building, making the atmosphere even heavier. Ed glanced away when Elvira spoke up, asking why he had held back against them. Taylor turned to ask Elvira what she meant, while Ayla reacted with fury at the suggestion that Ed hadn't used his full strength. Refusing to be ignored, Elvira stepped forward to confront Ed, angrily demanding an answer for his inexplicable leniency. Amidst the tension, Taylor's eyes suddenly flared with a brilliant blue light, his expression becoming unusually resolute. Ayla glared furiously, enraged by the current situation. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed as a door at the end of the corridor slowly opened. A heavy, shaking sound signaled an approaching presence. Lost in thought, Yennecar recalled the moment she carefully chose the rose hairpin. After much deliberation, she had walked with naive faith, allowing herself to dream of a perfect encounter. But the cruel reality shattered her illusion. The boy she had been waiting for was being attacked by Taylor and Ayla. Ed Rothstaler lay there, exhausted and covered in blood, leaving Yennecar speechless with shock and confusion. Killing intent, radiating, Yennecar stood tall, her red eyes glaring as she fiercely demanded to know what they were doing. She suddenly remembered Ed's letter, her intuition telling her he had run into unexpected trouble. Yennecar recalled the times Ed had demonstrated his capability, from daily life to the battle with Glasscan. In her mind, Ed Rothstaler was the person who always instilled confidence that he could resolve any difficulty. She also realized he was someone who knew how to reflect on himself after being attacked at a weak point. She had promised she would certainly help him when he needed it, but Ed had never sought her out. And then Yennecar realized, Ed deliberately pushed her away, fighting until he bled, all to protect her from further disciplinary action after the Glasscan incident. She had been completely unaware, while he secretly arranged everything so she wouldn't be implicated. While she was preoccupied with her attire, he had been facing danger. Magical energy violently erupted, as Yennecar stared directly at Taylor's group, repeating her question in a deadly tone. Meanwhile, Taylor also grasped Ed's intention, stating that his act of blocking them must have had a deeper reason. Seeing Taylor waver, Ayla furiously shouted, demanding that he quickly snap out of it. She gritted her teeth, emphasizing that Yennecar was their enemy. Standing amidst the magical maelstrom, Yennecar coldly declared that she had no interest in the objectives of the assault team lying scattered at her feet. Witnessing the scene, the heavily injured Ed struggled to rise, shouting her name in desperation. Yennecar turned back, offering a gentle smile to reassure Ed that everything was fine. Meanwhile, Ayla and Elvira were frozen, stiff, horrified by the immeasurable magical power on display. Suddenly, glowing white feathers began to appear amidst the chaotic energy flow. They shot straight toward the window, shattering the glass pane into countless fragments. Yennecar summoned 4 powerful intermediate spirits, forming a terrifying elemental army, and called out Ed's name. With determined, blazing red eyes, she promised to resolve everything in just 1 minute. Taylor was stunned as he analyzed the situation, realizing Yennecar had summoned an entire spirit army. Ayla and Elvira desperately urged Taylor to retreat, admitting that they could not win, having already been defeated by Ed. Now, their opponent was no longer just an ordinary student. It was Yennecar Palarover, the second-year valedictorian of the magic department. As the spirits charged, Ayla screamed, demanding Taylor face reality and find an escape route through the shattered window. But Taylor hesitated, knowing from Ed that this incident was far more complex than a simple occupation. Determined not to let his comrades' sacrifices be in vain, Taylor unleashed his power, his blazing sword ready for battle. Isla cried out his name in terror as she watched Taylor charge alone to confront the gigantic spirits, living up to the destiny of a protagonist. Her bloodied hand gripped Taylor's cloak, desperately trying to hold him back. "Go while you still can," Isla pleaded desperately, wanting him to escape alone. A blinding explosion of golden energy erupted from the fierce confrontation. Ayla looked straight at Taylor with a resolute expression, ordering him to listen, causing him to turn back in surprise. Taylor declared that he would handle Yennecar alone, urging his comrades to proceed to the second floor according to plan. Isla questioned Taylor's sudden decision in astonishment, while he merely urged them coldly to hurry and leave. Elvira Aniston laughed bitterly, mocking that Taylor couldn't possibly do anything in his heavily injured state. To silence her protest, Taylor unexpectedly slapped Elvira on the head, making her cry out in pain. He told Elvira to take his reagents and apologized for tearing her pouch. Completely bewildered by Taylor's actions, Elvira could only grasp the vials. Isla screamed encouragement as the group began to flee from the besieging spirit army. Amidst the flow of dark energy, Yennecar Palarover raised her hand, ready to annihilate those who dared to flee. Her blazing red gaze locked onto her targets, filled with killing intent. But then, her vision suddenly caught sight of the heavily wounded Ed Rothstaler, causing her to gasp his name in shock. Yennecar immediately rushed to Ed's side, gently advising him not to strain himself, and promising to take care of everything. Ed realized that the sudden physical contact might be considered rude, but the situation did not allow him to hesitate. He gently placed his hand on Yennecar's shoulder, reassuring her that he was truly fine. With a gentle smile, despite his body being covered in wounds, Ed advised her not to overreact on his behalf. His words and actions caused Yennecar's rage to dissipate, leaving only astonishment in her eyes. The anger was replaced by a face flushed red with confusion and embarrassment. Yennecar stammered upon realizing Ed's hand was resting on her shoulder, but he merely explained that the wind created by her spirits was too strong for him to stand steady. Her wind spirit bowed apologetically as Yennecar realized her foolishness and blamed herself. The magical gust faded as the spirit was dismissed. Invisible fragments fell, signaling that the extreme tension had passed. Taylor, Isla, and Elvira Aniston's team stood dumbfounded, unable to believe that Ed had neutralized Yennecar's terrifying power. With his last ounce of strength, Ed Rothstaler pushed Yennecar Palarover away, urgently imploring her to leave quickly. Ed's consciousness faded. He managed only one final thought before collapsing. Ed fell unconscious, collapsing backward into the residual energy vortex, much to Yennecar's extreme horror. Yennecar's desperate scream echoed as the scene shifted to a clock tower under a torrential night rain. During a conversation, Yennecar scolded Ed for recklessly putting himself in danger, while he promised to tell her everything next time. Yennecar angrily declared that those who had injured Ed had gone too far, and that she would not forgive them. She gently made Ed promise not to get hurt again, and he tiredly agreed, thanking her for her concern. Ed thought to himself that although the plan had slightly changed, he had fulfilled his role as the first-floor boss and could now rest. Just then, Yennecar suddenly mentioned that she had seen a very large carriage in the rose garden. Ed's eyes widened when Yennecar said that the carriage bore a golden crown emblem. Ed's memory surged. The golden crown was the symbol of the powerful Etel store. Its owner was Lortel's adoptive father, the man who murdered her biological father, a false boss whom Lortel herself was destined to overthrow. That person was Elta, the Golden King, a key figure in the later event, the battle for the Sage's sealed relic. Ed realized that Elti's appearance at this moment was a terrifying variable, completely outside his predictions and knowledge. Under the heavy rain, Elti's entourage and luxurious carriage stopped in the academy courtyard. From a high window in Ophelis Hall, a figure silently observed the entire event. That person was Lortel Cahaland, who pressed her hand against the window and told her maid, Elris, that she had just been kicked out. Lortel asked Elris about Ed, whom she described as having a wicked and cruel appearance when they first met. She remarked that she sensed a familiar scent from Elris, and it seemed she had also smelled it on Ed. In a vague flashback, an ash-blonde man wondered if anyone would pity a person who only offered emotional commentary. With glowing blue eyes, he judged that Lortel must bear responsibility for her choices, just as the other person had not hesitated to discard everything. Lortel coldly retorted, asserting that people like her, and Elris, the veteran headmaid of the Ophelis dormitory, survived by listening to such harsh words. The flashback showed that Elris had dedicated her entire youth to the dormitory, starting as an apprentice maid at 15, and rising to the position of manager. To sway such an upright person, Lortel knew she needed an enormous sum of money, a ruthless investment to purchase loyalty. Returning to the present, Lortel smiled, and told Elris that she was glad to have her there. Elris, who had witnessed countless individuals sell their souls for gold, understood the temptation Lortel was setting forth. Lortel walked across the golden sea of despair, feeling less alone when facing those of her own kind, those consumed by greed. Memories of her harsh childhood flooded back, when young Lortel had to fight for survival in the slums, a place where you either stabbed others or were stabbed yourself. Elris clearly understood Lortel's cruel plan, to coordinate with Willen and grant him control over the dormitory's defensive magic formations. Either way, the Ophelis dormitory was certain to be destroyed, and Lortel was the villain orchestrating it all. With a self-satisfied smile, she played the role of a mastermind hidden behind a dark curtain. Lortel explained that she would hide in a storage room, playing the part of a frightened, obedient student completely unaware of the impending rebellion. Elris sighed internally, feeling only pity for such a miserable person. Suddenly, Elris gripped the hilt of her sword and said she had something to tell Miss Lortel. The cold blade pressed against Lortel as Elris asserted that someone like her would never find love or a family to open her heart to. Elris's gaze was sharp, the sword in her hand radiating powerful aura as she pointed it directly at Lortel, emphasizing that Lortel was not like her. Outside, rain continued to pour down on the Ophelis dormitory, signaling that if things continued this way, the curtain would soon fall on the performance. On the second floor, the assault team easily captured the cowardly Clevius, who was supposed to be the floor boss, as he attempted to flee. On the third floor, the maid Kelly, alone without her twin sister Shani's support, was quickly defeated and could only kneel, apologizing for betraying Elris' trust. Without questioning the suspicious absence of one of the twins, Taylor's team proceeded straight to the fourth floor of the Ophelis dormitory, much more easily than anticipated. The truth was, only the first floor boss had been unreasonably difficult, but the moment they stepped onto the fourth floor, a terrifying scream echoed, startling Elvira. A surge of blazing red magical energy erupted, forcing the students to flee in panic to save their lives. At the center of the chaos was Willen, the fourth floor boss, who had been possessed by the dormitory's own defensive magic formations, desperately screaming for help. These formations were originally designed to protect the students from external forces, but now, in the hands of an out-of-control Willen, they had become nothing less than a weapon of destruction. Taylor's team had to strain themselves to fend off the fierce energy attacks. The situation was extremely critical. From the outside, the entire Ophelis dormitory shook violently under the heavy rain. Inside, students began to panic. One female student anxiously wondering what was happening. Another male student screamed in fear that the building could collapse at any moment. The chaos peaked when a student cried out helplessly, unable to understand why the maid squad wasn't intervening. As the window panes began to shatter, the order to evacuate was shouted throughout the corridors. Even the most elite students of the Ophelis dormitory, who usually maintained their composure, now had to use all their strength to break through the walls and escape. A series of explosions followed one another along the building as students created escape routes, worsening the situation. Another terrifying explosion shook the entire structure. Amidst the magical storm, Taylor desperately asked Elvira about the night butterfly flower reagent, but she yelled back that it was completely useless against this type of magic formation. In this life-or-death situation, Elvira pulled out a special reagent vial, declaring it the perfect weapon for confined spaces. She threw the vial, releasing a plume of green smoke, announcing that it would suppress low-level magic in this corridor. Seizing the opportunity, Taylor grabbed the trembling Clevius, asserting that Willen's magic was primarily supportive and not overwhelmingly powerful. Without hesitation, Taylor kicked Clevius and Isla forward, forcing them to charge and defeat Willain amidst desperate screams of protest. At the end of the corridor, Willain, completely possessed by the magic, unleashed all the accumulated power in a torrent of savage energy. Taylor and Ayla shot through the energy storm, dodging the destructive magical currents screaming around them. Willain's face was both tear-streaked and etched with a satisfied smile. His glasses cracked under the strain of his own power. He whispered in relief, as if he had been waiting for this moment of destruction for a long time. Immediately afterward, a terrifying explosion erupted, swallowing everything in blinding light. From the outside, successive explosions ripped through the Ophelis dormitory, blowing the windows outward. Under the heavy rain, Yennecar worried about Ed's injuries as they watched the scene unfold, while a mysterious carriage approached. Ed reassured her that it was not his blood, his eyes still fixed on the unfolding events. He sighed, sensing a troublesome presence that had just appeared amidst the chaos. Ed inwardly remarked that the carriage looked truly modest, a sarcastic comment given its ostentation. He knew that this magnificent appearance was nothing compared to the power of the man sitting inside. The Golden King, Elta, Lortel's adoptive father, had arrived, and this discreet appearance signaled an urgent and dangerous purpose. Ed realized in horror that Elte was a villain who shouldn't have appeared yet. His presence completely shattered the script. As an attendant opened the carriage door, Ed wondered if Elte had deliberately waited for the moment the building was destroyed to reveal himself. Ed's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe who was stepping out of the carriage. The person stepping out of the carriage was Shani, Kelly's twin sister and the third-floor boss, one of the orphans taken in by Elris. Ed recognized a serious change in the script. Elris should have been bought off by Lortel, but her appearance alongside Elta was an alarming sign. He formulated the terrifying hypothesis that Elris had betrayed Lortel to side with Elta. If that were true, the only future Ed could foresee was Lortel's complete downfall. Ed was acutely aware of Lortel's crucial role in future events, from the political struggle against Penia to supporting the protagonist. He told himself he couldn't shoulder Lortel's role as well, while Elta and his entourage strode decisively through the pouring rain. Ed turned to call Yennecar, who was standing beside him with a worried look. With a distressed expression, he explained that he had an urgent favor to ask and wasn't sure he could handle it alone, his heart heavy with the difficulty of explaining the situation. To Ed's surprise, Yennecar immediately agreed to help without needing further details. She looked him straight in the eye, resolutely asking what she needed to do. Meanwhile, a letter addressed to Elte Cahelland was smoldering, beginning to reveal a shocking truth. The letter warned Elte that Lortel, his adopted daughter, was plotting betrayal to seize control of the entire company. It exposed the fact that Lortel knew Elty had murdered her parents and was secretly mobilizing other forces to overthrow him. The negotiation for the purchase of the sealed tome was actually a trap designed to lure Elty to the academy, preventing him from interfering with a prearranged incident. The writer asserted that they possessed undeniable evidence of Lortel's conspiracy. They hinted that their loyalty would belong to whoever offered the higher price, be it Lortel or Elta. The writer was revealed to be Elris, who explained that this was her final year as headmaid due to declining health. Elris admitted that her actions could either complicate or simplify matters for Lortel. Attached to the letter was a list of orphanages, implying that the amount of gold sent to these locations would determine her ultimate allegiance. Elris's letter concluded with a wish that Lortel would make a wise decision beneath the torrential rain. Immediately afterward, a sharp blade pressed against Lortel's neck, and a cold voice announced that Master Elte was about to arrive. The threat came from Elris, who expressed surprise at Lortel's shock, sarcastically remarking that she had thought Lortel was more calculating than that. Elris commented that Lortel's revenge plot made her no different from Elte in her eyes. She then sighed, bitterly admitting that perhaps she herself was just like them. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion shook the building, throwing Lortel into a sea of flames. Amidst the wreckage, Willen realized in shock that he couldn't have been the one controlling the magic arrays, and the true mastermind was Elris, whom Taylor's team had just horrifyingly discovered holding Lortel hostage. Elris swung her sword, seemingly attacking Lortel right in front of everyone. Lortel collapsed, and Taylor's group immediately rushed forward to catch her in a panic. Deep down, Lortel formulated her next plan, shifting all the blame onto Elris. Elvira and the others anxiously called Lortel's name, completely unaware of her calculations. Lortel mocked her own pathetic appearance, but her eyes shone with fierce determination. Abruptly, she sprang up and dashed away, leaving behind the frantic cries of her friends. Lortel told herself that Elte was on his way, and this was her moment. She raced down the stairs, determined to contact the executives to overthrow Elta while he was absent. Her plan was to send out the homing pigeons and then go into hiding, as everything now depended on whether she was captured or not. Her feet swiftly carried her down the opulent corridor. Then, Lortel suddenly stopped, concluding her train of thought with an implicit self-admonishment. That's all. Don't be disappointed. Ed Rostaler coldly thought that no one in this world could truly understand him. Meanwhile, Elris calmly accepted the betrayal, a concept she was all too familiar with. Lortel Cahelland hurried down the corridor, her mind in turmoil. She burst into sobs, telling herself that collapsing now was completely out of character for her. After a brief pause, she regained her composure. Lortel resolved to do whatever was necessary to complete the plan. She rushed forward, determined to reach her room before Elty arrived. Lortel believed that as long as she sent that message, everything would be fine. At the same time, the main hall on the first floor revealed a scene of utter devastation. Elta and his black-cloaked entourage entered, their steps radiating authority. He looked around and ordered the students to evacuate immediately. Elta declared that the building was in danger of collapse, and that they were there to seal off the area for safety reasons. Unexpectedly, the heavily injured Ed Rothstaler appeared, blocking their path and declaring that no one was allowed to pass. When Elty questioned him, Ed asserted that he was acting on his personal judgment, based on the Academy's safety protocols. Ed secretly analyzed the situation, realizing that three forces were vying for control of the narrative. First was Lortel, who sought to depose Elte to avenge her parents. Next was Elta, who was trying to thwart Lortel's plot and seize the sealed tome. And finally, there was Elris, the unpredictable factor standing between the two sides, who had derailed the entire sequence of events. Ed recalled the scene of Elris holding a sword to Lortel's neck on the 5th floor, and wondered whether he should intervene immediately. Ed decided against intervening, believing that, according to the script, Taylor's group would naturally encounter and deal with Elris. He had complete faith in their strength, visualizing the entire team coordinating their combat seamlessly. That confidence stemmed from Ed having personally witnessed and confirmed the abilities of every member of Taylor's group. Now, he determined that the more critical objective was to deal with whatever scheme Elte was planning. With iron resolve, Ed believed that simply stopping Elte would put everything back on its proper trajectory. In reality, Ed bowed to Elte Cahelland and his two cloaked attendants, politely inquiring about the reason for his presence. He subtly suggested that he would contact the Academy staff so they could receive Elte with the appropriate dignity and respect. Elte responded briefly, his sharp gaze seemingly seeing right through everything. Staring directly at the blood-soaked Ed, Elte began to state his judgment. Exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure, Elte asserted that Ed was definitely Lortel's subordinate. 10 minutes earlier, a terrifying explosion had shaken the entire building. Ed and Yennecar stood before a shattered wall, witnessing the scene of destruction. Ed spoke up, asking the person who was still inside the ruined room amidst the chaos. From the ceiling, a man with a massive, muscular physique descended, confidently stating that a collapsing building couldn't possibly trouble him. The man complained about the destroyed wall, while Ed was secretly astonished, unable to believe that such a person was a mage. He turned to greet Yennecar, recalling that they had once been on opposing sides, causing her to apologize awkwardly. The man reassured Yennecar that everything was in the past, then glanced at her and Ed with a meaningful look. He abruptly asked them directly if they were dating, making Yennecar jump in surprise. While Yennecar frantically waved her hands in denial, Ed merely stood silent with a completely expressionless face. Yennecar worriedly asked if the rude question had bothered Ed, but he calmly replied that he was fine and that the impolite one was Ziggs. Immediately afterward, Ziggs bowed deeply and formally to apologize for his actions. He looked up, wondering why Ed had to destroy an entire wall just to find him. Ed offered no explanation, his eyes sharpening as he seriously requested Ziggs's help with a task, promising to repay him later. The scene shifted. Ed was now standing in the middle of a ruined hall, facing Elte Cahelland and his cloaked entourage. Elte coldly agreed, but his gaze was locked onto the heavily injured young man. With a resolute expression, Ed did not flinch under the invisible pressure emanating from the powerful man. Elte radiated a terrifying aura, asserting that Ed was definitely Lortel's subordinate. He leaned down, whispering into Ed's ear, mocking him by asking if he was enchanted by Lortel's beauty and advising him to choose immediate profit. Elte warned that Lortel had the nature of a cunning fox, ready to stab anyone in the back at any moment, and that he, as her guardian, understood this better than anyone. To prove his point, Elte made an enticing offer. He would pay Ed double what Lortel had promised and demanded that he step aside. Ed quietly thanked him for the offer, but his tone implied a rejection. He raised his head, his eyes flashing with magical light, and boldly declared that Lortel had promised no gold or silver, so 00 was still 0. Elte narrowed his eyes, realizing that this young man could not be bought with wealth. When words failed, Elte's entire entourage simultaneously unleashed blue magical power and drew their weapons, ready for combat. Ed's gaze was fearless, as he quickly scanned the enemies surrounding him. Elte ordered his subordinates to silently eliminate Ed, and they immediately charged forward. 2 hooded assassins lunged toward Ed, roaring that he would not escape. Just as the blade was about to strike, a surge of green energy suddenly erupted, enveloping one of the attackers. A stranger in a fur-collared coat appeared, using the green energy to shield a white-haired girl with cat ears, and asked Ed about his condition. From another location, Ed urgently shouted, asking his comrades to buy him time so he could check the situation, promising to repay them later. Taylor smiled confidently, standing with Isla amidst a sea of fire, and replied that he was the one indebted to Ed. Witnessing this, Elte coldly remarked that even though they were just students, they could not be underestimated, then ordered his subordinates to attack. Immediately, Taylor and Isla plunged into the fight, confronting the hooded attendants with a massive fireball. Meanwhile, Ed had separated, traversing the ruined corridor alone amidst the explosions. With a bloodied and determined face, he told himself he had to find Lortel to inform her of everything. Suddenly, Ed stopped short when he saw Lortel standing dazed ahead of him. He asked if she was trapped there, and seeing Lortel's confusion, he decisively suggested they both escape through the back door. Ed looked back sternly, demanding that Lortel follow him and not fall behind. While fleeing, Lortel sank into bitter thoughts. The receptionist Sharo was friendly to her, only to extract information for profit. The worker Kadan was cheerful toward her only because of the generous tips. Even the parrot Teeny was fond of her only because she fed it the finest food. Lortel bitterly realized that in her world, all kindness was bought with self-interest. Just then, Ed suddenly asked directly, shattering her train of thought. Elris betrayed you, didn't she? Lortel lowered her head, bitterly admitting it was her fault. A mistake so naive it was foolish. She compared herself to Yennecar, who grew up surrounded by love and treated the world with pure kindness. Lortel recalled the moment she saw the selfless look Yennecar gave Ed. Because she witnessed that pure affection, she deceived herself into believing she could trust someone too, and subsequently revealed all her plans to Elris. In Lortel's mind, the image of Elris standing over her with a sword felt like a judgment, making her bitterly realize that trusting no one was her true survival principle. She stopped abruptly in the dark corridor, realizing she had deceived herself. Looking at her cracked reflection, Lortel chastised herself, realizing she should have remembered that she was inherently tainted and could never become pure. She recalled the 5 people she had bribed. Elris, the twins Shani and Kelly, Willen, and Ed, the fallen noble. Now, she believed that Elris and the 2 maid sisters had defected to LT's side, and Willain would soon betray her to save his own life. Her gaze turned toward Ed, her last remaining ally, and she wondered about his fate. Lortel apologized to Ed, but then questioned why she would say such a thing to an ally. She deliberately pushed him away by saying she couldn't guarantee payment, immediately regretting her foolishness. However, Ed's decisive reply, "I didn't ask," left Lortel completely stunned. Ed suddenly grabbed her wrist, warning that if LT caught her, her life would be over. He decisively pulled her along, declaring that they had to escape first and talk later. Stunned by his resolute action, Lortel's mind echoed with the 2 words, kindness and trust. When Ed demanded an explanation, Lortel sank back into the thought that kindness always came with an ulterior motive. She told herself that if she couldn't discern that purpose, she absolutely shouldn't trust anyone. Nevertheless, while being dragged away, Lortel began to confess her father's market manipulation scheme. She explained that his plan was to purchase all the cheap armor after the monster subjugation event, to monopolize the market through insider trading. Lortel further revealed that to secure capital, her father had sent her to Sylvania to steal the sage's sealed tome. Upon hearing this, Ed responded only with a sharp gaze, asserting that he already knew everything he needed to know. A diagram appeared, illustrating how merchants could collude to trade an item among themselves to artificially inflate its value. When the price of an item continuously rose without external supply, people began to believe its value would soar even higher. That was the moment the merchants would simultaneously sell off their stockpiled goods, reaping enormous profits. However, this strategy required absolute trust, because if a few traders undercut the price early, the entire plan would collapse. This would push Elta, who had poured all his resources into cornering the market, into heavy losses and the risk of losing everything. Lortel revealed that for years, she had secretly bribed dozens of merchants to prepare for this overthrow. While running, Ed exposed her entire plan, causing chaos in the Ophilis dormitory to force the academy to sell the sealed tome cheaply, then using it as bait to lure Elta away from his main headquarters. Lortel was dumbfounded, wondering in astonishment how he could possibly know everything. Ed coldly declared that she now had only one thing left to do. He ordered her to send a message to the main headquarters to sell all the armor, and Lortel stammered, revealing the homing pigeon in her room. She explained that it was a direct communication method. She only needed to send it off and go into hiding to secure the victory. But fear overwhelmed Lortel as she believed her father had anticipated this and would capture her that very night for interrogation. Ed remained silent for a moment, processing the crucial information. Then he looked straight at her, his voice hardening, demanding that she listen carefully. Ed analyzed that Elte must have stationed guards at both bridges leading to Akan Island, blocking all her escape routes. He outlined a diversion plan, having a stable hand drive an empty carriage off the island to mislead Elte's forces. When Lortel anxiously asked about her own safety, Ed revealed a secret cabin in the northern forest and instructed her to hide there for 3 days. Ed decided he would go to her room himself to send the homing pigeon, taking on the most dangerous part of the task. His eyes shone with steely determination. Without a word of warning, Ed gripped Lortel's hand tightly, resolutely pulling her along according to his plan. The heavily injured Ed decisively assigned Lortel her task, assuring her that he would handle the guards outside. Faced with his astonishing efficiency, Lortel felt a powerful surge of belief that she could entrust everything to this man. Noticing Lortel was dazed, Ed sternly reminded her, pulling her back to the harsh reality. Lortel whispered Ed's name in her mind, truly considering for the first time placing her complete trust in another person. Unable to hold back, she looked up and asked him why he was risking his life to save her. Ed silently turned away, seemingly unwilling to face the direct question. He let out a soft groan of pain before curtly replying that there was no reason at all. Yet, just as he opened the door to leave, he added that he simply felt he ought to. The door slammed shut, leaving Lortel alone in the terrifying silence of the room. Outside, the night rain continued to pour relentlessly, washing over the large window pane. Exhausted, Lortel slid down onto the floor, the long-suppressed tension finally breaking. She gasped for breath, trying to regain her composure amidst the pounding echoes in her chest. At first, she mistook it for the sound of the fierce battle between Elris and Taylor's group far away. Then she thought it came from the skirmish on the first floor, where Princess Penia was commanding. But no, the sound was closer than that, unbelievably close. With tear-filled eyes and a flushed face, Lortel realized that the deafening sound was the frantic beating of her own heart. In the dark forest outside, the rain still lashed down. A voice rang out from the downpour, expressing surprise at seeing Ed emerge from that door. The ambusher revealed herself. It was Shani, the dishwashing maid, now brandishing a massive sword while clad in battle armor. Ed muttered that this final obstacle felt somewhat anticlimactic. Nevertheless, he raised his spirits, knowing that this hellish occupation event was finally nearing its conclusion. In his thoughts, Ed recalled the battle with headmaid Elris, who had access to the Ophilis dormitory's defensive magic circles. She possessed swordsmanship comparable to a combat department student, and could even utilize intermediate-level magic. That was headmaid Elris, a formidable opponent. However, no matter how strong she was, she could not defeat Taylor, because Taylor was the protagonist, and that was the final battle against headmaid Elris. Returning to reality, Shani's blade flashed in the rain. The sharp sword reflected the faint light emanating from the building behind her. Shani stood in a ready stance, her eyes gleaming with deadly resolve. She faced Ed, who stood there looking exhausted yet completely composed. Ed told himself that his mana was nearly depleted, only enough to cast basic spells 2 or 3 more times. Shani lunged forward, her body enveloped by a stream of dark energy. She swung her greatsword with astonishing speed. A powerful slash tore through the air, aimed directly at Ed, but he lightly evaded the lightning-fast attack. Shani was stunned to see her strike miss, while Ed had already anticipated her first attack would be a thrust aimed between his lower abdomen and thigh. He stood firm, for he already knew the pattern of her attacks. Ed thought to himself that evading the attack was not due to his reaction speed. Rather, it was because he possessed the precognitive ability, allowing him to grasp every action of his opponent. With a powerful movement, he slammed Shani onto the cold, damp ground. The maid only managed a cry of pain, completely surprised by the sudden counterattack. Ed realized that the glowing purple eyes were the privilege of the star-blessed twins. The skill-sharing ability allowed them to borrow one skill from the other, once per day, and he knew well that the hovering knives were Kelly's low-level object manipulation magic. The stream of magical energy surrounding Ed seemed to have locked onto its target. A barrage of daggers hurtled towards him, guided by the magic. With her brightly glowing purple eyes, Shani smirked triumphantly, believing she had finished off her enemy. But her smile vanished, replaced by extreme astonishment when she saw the attack was nearly harmless. Ed stood firm, his eyes reflecting a cold blue light, clutching the bleeding wound on his bicep. He knew that Shaney's magical control was not as refined as Kelly's, so the damage was only a minor scratch. Seizing the opportunity, Ed lunged forward and grabbed Shaney's arm while she was still stunned. He twisted her arm forcefully, and a cry of pain erupted as she was completely overwhelmed. With a decisive kick, Ed disarmed Shaney of her greatsword, sending it flying away. He looked down at his defeated opponent and coldly stated the situation. Pinned to the ground, Shaney screamed in despair, the entire confrontation having ended in less than a minute. Nevertheless, she yelled in indignation that she could not disappoint Elris, and demanded Ed get out of the way. Ed coldly declared that Elris was certain to fail. Pinned down, Shaney furiously screamed, questioning what he knew about her mistress. In a fit of rage, she unleashed a stream of purple magical power, shouting about the suffering Elris had endured. Shaney stood up, summoning a barrage of lethal energy spheres, preparing for her final attack. She launched a destructive strike, screaming about the countless orphans Elris had taken in and cared for. Faced with her confession that she herself was one of those orphans, Ed simply replied coldly that he did not know. He recalled that in the game, the story of Elris's personal circumstances was never deeply explored. A fleeting image in his mind was of Taylor with white hair fighting fiercely. That battle was between Taylor and Elris herself, the person Shaney owed her life to. Shaney asserted that without Elris, she would not have survived until today. Elris's eyes in the flashback shone with an unshakable resolve. Returning to reality, Ed stood firm against the aftershocks of the attack, telling himself that even though he had heard the whole story, honestly, it didn't move him at all. He delivered a decisive punch to knock Shaney out, confirming that his feelings had not changed. Shaney collapsed, tears welling up, unable to believe that Ed was siding with Lortel. She faded into unconsciousness amidst despair and immense pain. Another explosion shook the entire building, and fire raged fiercely. Looking at Shaney's unconscious body, Ed bitterly admitted that he knew nothing about the backstories of side characters like her. He mused, concluding that this world inherently concealed countless untold stories. Ed wondered if there was any use in weighing the damage of this incident against the relief efforts Elris had previously undertaken to determine who was right or wrong. He decided that such judgment was meaningless. In his view, only those with privileged, fulfilling lives could make philosophical comments and freely decide their life choices. However, Ed's ultimate choice and goal had never changed since he transmigrated into this body. That goal was survival. Amidst the pain, a notification appeared. He had learned the pain endurance skill. Suddenly, a thrown stone shattered the window, breaking the silence. Ed spun around, startled and wary of the intruder. But upon closer inspection, he realized no one was there, and that he was in an unfamiliar room. He was in a luxuriously furnished room, but everything seemed arranged out of necessity rather than for decoration. The desk was covered in papers and books, neatly organized without a single flaw. Ed immediately recognized the style. Muttering that it was very much like her, he approached the desk and discovered a pigeon cage hidden underneath. Wasting no time, Ed wrote an urgent letter, stating clearly that Elta was currently at Sylvania and would take at least 3 days to return to the main headquarters. He ordered the sale of all confiscated equipment. The homing pigeon was released, soaring into the stormy night, carrying a message that could determine Eltie's fate. Having completed his task, Ed quietly departed, heading into the dark forest. Although covered in injuries, he believed that with his past experiences, these wounds would quickly heal. Ed mused that without the help of Ziggs, Yenneker, and other favorable events, Lortel would certainly have embarked on an irreversible path to ruin. While Lortel's carriage had escaped Aken Island, Ed knew that Elte would not stand idly by. However, he trusted that the letter he sent would reach the headquarters and trigger Elte's downfall before he could act. Arriving at the rendezvous point in the forest, Ed was surprised to see a familiar figure, believing Lortel was waiting for him as planned. Lortel stepped out of the shadows, and Ed sarcastically remarked on her kindness for going to the trouble of meeting him. He suddenly realized with shock that he had been too complacent and needed to accept the harsh reality before him, because the person standing before him, the Golden Daughter Lortel, had drawn a dagger with murderous intent. Ed quickly analyzed that Lortel could control everyone who knew her secrets, from Elris and the twin sisters to Willain, and in her eyes, Ed Rothstaler was the only variable that could not be bought with money. He understood that, in this secluded location, if she eliminated him, her crime would be perfect. Lortel's nature was darkness, ready to exploit and discard anyone to achieve her goals. Ed gritted his teeth, determined to survive, but his heavily injured body had reached its limit. Lortel closed in, raising the dagger over the exhausted Ed, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. The sharp blade flashed in the darkness, ready to claim the only life standing in her way. Ed closed his eyes, seemingly accepting defeat, as he no longer had the strength to resist. However, Lortel's dagger-wielding hand suddenly trembled, revealing an unexpected hesitation. Instead of plunging the knife down, she grabbed his shirt, her voice trembling as she realized the extent of his injuries. Ed was stunned when Lortel exclaimed that he was this severely wounded. In a moment that defied all expectations, Lortel helped Ed toward a wooden cabin, stating that she would assist him. Under the warm glow of the fire, she looked at him gently and suggested they both warm up first. Lortel asked Ed if everything had gone according to plan, and Ed confirmed that it was a matter of... Ed recounted that he had persuaded the coachman to risk his life to draw attention, leading Lortel to suspect he had resorted to kidnapping the family. Ed ignored the question, asserting that if this plan succeeded, he would gain a position of power within the Elta company. Lortel smirked smugly, boasting that the idea of her owing him a favor was unthinkable, and wondered if he felt pressured. Faced with Ed's silence, Lortel merely remarked that his reaction was dull. Immediately afterward, she smiled sincerely and offered her thanks. Lortel promised never to forget this favor, but Ed coldly demanded the 20 gold coins she had promised. Lortel then changed the subject, saying she had something else to ask, and Ed guessed it was about Elris. She denied it, stating that what she truly cared about was his relationship with Yennecar. Ed admitted he was close to Yennecar and praised her as a good person. Lortel agreed that Yennecar was a respectable senior. Ed looked straight at her, getting straight to the point. Lortel remained silent, lowering her head to look at the cup in her hand. She looked up with an enigmatic smile, admitting that she herself was not such a good person. Simultaneously, at Ophelis Hall, a wall collapsed amid the chaos. Alte Cahelland, after receiving an urgent report, abruptly led his subordinates away, no longer concerned with the battle. In a flashback, Ziggs was struggling in combat, realizing the presence of mercenaries was making things difficult. However, the greater threat came from his own allies, forcing him to divert his attention to stop them. Yennecar, initially only worried, gradually lost control as her summoned spirits grew stronger and more violent. Ziggs realized he had to stop Yennecar before casualties occurred. Meanwhile, in the present, Lortel asked Ed if something was wrong. A messenger pigeon landed on Lortel's shoulder, and she turned to ask Ed if he was angry. In response to Ed's question, Lortel remained silent for a moment, the messenger pigeon still perched on her shoulder. Then she turned back, an enigmatic smile on her lips and her eyes glowing red, and replied that she was not angry at all. Ed recalled what happened afterward. His uniform was ruined, and Ziggs was the one who lent him clothes and updated him on the situation. According to Ziggs, Willen had stepped forward to take full responsibility for the attack on Ophelis Hall. Headmaid Elris was still being interrogated but refused to confess, while Lortel was temporarily placed under supervision. Ed mused that the lack of major confrontational moves from the Elti side indicated the plan had partially succeeded, and now they just had to wait. Returning to the present, he sighed by the stream, feeling tired and sore all over after the incident, forcing him to work slowly. He checked his life skill panel, confirming that the 2 slots for advanced production techniques were still empty. Learning a new skill became the top priority, and Ed already had his choices lined up. He planned to learn spirit channeling to support elementalists, and magic crafting to manufacture items. Ed knew that spirit channeling was acquired by crafting elemental items after signing a contract, while magic crafting required successfully disassembling a magical item. While contemplating signing a contract with a low-level spirit, he unexpectedly encountered Yennecar happily waving hello. Ed asked why she wasn't in class. Yennecar explained that she wasn't feeling well and was resting, then anxiously asked if he was injured. Hearing Ed deny it, Yennecar smiled in relief. She hesitated for a moment and then asked about Lortel. Ed replied that Lortel was resting in the cabin, while an imagined image showed her sulking outside. In reality, Lortel was sitting thoughtfully in the cabin, telling herself that even though the incident was over, she still had a lot of work to do. Her priority was to reclaim Elris and prepare for the negotiation to acquire the Sage's sealed tome. Lortel felt anxious having to stay in this wooden house for 3 days waiting for news from Elta's headquarters. Nevertheless, looking outside, she secretly thought that this feeling of annoyance wasn't so bad. Lortel Cahellan secretly thought that whenever she was near Ed Rothstaler, her heart raced. Standing by the window, she blushed as she recalled his kindness and unconditional trust, a warmth she had never experienced. For Lortel, who had lived her whole life on a cold path, this feeling was more precious than gold, and she was determined not to yield him to anyone, especially not to Yennecar Palarover, whom she imagined happily laughing beside Ed. Lortel angrily thought that Yennecar, who already had everything, should give up Ed for her. If not, she would only have to resort to schemes, and that was Lortel's specialty. With a cunning smile, she realized that 3 days together was too great an advantage, and perfect for making a move. Her first thought was to use her familiar method, burying the entire wooden house in a sea of gold coins. But Lortel quickly dismissed it, realizing that method wouldn't work, and she was currently short on cash. So she shifted to helping him with his tuition fees in the most natural way possible. She imagined herself haughtily tilting her chin, saying, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not helping because you're my senior." Immediately, Lortel felt so embarrassed she wanted to bang her head against the wall because of that naive thought, proving she had absolutely no dating experience. Her train of thought was interrupted when a voice asked her to move because she was standing in their spot. Lortel looked up blankly and saw Lucy standing at the door, letting out a long yawn. Lucy casually stretched out on the sunlit floor, leaving Lortel confused and wondering who this person was. Suddenly, Lucy screamed as she was mercilessly dragged away by someone. Ed appeared at the door, holding Lucy upside down, and explained to Lortel that the girl had probably come here to hide. He said he had handled it and told Lortel to make herself at home, leaving her completely speechless. Lortel curiously asked Ed if Lucy came here often. Ed replied that he only considered Lucy a natural disaster, then added that there was still one more person. Outside the log cabin at sunset, the thought lingered that the victor would be decided in 3 days. The next morning marked Lortel's second day living in the cabin. Lortel cheerfully poked her head out the window, greeting Ed with a burst of energy. However, Yennecar's immediate appearance completely overshadowed Lortel's efforts. Lortel could only let out a weary sigh upon seeing Yennecar already outside, engrossed in conversation with Ed. Her eyes flashed with annoyance, reflecting her determination not to concede easily. For a brief moment, the image of Lucy soundly asleep on the floor flashed through her mind. Meanwhile, Ed wiped the sweat from his brow, satisfied that he had finally completed his task. He had successfully crafted handmade bricks, which helped him level up his production skill. The fruit of his labor was a magnificent brick fireplace, which he had previously been unable to construct. Inside the cozy cabin, Lortel detected the scent of basil in the food, surprising Ed with her keen sense of smell. The three shared a meal. Lortel reported that the morning had been peaceful, but Ed cautioned her not to let down her guard. In her capacity as a merchant, Lortel affirmed she would repay Ed, and asked what he desired besides monetary compensation. Ed mused over construction materials before settling on what he truly wanted. He requested the remaining technical magic artifacts stored in her inventory. Lortel offered to recheck the stock, but Ed cut her off, stating that he had already memorized the entire list. Abruptly, Ed turned to Yennecar and asked her for a favor, causing the girl to choke on her meal. He explained that he wished to learn spirit magic and required her assistance in forming a contract. Yennecar was ecstatic, puffing out her chest to proclaim herself Ed's master, and promised to help him form a contract with an intermediate spirit. She summoned a small spirit named Karis to test Ed's sensitivity, but the creature panicked, crying out that it could not approach him. Ed was surprised that he could only vaguely perceive the spirit's voice, while Yennecar explained that he needed to raise his level of resonance. The spirit Karis unexpectedly revealed that it was fully aware of Ed's busy schedule, from building his house to running out of food, thanks to the weekly reports. Yennecar clasped her hands together, a surge of green energy enveloping her as she braced herself for Ed's question. With a radiant smile, Yennecar asked Ed if he had heard, but the blonde man only questioned the weekly reports she had just mentioned. Yennecar's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a cold, unsettling expression, as she remained silent in the face of Ed's suspicion. Lortel suddenly interjected, leaning against Ed's shoulder and smilingly asking if their conversation was finished, shattering the tense atmosphere. The discussion quickly shifted to the magic artifacts, and Ed proposed that Lortel sell them at the lowest possible price, deducting the cost from the 20 gold coins she still owed him. Lortel feigned offense at Ed's bargaining, but then suggested she might even give them away for free since they were merely surplus inventory. Lortel's green eyes gleamed with shrewd calculation, indicating that her offer was far from simple. Lortel presented her condition. In exchange, Ed must visit her store once every 3 days, using the excuse that this would allow her to sell at a cheap price and catch up on conversation. Yennecar flared up, arguing that Lortel was merely making excuses and should give the items to Ed for free. But Lortel simply crossed her arms and retorted that such an action would violate her business ethics. Ignoring the squabble, Ed continued eating and secretly calculated that this arrangement would allow him to begin studying both magical engineering and spirit magic. Their exchange was interrupted by the arrival of Belle Maya, the head maid, who appeared surprised to find Lortel in Ed's company. Lortel looked at Belle, one of her eyes flashing red as she announced that she had received a message from the senior maid. The scene shifted to a drying yard, where white sheets billowed in the wind, and a voice inquired about the subject of the impending conversation. Clara, Yennecar's friend, instructed her counterpart to maintain absolute secrecy regarding what she was about to say, stressing that it was highly classified. She leaned close to the other person's ear, whispering that the story concerned Yennecar. Clara revealed her earth-shattering secret to Belle Maya. She believed Yennecar had fallen in love with Ed Rothstaler. Belle Maya maintained a placid expression, secretly debating whether she should feign surprise at the revelation. Belle acknowledged Clara's anxiety, while Clara nervously explained that even though she didn't understand her friend's taste, she still wanted to support Yennecar. Clara worriedly mentioned that Yennecar had been frequently dropping a certain name lately. An ominous image of Lortel Cahelland, who had been absent with Ed during the opening ceremony and the entirety of the previous day, flashed through her mind. Clara frustratingly concluded that in the game of romance, Yennecar stood no chance, especially since Ed Rothstaler didn't even seem to notice her. Belle Maya offered a different perspective, suggesting that Ed was not a bad person but was simply in a difficult situation that precluded him from starting a relationship. Clara shuddered, insisting that Ed was merely a self-satisfied narcissist, intoxicated by his popularity among other girls. Meanwhile, Belle secretly compared Lortel to a cunning stray cat sitting outside a fish market. She then pictured Yennecar as an innocent kitten trembling before a tiger, causing the eavesdropping Yennecar to call her name in confusion. Finally, the image of Lucy soundly asleep on the roof appeared in Belle's mind, simply categorized as a cat. The conversation was interrupted when a blonde stranger approached Belle, sighing and apologizing that the presence of so many people was making him dizzy. Elsewhere, Lortel coldly asked the person before her what message they intended to convey. A maid bowed deeply, respectfully announcing that she carried a message from the former head maid, Elris. As night fell, a brilliant campfire roared, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Since it was late, Yennecar reluctantly returned to the dormitory, while Belle carried the deeply sleeping Lucy on her back and departed. Ed stood alone by the fire, contemplating his predicament now that his location was known to the Ophelis building officials. He opened a letter delivered by homing pigeon, which reported that the plan to overthrow Elte's power was nearly complete, and he needed to prepare for his return to the academy. Meanwhile, Lortel was also burning a piece of paper, believing her father was now preoccupied with his meaningless final battle and had no time to concern himself with Sylvania. Ed inquired about the possibility of Elte holding any remaining trump cards, and Lortel admitted that, while the possibility existed, she was forced to put her faith in Slog. She tossed the scrap of paper into the flames, thinking that the greatest concern Elris now seemed to be resolved. Ed questioned whether Elris would reveal Lortel's role as the mastermind, but she confidently asserted that she would not, as she had paid her in advance. Lortel explained that headmaid Elris would always seek to side with the ultimate victor between herself and Elte, thereby guaranteeing her silence. Lortel revealed that the parchment scroll Elris gave to Belmaya contained a detailed list of the orphanages she had sponsored throughout her life. Elris's health continued to decline, but the academy ignored it, pushing her to the brink where she could no longer continue her work and care for the children. Cornered, Elris staked her entire life on the occupation plan, despite always maintaining a cold, indifferent exterior. Those who served Elris somewhat understood her desperate situation and psychological state. Lortel explained that once her victory was clear, Elris tried to switch back to her side. But trust, once lost, is difficult to regain. Lortel's gaze sharpened as she looked at Elris' letter, which was a testament to submission, not a threat. By the bonfire, she mused over the harsh rules of the merchant world, where there was no room for sympathy. She decided to burn the letter, asserting that she did not want the truth about her being the mastermind behind the incident to be exposed. With a relieved smile, Lortel suggested they reconcile, as no enemy or ally is permanent. The conversation shifted to the next plan, and Ed confirmed that he would soon visit the company's local branch to sign the contract. Before leaving, Ed handed Lortel a burning torch to light her way in the dark night. Lortel took the torch, her eyes showing a fleeting moment of confusion at his action. Ed unexpectedly commented that she was taller than he thought, surprising Lortel with the sudden remark. Deep down, Lortel felt her plan was somewhat rushed, but she considered doing something drastic to overcome her opponent. She looked directly at Ed, calling him senior, with a tone full of hidden meaning. Suddenly, Lortel grabbed Ed's tie, analogizing that the nature of relationships was like push and pull, just like his crooked tie. As she adjusted his tie, she gently chided him, saying that as a Sylvania student, he should keep himself tidy. Then suddenly, she yanked the tie, pulling the stunned Ed down toward her. Under the firelight, the distance between the two was reduced to mere inches. Beneath the starry night sky, their silhouettes merged into one in a sudden kiss by the bonfire. Lortel stood on her toes, closing the final gap between them. After the moment passed, she smiled meaningfully, commenting that the raspberry flavor from dinner was delicious. Ed awkwardly asked her to keep her distance, but Lortel merely teased that he was hurting her feelings. She declared that next time she would let Ed take the initiative, as she needed more practice herself. With that, Lortel took a small flame to light her path, turned her back, and walked into the dark forest, leaving Ed alone. Her silhouette gradually disappeared behind the trees, leaving the silence of the night. Ed stood still, silently reflecting on his efforts to avoid getting involved with the main characters. He sighed, disappointed to admit that things had not gone according to his plan. The bonfire still crackled under the night sky, but Ed felt the path of the story beginning to twist and change. Despite his own wishes, a feeling of anxiety crept into Ed's heart, as if he were being pulled into the center of all the developments. His original plan was merely to observe from the sidelines, without any ambition whatsoever. He only wanted to graduate peacefully, but now realized that was a foolish challenge, and much harder than he had imagined. The summer passed amidst these complex thoughts. Soon enough, the leaves outside the window had changed color, signaling the arrival of autumn. Red leaves fluttered in the wind, revealing an entirely new scene. Suddenly, the tail of a giant firefox spirit flashed past. Under an ancient tree, Yennecar was resting with her spirits, when she heard a shocking rumor. The firefox had kissed Master Ed. Yennecar was startled, unable to believe her ears, as the wind spirit Dries urged her not to ignore this matter. The firefox spirit delightedly confirmed that it had witnessed the passionate scene firsthand, commenting that the fox-like woman certainly knew how to toy with people's hearts. Blushing fiercely, Yennecar hastily pressed for Ed's reaction, and the firefox spirit smiled, noting that it was a direct question. The firefox spirit recounted that whenever it looked at Ed, he seemed to maintain his distance, and it was astonished that even when kissed, Ed's expression remained unchanged. It remarked that Ed's cold reaction gave it the chills, suggesting there were only two possible explanations for this. The firefox spirit speculated that the fallen noble was either a eunuch or simply did not regard Lortel as a woman, causing Yennecar to breathe a sigh of relief. The firefox spirit warned Yennecar that people like Lortel become more obsessive the more they are rejected, and if she didn't act, she would lose Ed, but Yennecar awkwardly countered that Ed had reacted very coldly. While the firefox spirit urged Yennecar to seize the opportunity to teach Ed magic, the blue wolf spirit advised her not to listen and just be herself. The blue wolf spirit surprisingly agreed, suggesting that presenting a pure and fresh image wasn't a bad idea, then asked Yennecar if she had ever imagined a fun scenario with Ed. Blushing intensely, Yennecar stammered as a romantic image flashed through her mind. Surrounded by her spirits, Yennecar dreamily uttered the prospect of feeding each other. In her imagination, a spoon was offered with a sweet invitation. The train of thought shifted to Ed, who recalled the moment he was patiently feeding Lucy. After tasting it, Lucy's eyes suddenly glowed terrifyingly bright. From inside the wooden house, her frantic scream echoed, criticizing the terrible food. Lucy clung to Ed's head, complaining that he shouldn't use others as taste testers, while Ed ignored her, deep in thought about needing to find more ingredients and spices. Ed's life skills panel appeared, showing he had reached the intermediate artisan level with various skills such as crafting, design, and cooking. Ed realized that the dexterity stat was closely linked to life skills, and he needed to upgrade his stats evenly to optimize efficiency. Looking at the Academy's clock tower, Ed realized that his biggest problem right now was time. With the start of the academic year, the time he could dedicate to survival activities had been significantly shortened. He was determined to manage his time more effectively, as he also needed to spend time checking whether the main scenario was proceeding correctly. Therefore, whenever he had the chance, Ed tried to closely monitor the story's main characters, including the protagonist and the 4 heroines. He observed Taylor, the combat department student, maturing well with the support of his companion Isla. Ed noted that Princess Pena and her group were safe, but he knew the confrontation between her and Lortel was imminent. He considered Lortel Cahelland the most unpredictable variable, unsure how her plans would shift following Eltie's premature exit. Feeling time was increasingly scarce, Ed quickened his stride. He decided he needed to check the faculty building as well, because the final boss of Act 2 resided there. Ed silently affirmed his suspicion. The true mastermind behind the Ophilus Hall occupation was Professor Glast. In a different scene, Assistant Professor Cleo Elpin told Glast that she trusted his keen intuition. Glast adjusted his glasses while cautioning her not to overlook anything important. Shrouded in a dark aura, he demanded she locate a theological essay, causing Cleo to frantically promise she would find it by the next morning. Returning to the present, they were back at the faculty building within Ophilus Hall. Anise reported to Cleo that they had gathered all records pertaining to the occupation. Cleo leaned back exhaustedly in her chair, thanking Anise for her diligence. She began reviewing the documents with a pensive expression. Gazing at the files belonging to Ed, Lortel, and Yennecar, Cleo felt drained, wondering how much anxiety she needed to process to reach the correct conclusion. She continued turning the pages, deep in contemplation. Although she found nothing overtly suspicious, her attention fixated on Ed Rothstaler's file. A flashback began. Lortel was apologizing to Ed for being too busy to prepare things in advance. She invited him back to the LT store the following week, promising to prepare tea and pastries as an apology. Sitting across from Lortel, Ed listened as she discussed several magical technology items, before she abruptly inquired about his attire. Lortel confidently asked Ed how she looked, explaining that she had dressed up for an important meeting. Ed, surprised, asked for clarification about the meeting. In response to his question, Lortel showed a momentary flicker of confusion and fell silent. She offered a strained smile, vaguely conceding that it could be interpreted as such. Lortel then shifted the topic to Ed's cabin, and he admitted he needed furniture but couldn't afford the luxurious items available there. Lortel explained that giving away merchandise for free was against a merchant's ethics. She smiled slyly, brought up Ed's woodworking expertise, and then unexpectedly used magic to damage a nearby chair. Lortel declared the chair was now unsellable, and that she would discard it tomorrow, implicitly gifting it to Ed. Understanding her intent, Ed calmly took a sip of tea and offered his thanks. Lortel silently observed him with a look of satisfaction. Ed looked directly at her, asking how she managed to maintain such an impassive expression constantly. He placed his hand on the table, continuing his line of thought. Ed mused that her calm exterior was, in itself, Lortel's winning strategy. A metaphorical image of a couple kissing before a bonfire flashed through his mind. Suddenly, Lortel leaned in, touched Ed's tie, and stated frankly that he did not see her as a woman. She confessed that she, however, saw him as a man, and that all her actions thus far had stemmed from her own specific intentions. Ed responded that he understood what she was implying. Maintaining his composure, he said he hadn't expected such a frank answer, and reiterated her rule of never entering a battle she wasn't certain to win. Ed looked at Lortel, hinting that she was not the only one feeling uneasy in this situation. He realized her captivating smile remained unchanged. Whether she was assured of victory or backed into a corner, the true nature of a merchant who never reveals their genuine emotions. Within the magnificent grounds of Sylvania Academy, a special lesson was about to commence. With a decisive grip on her scepter, Yennecar Palarover declared the lesson underway. She cheerfully raised the staff, asking Ed Rothstaler if he was ready, and he calmly assented. A brilliant sphere of fire gradually materialized from the tip of the staff. Yennecar smiled, suggesting Ed attempt to use his magical power to connect with the spirit within. Ed nodded resolutely, his eyes gleaming with intense focus. He clasped his hands together, channeling energy into the fire sphere, causing it to erupt violently. From the center of the light, a tiny winged creature emerged and cheerfully greeted Ed. The low-level fire spirit introduced itself as Mug, expressing immense honor at contracting with him. Mug solemnly explained that it had undergone a rigorous 4-round selection process to secure this position, leaving Ed utterly bewildered. Ed broke out in a sweat as Mug continued to list its superior achievements compared to the other spirits. Shrouded in the flame of passion, Mug promised to dedicate its full power to supporting its new master. Ed suddenly recalled the experience of raising spirits in the game, a memory filled with joy and camaraderie. He looked at Mug and mused, why is this real-life experience so formal and militarized? Ed turned to ask Yennecar about Mug's training process, and she explained that she had selected an efficient spirit she was familiar with. As Ed questioned the selection procedure, an image of long lines of low-level spirits materialized. It turned out that the selection supervisor was none other than Takan, the high-level fire spirit, appearing as a shouting construction foreman. In a separate scene, Yennecar presented a small, bat-shaped fire spirit to another student. The brown-haired student smiled with delight as he felt the warmth radiating from the small creature in his palm. He innocently asked if controlling the resonance would alter the destructive power, causing Yennecar to laugh at his choice of terminology. Ed Rothstaler was stunned by the spirit he had just contracted with. While the fire spirit Mug was burning with enthusiasm, demanding orders, Ed was only thinking about acquiring a portable stove. The status window appeared, showing that Mug was a low-grade fire spirit with basic support and attack skills, and that Ed still had one empty spirit slot remaining. Ed's magic skills were also upgraded, officially reaching the level of a proficient mage and allowing him to learn intermediate magic. Yennecar Polarover was delighted to see Ed happy, as she always felt he had endured many hardships. She enthusiastically offered to tutor Ed in everything, from spirit resonance and sensing to spirit combat, even offering to lend him accessories from her room. Realizing she had been too forward, Yennecar suddenly became embarrassed and hastily concluded her offer. Yennecar's sudden shift in attitude left Ed completely bewildered. To hide her confusion, Yennecar suddenly acted haughty, declaring herself a top student who was too busy to easily arrange time. Under the imagined pressure from her spirits, she awkwardly asked Ed if offering free tutoring was perhaps too much. When Ed remained silent, Yennecar looked hurt, seemingly believing he agreed with the sentiment. On the contrary, Ed sincerely apologized for taking her kindness for granted and offered to pay, leaving Yennecar speechless. Yennecar flared up, scolding Ed for wasting money in their difficult survival situation and calling him heartless. Ed was utterly confused by her fierce reaction. He wondered why he was being scolded when Yennecar herself had brought up the issue of cost. Cornered, Yennecar blushed, awkwardly unable to explain herself. She blamed her friend Clara's advice, claiming she was practicing saying no because she was too kind, to which Ed merely commented that she had a good friend. However, Yennecar mumbled an admission that she didn't treat anyone else this way. Hastily changing the subject, she promised to explain in more detail next time at the combat practice room. Before rushing off to class, Yennecar promised to bring accessories, find textbooks, and gave Ed numerous instructions. Ed awkwardly waved goodbye, while the spirit Mug perched on his wrist. A system notification appeared, confirming he had learned the advanced production skill, magic engineering. Returning to the cabin, Ed reflected on how he had quickly analyzed the structure of the magic engineering items from Lortel, finally allowing him to learn a decent advanced skill. He gave a command, and a flame erupted in the fireplace. Ed was satisfied with his plan. Use Mug when the firewood ran out, and use the fireplace when his mana was depleted, ensuring the space always remained warm. Now, a stable living arrangement was secured, giving him a feeling of absolute peace of mind. Ed felt a burden lifted from his heart, smiling serenely. Looking out the window, he realized time had passed and decided to go check the traps he had set. Meanwhile, Assistant Professor Cleo Elpin was walking through the dark forest, silently lamenting that she should have waited until tomorrow. She reasoned that there must be a shadowy force behind the occupation of the Ophelis dormitory, and Ed was an extremely suspicious individual. Cleo analyzed that, after eliminating those directly involved with the Ophelis dormitory and Taylor, only Ed remained. She came to the northern forest because she heard Ed often appeared here, but she figured there was no reason for someone to wander the woods at night unless they actually lived there. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment as she discovered something. A bloodied, dead beast flew past, right in front of her. Cleo was stunned to see Ed carrying the unconscious Lucy May Reel on his back, while dragging the carcass of the beast with his other hand. She was completely frozen, unable to believe the sight before her eyes. She recalled that the unconscious person was an individual whom even Principal Obel had to exert his full strength to handle. That person was none other than Lucy May Reel. A drop of sweat trickled down, and Cleo shuddered, realizing her intuition about the shadowy force behind the occupation was correct. That culprit was Ed Rothstaler. From her vantage point, Cleo was horrified to realize Ed Rothstaler was carrying a person and dragging the carcass of a beast. She held her breath, confirming that the unconscious person on Ed's back was indeed Lucy May Reel. A flash of triumph sparked in Cleo's eyes. She believed her detective intuition had been perfectly accurate. Her gaze fell upon a small wooden cabin nearby, where smoke was rising from the chimney, revealing a hidden sanctuary. The entire scene before her eyes left Cleo dumbfounded. Ed, Lucy, the cabin, and a campfire. Ed casually tossed the beast's carcass onto the ground. He then gently placed the unconscious Lucy down next to a pile of firewood. Completely unaware he was being watched, Ed muttered about his plans for the next day and decided to go to bed early. Swallowing hard, Cleo resolved to act. Believing Lucy was in danger, she began to stealthily approach, determined to rescue her. Her hand slowly reached out, trying not to make the slightest sound. The moment her hand was about to touch Lucy, a surge of magical power suddenly flashed. Cleo stared blankly at her hand, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Lucy suddenly woke up, stood, and coldly questioned the stranger standing before her. Panicked, Cleo quickly backed away, stammering that she was an assistant professor. Her eyes widened behind her glasses, filled with confusion and fear. However, Lucy simply turned back to her spot, leaving Cleo standing dumbfounded in astonishment. From the shadows, Lucy's purple eyes continued to observe silently. She peeked her head out from behind the pile of firewood, her gaze no longer threatening but instead filled with curiosity. Suddenly, Lucy floated into the air, enveloped by a powerful purple magical aura, demonstrating her terrifying authority. Cleo stood frozen in silence, completely overwhelmed by what she had just witnessed. With a flash of realization, she whispered that she had known this all along. In another office, a book and a purple recording orb were slammed onto a desk as someone urgently called out Ed Rothstaler's name. Cleo, with an eager expression, explained to her superior that Ed Rothstaler was now simply called Ed after being disowned. Professor Glast coldly declared that he did not recall the names of useless individuals, forcing Cleo to mention Lucy. Cleo enthusiastically reported that Ed had overpowered the mighty Lucy, but Glast flatly dismissed her, calling her story absurd. She explained that she had gone to the Ophelis dormitory and used thought-recording magic, admitting she had fabricated a reason to do so. When Glast asked her to prepare a report, Cleo confidently presented the recording orb, asserting that she had already written it and would be forgiven. The recording showed Ed sitting menacingly in the shadows, and Cleo emphasized that he looked exactly like a mastermind. The sight of Ed's cold, glowing eyes and his sinister appearance in the footage silenced Glast for a moment. Unimpressed, Glast asked if that was all, but Cleo continued, recounting how Ed had carried the unconscious Lucy over his shoulder. The professor remained silent, continuing to read his book while Cleo stood waiting for his reaction. Dismissed, Cleo left in disappointment after Glast slammed the door shut and demanded she submit the report. Alone in his office, Professor Glast paused, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face. The recording continued, showing a past event where Ed confronted Taylor and his friends, only to be defeated in an instant. The scene sharpened, identifying Ed's opponents as the talented swordsman Taylor and the genius alchemist Elvira. It showed Ed's futile attempts at combat, highlighting the vast power gap between an average student and those prodigies. The light from the orb reflected in Glast's eyes, revealing his hidden interest in the footage. Holding the brightly glowing orb, Glast let out an intrigued "oh" upon seeing Ed's image inside. Meanwhile, in a distant part of the forest, a fierce explosion suddenly erupted. A violent surge of energy burst forth as the ornamental dagger was finished forging. The system announced that the crafting was complete. Ed's skill had increased, and the new item was a spirit-infused explosive dagger from Mug. Ed drew the glowing weapon, musing that it was satisfying to engrave additional features to make the dagger he always used more effective. With Mug perched on his shoulder, Ed noted with satisfaction that the spirit energy infusion had gone smoothly, its effectiveness boosted by his familiarity with the item. Mug joyfully declared that Master Ed had leveled up once again, and it would sing a song to express its delight. Just as Mug was about to launch into a shepherd's folk song, Ed grabbed it, causing the tiny spirit to frantically apologize for its shameful behavior. Mug burst into tears, wailing that the most shameful thing was that it didn't even know what it had done wrong, and begged to be taught. The fire spirit looked up with tear-filled eyes when Ed called its name. With a serious expression, Ed ordered Mug to drop the formalities. He mused that low-level spirits often raise their prestige by contracting with elementalists, and it was understandable for a spirit to be overly grateful to someone talented like Yennecar. Ed turned to question Mug, wondering why it was so excited to contract with someone like him, and asked directly if it had been promised anything. Seeing Mug hesitate, Ed urged it to tell the truth since they would be working together for a long time. Mug couldn't hold back any longer, sobbing as it confessed that its loyalty stemmed from its ambition to become great. It explained that it knew if it contracted with Ed and absorbed the refined mana surrounding Yennecar, it could grow twice as fast as other low-level spirits. Ed sighed, asking if Mug had anything else to confess. The little spirit added that it had researched the rumors and knew Ed was a person of authority, so it had tried its best to please him. Ed walked away, showing he understood the situation, while Mug on his shoulder continued to sniffle and complain about the harshness of the older spirits. He reassured Mug that everyone was just trying to survive, but the little spirit insisted on maintaining formality, and Ed agreed to let it do what made it comfortable. Afterward, Ed reflected that his combat skills were still lacking, as an axe heavily struck a log. Standing amidst the pile of split firewood, he admitted that even so, his physical strength now exceeded the average level of an adult man. Ed proudly looked at his fully stocked pantry, thinking that the days of starving and sleeping outdoors were long in the past. At his study table, he believed that with effort and diligence, memorizing and applying the theories taught in class was entirely possible, regardless of innate talent. Nevertheless, he couldn't deny the exhaustion from his rigorous schedule, causing his head to slump down from fatigue. Just as he was about to drift off, a familiar voice rang out, calling his name twice. Startled awake, Ed looked around dazedly. In front of him was Yennecar, who anxiously asked if something was wrong. Sitting by the fire, Ed apologized for his distraction, and Yennecar gently advised him to take care of his health. Shaking off his fatigue, Ed told himself he needed to focus on more important matters. He recalled the 3 letters he had received today, one from the Academy and one from the Elta Company, neither of which was surprising. But it was the 3rd letter that demanded his special attention, as it was proof that the storyline had dangerously deviated. Ed recalled that the main event of Act 2 was originally a 2-sided confrontation between the Academy and the Elta Company over the Sage's sealed tome. However, the unexpected intervention of Kreppen Rothstaler, the patriarch of the Rothstaler family, had turned the struggle into a volatile 3-way confrontation. Kreppen, a final boss who was only supposed to appear in Act 4, was seeking the book to achieve immortality and possess power far exceeding anyone else at the current time. Recognizing the threat, Ed was determined to use every means necessary to remove this overwhelmingly powerful character from the current plot progression. He feared that if Crepin, who was already formidable in the future, obtained the book, winning the game would become impossible. The letter not only analyzed Crepin's actions but also contained an invitation addressed to Ed himself from a mysterious sender. At the same time, in a luxurious courtyard, someone reported that they had personally delivered the letter to the northern forest as ordered. The recipient of the report, holding a teacup, smiled and offered thanks. It was Princess Penia, who called the messenger Claire, and secretly pondered the Academy's critical financial situation, reported by Principal Obel. She recalled the principal's secret plea, that the Academy could not stop the Elta Company from seizing the sealed tome, a treasure intrinsically linked to their very existence. However, Princess Penia still found something strange, wondering how Crepin Rothstaler had learned about the negotiations and insisted on participating. Claire suggested that Ed Rothstaler himself might have leaked the information, perhaps hoping to be recognized and welcomed back by the family. Penia immediately dismissed that hypothesis, finding the possibility doubtful. Just then, Lortel Cahaland approached, politely requesting permission to share tea with the princess despite her lower status. Penia could not hide her surprise at Lortel's sudden appearance. Sitting opposite her, Lortel skillfully denied hating Penia, asserting that she had come here to talk. Lortel revealed that the reason Crepin Rothstaler got involved was likely because of her father, Elte Cahaland, and not Ed. Penia was completely stunned by this shocking revelation. Lortel explained that Crepin himself had requested her father seize the sage's sealed tome from the start, a fact she pretended to be unaware of. She asserted that the Elta Company's plan remained unchanged despite her father losing his position, as they had invested too heavily in the transaction. Penia pondered, unable to understand why the Elta Company and the Rothstaler family were competing when their ultimate goal seemed to be the same. Lortel took a sip of tea and then declared that she no longer intended to sell the book to the Rothstaler family, citing her unique circumstances. Penia looked directly into Lortel's eyes, questioning why she would reveal such a crucial company secret. Lortel frankly proposed an alliance based on the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, as both wished to restrain the Rothstaler family and acquire the book. With a gentle smile, Lortel added that she feared Ed would be dragged into this matter, causing Penia to secretly doubt her sincerity. Lortel continued to defend Ed, arguing that he had already abandoned his family, and it would be unfortunate if he were misunderstood simply because of his past. Deep down, Penia was skeptical of Lortel's motives, but also conceded that Ed's usefulness in this game was undeniable. She decided she would ask Ed for help, even using her authority to command him if necessary, but hesitated when she considered his potential refusal. Lortel noticed Penia's hesitation and asked what she planned to do next. Penia's gaze sharpened as she reached her final conclusion. If Ed did not cooperate, she would have to utilize him. Following Princess Penia's declaration, Lortel Cahaland bowed her head, her entire body trembling as she asked if the princess truly intended to exploit Ed. Penia merely curled her lips slightly, suppressing a contemptuous laugh at Lortel's reaction. Immediately, Lortel looked up with a sneer, wiped away her feigned tear, and challenged the princess back, asking if she truly had the power to do so. Claire, the royal guard captain, angrily slammed the table and stood up, chastising Lortel for her insolent attitude, but Penia raised a hand to stop him. Lortel turned on her heel and walked away, reiterating that they were allies, and thus she wished to offer some sincere advice. With a chilling gaze, Lortel warned Penia not to try using Ed as a tool, or she herself would be the one exploited. Claire remained furious, demanding that the princess hold Lortel accountable, but Penia calmly brushed him off, saying everything was fine. Penia sank into thought, realizing the situation was becoming increasingly complicated with Ed's unpredictable moves, Crepin's involvement, and now an arrogant, unyielding Lortel. She watched Lortel Cahaland's retreating back, wondering if she would ever see the girl show confusion or helplessness. Ironically, at that very moment, Lortel suddenly flinched and stopped, the confident expression on her face replaced by astonishment. The cause of her confusion was the unexpected appearance of Ed Rothstaler and Yennecar Palarover right in front of her. At the Elta Company branch, Yennecar innocently explained that Lortel had only prepared tea for 2 people, while also teasing her about refusing to give customers free water because it was considered merchandise. Ed politely offered his share of the tea to Yennecar, causing Lortel, who was walking away, to subtly frown in annoyance. Lortel quickly regained her professional demeanor, turning back with a warm smile and asking Ed about the magical artifact he required. Before Ed was an entire shelf filled with glittering magical items, looking completely brand new. Yennecar immediately challenged Lortel, arguing that giving away brand new merchandise for free went against the business ethics she constantly preached. Lortel cleverly pointed out small scratches and flawed magical inscriptions, explaining that they were all defective goods that could not be sold. Exposed, Yennecar angrily shouted that Lortel had done this intentionally, but Lortel merely smiled and replied that the important thing was whether or not they helped Ed. Ed felt guilty about constantly receiving free items, but Lortel cheerfully waved her hand, saying that as long as he continued to renew his contract, that small amount of money was negligible. Yennecar anxiously suggested they pay for the items outright, but Lortel dismissed her, asserting that it was a matter for her and Ed to decide, leaving Yennecar to helplessly cry out in frustration. Mid-conversation, Ed suddenly felt dizzy as a familiar sensation washed over him. He felt as if he were floating underwater, trapped in a strange sensation despite having so many things left to do. In his mind, Ed reminded himself to be wary of Kreppen Rothstaler, who had interfered with the sale of the Sage's sealed tome. However, he pushed that aside and thought about the more urgent task of making a mattress for his bed. He also needed to skin the young deer he had caught and clean up the log cabin. Ed's train of thought halted when he remembered he was out of dried meat for Lucy. Amidst his hazy mind, an anxious voice called out his name. Yennecar and Lortel were trying to shake him awake, desperately attempting to rouse the fading Ed. Meanwhile, in a luxurious building within the academy, Princess Penia was deep in contemplation. She reflected on Ed's actions. From his focus on survival to his composure during the glass can incident, Penia recalled the rumors that he only focused on his studies, as well as Lortel's warning not to judge him hastily. She began to doubt her initial assessment and decided she needed to confirm everything herself. That was why she had sent a summons, requesting Ed meet her at the royal dormitory. Penia turned to ask Claire about Ed's schedule, but the royal guard captain reported that he would be unable to attend for some time. When the princess questioned why Ed dared to refuse a royal decree, Claire began to explain. Claire announced that Ed Rothstaler had collapsed from overwork, leaving Penia stunned. A status window appeared, showing that Ed was suffering from the depletion status, with a range of severe symptoms from high fever to muscle weakness. Ed let out a groan, struggling to open his eyes through the pain. He felt breathless, his body heavy, and a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. Upon waking, Ed realized Lucy was sound asleep on top of him. While deep in sleep, Lucy mumbled about the jerky being too salty. Ed woke up, his body trembling from exhaustion, and realized his friend was also sleep-talking about jerky. He suddenly realized Lucy was much lighter than her small appearance suggested. It was unbelievable that a person could weigh so little. Even so, Ed still couldn't move. Understanding that the problem lay in his own debilitated state, he realized he was in the log cabin, and this new blanket must be a product from the Elte company. Immediately upon waking, Lucy complained of hunger, leaving Ed speechless and wondering if she did anything besides eat and sleep. Lucy congratulated Ed on waking up, her hand radiating a brilliant green stream of healing magic. She explained that his mana had become completely chaotic due to months of non-stop practice of magic and spirit summoning techniques. When Ed asked if she had been doing this the entire time he slept, Lucy casually replied that it wasn't difficult but was too boring, so she had dozed off a few times. Lucy also recounted that the presence of Yennecar and Lortel had been quite bothersome, even though their presence was necessary. With a serious expression, Lucy instructed Ed never to get sick again. She clenched her fist, recalling the painful memory of her grandfather Glocht, who had died from illness, explaining her obsession. Moved by her care, Ed could only whisper a sincere thank you. Suddenly, the creak of the door opening echoed, and a voice called out, asking after Ed. Ziggs, a student from the magic department, poked his head in and explained that he had built a fire outside because he wasn't sure if he was allowed to use the fireplace. The young man froze, silent as he witnessed the confusing scene. Lucy was lying on top of Ed in the bed. Caught in the act, Lucy awkwardly scrambled off Ed in embarrassment. To escape the awkward situation, she immediately shot straight up the chimney and vanished. Ziggs was dumbfounded, beginning to question the sheer number of girls surrounding Ed. While Ed muttered about cultural differences, Ziggs concluded that it was inevitable for a strong man to attract many women. Ziggs, whose hair had grown long over time, questioned Ed about why he was there. He explained that Yennecar and Lortel had both left for their own business, adding that he had let his hair grow longer to suit the autumn season. Ziggs carefully fed Ed a spoonful of hot soup. Ed grimaced at the terrible taste of the dish. But Ziggs could only say that he had no other choice and that the more skilled cooks were unavailable. Ziggs nervously admitted that Lortel had issued an order forbidding other girls from coming near, while her terrifying image flashed through his mind. Chewing with difficulty, Ed decided to check the story's progress and asked about the rumors of alchemy students causing trouble with Mandragoras. Ziggs recounted that Elvira was indeed the troublemaker, but Talie and Clevius had quickly cleared out the Mandragoras, leaving Ed secretly satisfied that the scenario was still on track. Ziggs went on to mention the rumors about the monsters in the sewers, but Ed knew the truth was that he and Talie had quietly dealt with them already. Ed mused, realizing that only the biggest event, the battle for the Sage's sealed tome, had yet to occur, and then asked how long he had been unconscious. Ziggs revealed that today was the 10th day, leaving Ed completely stunned. Ziggs added that Yennecar and Lortel had both reluctantly left for important matters, while Ed snatched the bowl of soup from his hand. Ed gulped down the soup, his mind reeling as he realized he had been in a coma for 10 long days. Ed let out a sharp breath and urgently called Ziggs's name. With a panicked expression, Ed demanded that Ziggs immediately send a message to Lortel because time was running out. At the academy, the highly unpredictable event, the battle for the Sage's sealed tome, officially began. Those present at the scene included Princess Penia Kroll, seated solemnly beside her guard knight, Claire. Lortel Cahelland was also present, smiling confidently as the representative for the Elte company. And then, an unexpected figure, someone who should not have appeared according to the original storyline, began to step inside. That person was none other than the head of the Rothstaler family, identified by his glittering lapel pin. Kreppen Rothstaler, the final boss of Act 4, had arrived with a smug smile, signaling a deadly variable. Inside a magnificent building, the fateful meeting began. Princess Penia, who was dining, looked up and expressed her pleasure at seeing Kreppen in good health. Kreppen gently stopped her, stating that although it had been a long time, he had not yet had the chance to formally apologize. He reiterated that a foolish member of the Rothstaler family had caused her trouble, and he had disowned Ed as commanded. Penia coldly dismissed him, telling him not to worry about it. Meanwhile, Penia secretly observed the man across from her, confirming he was Crepin Rothstaler, a relative of Ed. She mentally reviewed what she knew about him. A powerful duke, a noble, benevolent, and wise family head, deeply respected by his subordinates. However, Penia's special ability screamed a different truth. This man was undoubtedly a villain. Crepin shifted the conversation, turning to the third person present and recognizing the representative of the Elte company. Lortel Cahelland stood up, bowed, introduced herself, and was acknowledged by Crepin as the daughter of the renowned Golden King, Elte Cahelland. With a meaningful smile, Lortel declared that her family was always drawn to the scent of gold and profit. Crepin narrowed his eyes, silently conceding her point. The negotiation for the sale of the sage's sealed tome officially began, following the strict procedure where all parties would write their bids on paper. In the auction room, Lortel sat on one side, facing Penia and Crepin, all understanding that the highest bidder would acquire Sylvania Academy's treasure. Penia knew well that the Academy did not want to publicize the fact that they had to sell their treasure due to financial difficulties. Therefore, Principal Obel had arranged a discreet auction, with Penia acting as a witness and Vice Principal Rachel presiding. The bidding would be as simple as possible. The highest bidder between the two parties would gain ownership of the tome. Vice Principal Rachel, who was overseeing the process, focused intently, recalling her research on similar transactions. Other magical texts, such as the Tome of Order Magic, were valued up to 8,100 plen gold coins. Rachel glanced at Lortel, assessing her opponent, while considering the magical, academic, and luxury value of the treasure being auctioned. In Rachel's mind, a shrewd merchant like Lortel surely understood the value of all types of magical texts. A decisive hand put pen to paper, recording a new bid in the silent auction. Penia was certain that Crepin Rothstaler, with his composed demeanor, would be the one to acquire the sealed tome. Vice Principal Rachel formally announced that she had received bids from both parties. Standing next to Crepin, Penia secretly judged that the key to this unlimited auction was understanding the opponent's limits. Lortel smiled confidently, asserting that her motto was only to pursue profitable ventures. Penia calculated that Lortel would never bid higher than 8,100 gold coins, as that would make reselling the item unprofitable. As Rachel prepared to announce the results, Penia believed that if Crepin bid just slightly higher, the victory would be his. Crepin's bid was revealed to be 8,500 gold coins, perfectly matching Penia's prediction. Penia was pondering Crepin's true motives when Rachel called out the name of the next bidder, Lortel Cahelland. The entire room was stunned, and Penia froze upon hearing Lortel's unbelievable bid. 9,400 gold coins. Lortel bowed, accepting the victory, leaving Penia aghast as she realized Lortel's objective had nothing to do with profit. Crepin Rothstaler angrily clicked his tongue, coldly announcing his immediate departure. Watching Crepin and his entourage leave, Penia still struggled to decipher Lortel's true goal. Suddenly, a new hypothesis flashed through the princess's mind. She recalled Lortel's previous words, that at least for this occasion, they were allies. Penia wondered in astonishment. Could Lortel's entire plan simply be to prevent the tome from falling into the villain's hands? But she quickly dismissed the thought, as Lortel was not one to act for justice, and she had no concrete evidence against Crepin. Another possibility arose. Lortel was acting under the orders of someone else, someone who knew Crepin's true nature and wanted to stop him. The image of Ed Rothstaler appeared in her mind. In a flashback, Lortel smiled, reassuring Ed that she knew the rumors of him working for the Rothstaler family were completely false. In Penia's mind, a new truth formed. Ed Rothstaler, the outcast of his family, had always been secretly fighting against that very evil force. The shock caused Princess Penia to stagger, and Claire had to rush to support her as she wondered what sin she had committed. Overwhelmed by guilt, Penia realized in horror that she herself had pushed such a person into the abyss of despair. However, the princess's misunderstanding might actually be the best thing for future developments. Meanwhile, Lortel Cahelland calmly reviewed the certificate of sale, confirming she now owned the sealed tome for 9,400 gold. She calculated that reselling the tome to Crepin would result in a loss of 900 gold, proving her earlier declaration was merely an act. Lortel's sharp gaze reflected a plan far deeper than mere profit. She recalled Ed's promise. He would do anything for her if she won the tome, an offer Lortel considered a fatal mistake by someone who understood nothing about merchants. With a triumphant smile, Lortel mused that trading 900 gold for a priceless favor from Ed was an incredible bargain. Lying in bed, she reveled in the thought of the two words anything that Ed had promised. Lortel's face flushed with delight and bold calculations, an expression that might have caused Princess Penia to cough up blood if she had witnessed it. And just like that, the auction concluded with Lortel's victory. Elsewhere, Ed had woken up and was sitting by a fire with Ziggs, speculating that Lortel had trusted him because of the Rothstaler family's reputation. He felt a momentary pang of guilt for Lortel regarding what was about to happen, but his train of thought was interrupted by a joyful shout. A figure rushed toward them at terrifying speed, kicking up dust along the way. Yennecar appeared, breathless, having rushed to visit Ed as soon as she heard he had woken up. She frantically denied it when Ed apologetically said he had caused her trouble. Ziggs seized the opportunity to tease her, recounting how Yennecar had cried and panicked out of worry, embarrassing her so much that she had to cover his mouth. To hide her embarrassment, Yennecar quickly summoned a giant bear spirit and ordered it to drag Ziggs away while she tried to distract Ed. Behind her, the fire spirit Mug mischievously peeked out, secretly observing the whole scene. Mug, the fire spirit, knelt at Ed Rothstaler's feet, sobbing and pleading for punishment for abandoning his master. With a look of distress, Mug explained that it had feared its sudden appearance would interfere with Ed's magic, forcing it to seek refuge with Yennecar. Ziggs, standing beside the golden bear spirit, explained to Ed that Mug's extreme reaction was understandable, as Ed had been unconscious for 10 days. The two words, 10 days, struck Ed's mind like a hammer blow, leaving him utterly stunned. In his daze, the image of the decomposing deer carcass in his storage shed flashed through Ed's mind. Following that was the sight of his tattered, empty fishing net, a testament to wasted effort since he hadn't been able to repair it. Ed sighed in exasperation, realizing his entire food supply was ruined, and he would have to start his preparations from scratch. Immediately, his gaze sharpened, and his mind began calculating the necessity of throwing himself back into overwork. Noticing his focus, Yennecar and Ziggs stepped forward, both insisting that they would help Ed with hunting and all necessary preparations. Relieved by his friend's sincerity, Ed reassured himself that everything would be fine if he just tackled the problems one step at a time. The unexpected offer of help reminded Ed of the crude shelter he had constructed in the past. The memories flooded back, transporting him to his most desperate and impoverished days. He recalled the flimsy hut built from dry branches, his only refuge when he possessed nothing else. He reminisced about sinking into lonely sleep, constantly bitten by insects. Looking at Yennecar and Ziggs, Ed realized that although it had taken a long time, simply surviving day by day had allowed him to achieve so much. A smile of relief and confidence spread across Ed's lips, certain that everything would turn out all right. Yennecar watched him silently, thinking to herself that Ed looked utterly drained. Elsewhere, Yennecar lay upon the back of the white wolf spirit, Marilda, listening to her counsel. Marilda suggested this was the perfect opportunity for Yennecar to approach Ed while Lortel was preoccupied. Marilda stated bluntly that if Yennecar wanted to win the man she desired, she needed to learn how to act like a cunning fox. When criticized for her outfit looking like a country bumpkin's, Yennecar bowed her head in embarrassment, self-consciously admitting that she wasn't attractive. Marilda reassured Yennecar that she was perfect in a different way, leaving the girl bewildered. The High Spirit explained that the image of a capable, independent girl would greatly appeal to Ed, and advised Yennecar to stay by his side and care for him like a devoted wife. Marilda, who claimed to be a dating expert despite her lack of experience, urged Yennecar to seize this chance to advance their relationship. Yennecar blushed profusely, flustered by Marilda's audacious suggestion. When Marilda pressed her for a concrete plan, Yennecar awkwardly confessed that she had no intentions whatsoever. Yennecar's passivity enraged Marilda, and the spirit's eyes flashed fiercely in the gloom. Marilda let out a desperate howl, causing the small wind spirits to scatter in terror. The spirit roared, chastising Yennecar for missing the golden opportunity, while Ed was at his weakest, a state that would never be repeated. With a surging wave of murderous intent, Marilda stressed that this was Yennecar's sole chance to become the person Ed could truly depend on. Cornered, Yennecar quickly whispered a plan into Marilda's ear. Upon hearing it, Marilda looked satisfied, admitting that the plan was quite clever. That night, in the log cabin deep in the forest, Ed was slowly recovering. He secretly praised Yennecar's stew as vastly superior to Ziggs, and resolved that he needed to learn her recipe. Despite his determination not to show fatigue, Ed knew he needed to focus on restoring his health. But his body was still weak. A headache and a slight fever struck him the moment he lay down. A faint creaking sound made the drowsy Ed open his eyes. Standing in the doorway, Yennecar worriedly commented that Ed looked utterly exhausted. Ed asked in surprise why she hadn't returned to the dormitory, but Yennecar merely offered a shy, awkward smile. She offered a gentle, warm smile illuminated by the lamplight. Then, without waiting for Ed to speak further, Yennecar stepped inside and sat on the floor beside his bed, insisting that everything was fine. Yennecar gently advised Ed that there was no need for him to pretend he was fine. She explained that when the body is weary, the spirit is also depleted, and she understood better than anyone how much he had struggled. Yennecar recalled that in her most desperate moments, Ed's silent presence beside her had been the greatest source of comfort. With understanding eyes, she whispered that he had worked hard and done exceptionally well. When Ed attempted to object, Yennecar decisively cut him short. She urgently requested that he admit his exhaustion so he could finally allow himself to rest. Finally, Ed lowered his guard, leaned back into the bed, and admitted that she was right. He let out a long, heavy breath, shedding all his burdens. Lying on the bed, Ed allowed the true feeling of exhaustion to finally wash over him. While Yennecar had already drifted off to sleep beside him, he whispered the confession that everything had truly been difficult. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, accompanied by birdsong, signaling a new day. Ed sprang up into a sitting position, a feeling of complete refreshment flooding his body. He was surprised when he noticed something right beside him. It turned out Yennecar had stayed the entire night, sleeping soundly with her head resting against his bedside. Ed couldn't help but chuckle at the adorable sight. He smiled brightly, confidently declaring that he was now fully recovered. Standing outside, Ed wiped the sweat from his brow and began contemplating his next steps. Focusing on one crucial field, he was acutely aware of the importance of magic engineering, a high-level production skill capable of boosting core attributes. However, Ed knew that self-teaching by dismantling and recreating magical items had its inherent limitations. The biggest issue was that advanced magic engineering formulas were typically rewards for main quests, which he had always diligently tried to avoid. Ed mused, realizing that the protagonist Taylor had absolutely no interest in magic techniques. He understood that even with the formula, Taylor couldn't craft anything due to lacking materials that only appear in later stages of the game. But for Ed, it was different, and his train of thought was interrupted by a voice asking what he was preoccupied with. In a forest, Lortel Keheland expressed relief that Ed had recovered after collapsing, while Ed secretly thought she was the very person who could provide him with any materials he needed. Lortel stepped forward, humorously complaining that she, too, was suffering from chronic fatigue. She lamented having to take care of her dry hair and problematic skin. Ed sat down next to her, asking why she had time to visit him, and Lortel replied that she also needed a break and had something important to discuss. Lortel revealed her plan to restructure the company after her adoptive father was overthrown, and she needed someone to help manage it, a co-leader. Ed broke out in a cold sweat, stunned by the offer to become a co-leader. Lortel blushed, smiling mischievously, and told him to just imagine it. She painted a future scenario where they worked together, sharing her private assets, likening it almost to marriage. Realizing she had said too much, Lortel gave an awkward laugh, prompting Ed to call her name to interrupt. Ed stated frankly that her proposal was somewhat strange, causing Lortel to fall silent, hiding her expression beneath her hood. Lortel pulled her hood lower, whispering that Ed didn't understand, much to his confusion. She accurately guessed Ed's thoughts that he believed she was acting on the impulsive emotions of a young girl. Ed secretly admitted she was right, believing their relationship should only remain at the level of business partners. But Lortel explained that in a cruel world where betrayal is necessary for survival, the most important thing is something entirely different. With a confident smile, she asserted that the most necessary thing is someone who will never betray you. She placed a hand on Ed's shoulder, emphasizing that this person would stay by his side even if he lost everything. Ed fell silent, pondering Lortel's words about an absolutely loyal companion, whether that be family, a lover, or a soulmate. Ed reflected that for someone like Lortel, who had witnessed countless powerful figures fall, the fear that the same fate might one day befall her must constantly smolder in her heart. With sharp eyes, Lortel whispered that she wasn't asking for much. She looked up at Ed with an embarrassed expression, gently asking if he could stay by her side. Taken aback by the request, Ed could only utter her name in confusion. The tense atmosphere shattered as Lortel burst into hearty laughter, admitting her act had failed, while Ed pointed out that her voice had risen suspiciously high. Lortel playfully asked if her display of weakness had managed to stir his protective instincts, explaining that it was a tactic to destabilize the opponent. A moment of silence passed, broken only by the gentle sound of running water. The playful look vanished as Lortel sat down and admitted that not everything she had said was a lie. The two sat silently by the stream, lost in their own thoughts. With a resolute expression, Ed declared that he intended to graduate from Sylvania Academy and had no intention of leaving prematurely. Lortel's face was cast in shadow as she listened to his assertion. A mysterious smile returned to her lips as she replied that she hadn't yet decided what she would do after graduation. Lortel stood up, saying she could wait until then, but also reminded Ed that he never had a choice to begin with. She held out a piece of paper, warning that she might soon call upon the favor he had promised. With one final graceful smile, she said goodbye and turned to leave. Left alone, Ed sighed heavily, feeling that he had just incurred another emotional debt right before the impending disastrous events. From a distance, Lortel secretly glanced back, thinking to herself that she had almost failed. She recalled her original plan was simply to say, "You are mine now," and walk away. However, Lortel admitted that seeing Ed's distressed appearance had derailed her plan, because if she had simply left, she herself would have completely dropped her guard. Lortel stood outside, holding a small bag of change she had prepared to pay Ed, but felt too awkward to go back now. She decided she would go to his cabin and leave the money bag there. When Lortel arrived, the door suddenly swung open. Yennecar stepped out, yawning widely and thinking about preparing food for Ed. The two froze in shock upon unexpectedly running into each other right outside the door. A fierce confrontation erupted. Lortel questioned Yennecar's presence inside the house, while Yennecar suspiciously asked why Lortel was approaching from the riverside. As sparks flew between the two hostile gazes, a new disaster for Ed officially began. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ed was chopping firewood amidst incessant grumbling. The spirit mug flew around him, urgently demanding that his master eat and rest more regularly, worried about their contract. Ed gently comforted the teary-eyed mug, guessing that the high-ranking spirit Takan had scolded it over his situation. He sighed, looking at the letters in his hand and thinking that even though everything was settled, one difficult problem remained. These were the 3 letters he received before collapsing from exhaustion. One from Lortel warning about Elta, and one from Princess Pania reporting on Crepin's movements. The final letter came from the Academy, but the sender was a figure he had never expected. That person was Professor Glast, with a message requesting a private meeting after the conference. But because he had collapsed and been unconscious for too long, Ed missed the meeting, unable to learn its purpose. This was extremely dangerous, as Professor Glast was the final boss of Act 2, and the final chapter of this drama had already begun. Ed recalled that Glast always believed only exceptional geniuses like the great sage Sylvania could change the world. For that reason, he planned to use celestial magic to resurrect the great sage. Ironically, Sylvania Academy fell into Lortel's trap and sold the sealed tome, the core item Glast needed to complete his spell. In desperation, Professor Glast stole the sage's sealed tome, using Ayla's body as a vessel to transfer Sylvania's soul, thus initiating a new era. That was the conspiracy of a fanatic. However, Glast's mistake was kidnapping Ayla, because to rescue her, Taylor plunged into the battle, sweeping through every corner. Glast's plans were constantly thwarted, and he met his end within the very mage tower he had summoned. The man who dedicated his life to academic progress fell from the top of the tower after uttering his final words. Ed tried to recall what those dying words were. Regardless, the final battle of Act 2, the Glast Conquest, began with a resonance ritual intended to change the ownership of the sealed tome. Simultaneously, Professor Glast kidnapped Ayla. Upon waking, she screamed in fear, demanding that he stay away from her. Glast coldly scoffed, pointing to the gigantic demon imprisoned right in front of her. Ayla burst into tears, horrified by the gruesome sight. Suddenly, Ed Rostalor appeared, causing Ayla to shout his name in astonishment, but he calmly stated that she was overreacting. Ayla indignantly yelled that she had been kidnapped, to which Ed coldly replied that he had been too. Ed sighed wearily at their shared ironic predicament. The story flashed back 3 days, to the log cabin in the forest. Having just woken up from a 10-day coma, Ed assembled a mechanical device, and secretly regretted wasting so much training time. He realized the Glast Conquest was about to begin, but his magic technique stat was still too low. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ed's mind. He suddenly remembered a way to rapidly increase his magic technique stat in a short period. The Glast Conquest, the final chapter of Act 2, would take place simultaneously across 4 different areas. Ed recalled the most difficult area in the upcoming conquest. Phase 3, the secret laboratory. The boss of this location was Reyna, the librarian of the Soul Library, an almost unbeatable opponent without the skills of a swordmaster. However, Ed figured that was Taylor's job. He was only interested in the books within the library. He recalled that they contained countless valuable magic technique crafting formulas, including 2 formulas for legendary grade items. Ed was aware of the danger inherent in this plan, but glancing at Yennecar, who was inside his house, he believed everything would be fine as long as he wasn't going alone. In a classroom, Professor Glast announced that Adele from Class B and Ayla from Class C would be transferring in next semester. Noting that this year had quite a few talented students, he reassured the class that the addition of new students would not affect their lessons. While the other students chatted, Ziggs and Elvira listened, with Elvira recalling that there was a time when Professor Glast's Class A had no students at all. Elvira raised her hand, musing that although Ayla's combat skills were not strong, she was exceptionally sensitive to celestial magic. Ziggs stood up to question, hesitantly asking if it was fair to decide who entered Class A based solely on talent. As Ziggs tried to speak about the students who were putting in their best effort, Professor Glast interrupted with a sharp question. Glast directly asked Ziggs Eifelstein if he believed the professor scorned those students' diligence and ruined their futures, leaving Ziggs stunned. Professor Glast coldly declared that he disagreed, and the best way to ruin someone's future was to sow false hope based on mediocre talent and push them toward an unattainable goal. Elvira sighed, recalling that she had investigated the professors before coming to Sylvania Academy. She deduced that Glast's rigid and self-righteous obsession with talent was likely related to his daughter. Miori, Professor Glast's only daughter, was an ordinary mage, but he wholeheartedly believed in her potential. Instead of seeing it as a father's belief, Miori mistook it for recognition of her talent from a magic department professor, leading her to participate in an overwhelming monster conquest where she lost her life. Professor Glast's trembling hand touched the cold body of his daughter. Following that tragedy, the pain transformed into a mad obsession, pushing him onto a dark path. He buried himself in the study of celestial magic, a mysterious field at Sylvania Academy. But Elvira Aniston deduced that, given his tragic past, what he was truly seeking was not the magic itself. The history of the Academy and ancient magic seemed to hold the answer he craved. Elvira believed that Glast bringing Ayla into Class A was closely related to this research, and she also suddenly thought of Lortel Cahelland. Professor Glast was about to say something but stopped, muttering to dismiss the matter. He ended the debate, but Elvira knew Glast was furious because the sage's sealed tome, an item crucial to his research, was about to be sold. Meanwhile, Lortel smirked inwardly, confident that the book would soon belong to her through the resonance ritual. Elsewhere, a female professor announced that the ritual to transfer ownership of the book was about to begin. In the meantime, Ed Rothstaler had also managed to devise his own plan. He planned to let Taylor fight to rescue Ayla, while he would follow closely behind. Ed's goal was to collect all the items Taylor left behind, especially at the Soul Library of Magic Techniques. He was targeting 2 extremely powerful items, Glock's Eye and Delheim's Hourglass. Ed knew that Taylor couldn't craft them at this stage, so he decided to claim them for himself. After witnessing Taylor's victory, Ed would complete his overall plan and retreat. He explained that everything would begin on the day of the ritual, and he had asked Yennecar for help finding an item in the underground waterways. Ed felt a pang of guilt recalling the enthusiastic expression of Yennecar, who completely believed his lie. He was confident that the plan would be perfect when a voice suddenly called out his name. Ed was stopped by Assistant Professor Cleo, who relayed that Professor Glast wished to see him. Although he found the summons right before the resonance ritual suspicious, Ed agreed. On the way, he recalled missing their last appointment due to exhaustion, and believed this time it must be important. Upon arriving at Professor Glast's office, Ed was startled to hear a panicked scream from inside. He was astonished to see Isla there, who looked at him with an expression full of disgust and fear. Ed briefly recalled his past as Isla's bully, understanding her reaction. However, what shocked him more was the presence of Isla, who should have been kidnapped in the original storyline. A terrifying hypothesis flashed through Ed's mind as he wondered why he had been summoned as well. In his mind, he frantically flipped through Glast's desk, searching for an explanation. He scanned through all of the professor's research notes, notebooks, and magic books. Yet, Ed could not find any factor that might have altered the plot. Finally, he realized the only thing that could implicate him was a report containing his photograph. Ed deduced that the report written by Cleo had informed Glast of his role in the Ophelis Hall incident, but he still didn't understand how it related to Isla. His train of thought was cut short by footsteps and the sharp sound of a blade being drawn. Reacting instantly, Ed drew his own weapon in self-defense, while Isla screamed in terror. Just then, the office door burst open. Professor Glast stepped inside, and Ed, stunned, called out his name. Isla immediately rushed toward the professor, pleading for help and accusing Ed of holding a dagger. Professor Glast's eyes flashed with a menacing purple light as he surveyed the situation. Immediately, Professor Glast unleashed a surging torrent of purple magical power. He activated the celestial magic, a complex circle radiating a blinding light. Using the time prison spell, he rendered Isla completely immobile in midair. Right after, Glast cast another magic circle aimed directly at Ed. The dagger in Ed's hand was stripped away by the magical force, flying up into the air. Without hesitation, Ed called the spirit Mug's name, and a brilliant yellow light flashed. Ed's eyes shone with determination just before a fierce explosion erupted. He successfully lunged and dodged, narrowly escaping the blast. As he landed, Ed conceded that the professor's reaction was indeed very fast. Glast showed interest, commenting that Ed's speed was unnaturally fast and suspecting he had read all of his research. Ed cleverly denied it, claiming that Isla's sensitivity to celestial magic had helped him, then asked if Glast truly needed to stop him. Glast replied cryptically, stating that he acted for his own purposes and hoped Ed wouldn't judge him too harshly. Ed sighed inwardly, annoyed by the professor's vague explanation. He narrowed his eyes, pondering Glast's cryptic remark. Ed realized that escaping now would only complicate things further, as Glast would surely hunt him down. He envisioned the scenario of being captured with Isla and locked in the secret laboratory, pushing the plot straight to the final phase. After some consideration, Ed came to a bold decision. He would allow Glast to capture him. Glast's eyes flashed purple, seemingly sensing the change in Ed's demeanor. As Ed stood up straight, Glast asked if he had decided to fight or had devised some kind of plan. Glast reached out to cast a spell, reassuring Ed that this wouldn't be too bad for him. Immediately, the time prison spell was activated, freezing Ed within a block of pink energy. A paper detailing Ed's academic achievements suddenly appeared, signaling a flashback. From above, Glast looked down at the immobilized Ed, the name Ed Rothstaler echoing in his mind. In the past, someone had expressed astonishment that Ed could continuously improve his grades while living under harsh conditions. Assistant Professor Cleo pointed out that Glast's view of Ed had changed, but he replied that he hadn't known about the boy's achievements then. Glast continued to muse, admitting that Ed possessed an unusually sharp combat instinct. However, he judged that Ed's methods were the fighting style of the weak. Tactics based on thorough analysis and utilizing everything available were the result of diligence, not innate talent. Ed's look of absolute confidence reminded Glast of what he had lost in the past. Memories of his talented daughter, Muri, who had vowed to make her father proud, suddenly flooded back. Haunted by the painful memory, Glast sank into contemplation. Taking advantage of that moment of distraction, Ed's fire spirit Mug quietly slipped out of his cloak. It transformed into a brilliant streak of light, soaring into the sky like an emergency signal. The light shot away at breakneck speed, crossing the sky and the hills. It headed straight for a small wooden house hidden deep within the forest. Inside the house, Yennecar was carefully tasting hot soup. She smiled as she stirred the bubbling pot of soup over the fire, thinking to herself that Ed was running a little late. Elsewhere, an unnamed archmage was writing the final lines in his diary, feeling ashamed of his title after realizing the vastness of magic, and remembering his teacher, Sylvania, who had died young. In a distant memory, Archmage Glocht read a book, while little Lucy slept peacefully in his lap, musing that longing for the past was inevitable when living a long life. He admitted that the pain of loss sometimes paralyzed his reason, making him yearn to break the laws of nature just to see the great sage Sylvania again. But what was lost could not be recovered, and Glocht knew that those who remained, like Lucy, had to become stronger. He gently placed his hand on her head, silently wishing she would grow up strong and steady. On his deathbed, Glocht took his last breath, dedicating the final words of his book to Lucy, who had become his ultimate purpose in life. Lucy sobbed uncontrollably, clutching the chronicles of magic discovery left behind by her teacher, Glocht. Returning to the present, Lucy lay on a rooftop, idly thinking about her deceased teacher, who had calmly accepted his approaching death. She recalled how she had to let him go, and wondered if the scar in her heart would ever fade. To momentarily forget her sorrow, Lucy smiled and pulled out her small comfort, a bag of dried jerky. Shaking the bag, she was surprised to find it completely empty. Lucy's purple eyes flashed as she sensed an unexpected presence nearby. Down below, while Yennecar was engrossed in cooking by the fire, Ed's elemental spirit, Mug, suddenly zipped toward the surface. Mug quickly reached Lucy and whispered an urgent message into her ear, causing a surge of dark mana to momentarily envelop her. Lucy was utterly bewildered by the message she had just received. Meanwhile, in the magnificent Trix Hall, a secret ceremony to transfer ownership of a sealed tome was taking place. Only the highest-ranking figures from the buyer, the seller, the Elte Company, and the Academy were permitted to attend. Lortel Cahelland, acting as the vice director of the Elte Company, wore a calculating smile. Across from her stood the principal of Sylvania Academy, Obel Forsyth, his expression stern and solemn. Lortel secretly compared the principal to another man she knew, noting that while their appearances were similar, their fundamental natures were vastly different. The face of Kreppen Rothstaler flashed through Lortel's mind. She recalled that following the negotiations for the sealed tome, he had approached her and demanded she hand it over. Although she had intended to comply, she still needed to demand substantial compensation to cover the lie she had told Princess Pinia. Lortel confidently demanded a price of 12,000 gold, a figure she considered utterly absurd. Yet, Kreppen agreed instantly, without the slightest hesitation. He even revealed shocking intelligence. Elta had hired mercenaries who were currently en route to Sylvania. Although Kreppen's arrogant demeanor irritated Lortel, she dismissed it, recognizing that the information he provided was invaluable. Back in the present, Principal Abel Forsyth officially relinquished ownership of the book, inviting Lortel, as the Elte Company representative, to step forward. As Lortel placed her hand on the tome, she realized that profit was not the most crucial element. What she truly gained was a priceless favor from Ed. And that realization brought a triumphant smile to her face. Suddenly, a torrent of purple dark energy surged through the air. The entire hall violently shook from a magical explosion, sending everyone reeling. From the epicenter, shadow assassins with terrifying, glowing eyes began to materialize. They immediately lunged at Principal Obel, and Lortel realized in horror that their true target was the sealed tome. Amidst the pandemonium, a hand shrouded in dark magic snatched the tome. Lortel was stunned when the attacker was revealed to be none other than Professor Glast. Glast vanished with the book in a flash of magic, leaving behind a stunned silence. Stunned and disappointed, Lortel realized that her precious favor from Ed had just gone up in smoke. Meanwhile, in the secret laboratory, an angry voice echoed, calling out Ed Rothstaler's name. Inside a dark holding cell, Isla cowered in fear as she faced Ed Rothstaler. Ed, though inwardly troubled by the news that Professor Glast had stolen the sealed tome, coldly ordered Ayla to remain silent. A large man appeared, warning them that their screams could awaken the colossal monster caged nearby. The man introduced himself as Coom, a magic researcher, and revealed that Professor Glast had specifically ordered that Isla not be experimented on, as she was a necessary asset. Coom remarked that Ed was calmer than he had anticipated, to which Ed replied with indifference. After Coom left to review his notes, Ed calmly sat down, realizing he could do nothing but wait. He calculated silently. Once Taylor and his group arrived to cause a disturbance, the Soul Library would be destroyed. With no one left to obstruct him, he would then be able to collect all the replica artifact blueprints as planned. Ed glanced at Isla, feeling a slight twinge of guilt for being about to benefit without having to lift a finger. Reacting to his gaze, Ayla screamed hysterically, threatening to shout even louder if he approached her. She even threatened to bite off her own tongue, causing Ed to sigh and wearily assure her that he harbored no ill will toward her. Ed explained that if he had wanted to harm her, he would have seized the opportunity long ago, while internally admitting that he had a favorable impression of Isla from his time playing the game. Isla furiously called him a liar, but Ed simply told her to calm down and wait for Taylor to arrive and rescue her. Ayla's eyes widened in disbelief, and she challenged Ed, demanding to know what right he had to speak Taylor's name. She was confused and utterly bewildered by Ed's inexplicable attitude. Ed unexpectedly apologized for the events during the entrance exam, reminded her that he had helped her during the glass can incident, and advised her to trust Taylor. Isla was completely dumbfounded, unable to believe that Ed Rothstaler had just offered an apology. Ed let out a deep sigh, seemingly exhausted by the tense exchange. Suddenly, his elemental spirit, Mug, appeared in a halo of light, anxiously fluttering around and asking about his master's situation with a worried expression. Mug explained tearfully that it had taken a long time to find Ed, because his soul resonance was extremely faint. Ed gently stroked the spirit, praising it for a job well done. While Ayla gasped in astonishment upon recognizing the presence of an elemental spirit, Ayla expressed skepticism about Ed's ability to summon spirits, but he brushed her off, thinking that he finally had a familiar face to talk to. Recognizing an opportunity, Ayla suggested using the spirit to send a distress message to a professor who could communicate with elementals. Ed remained silent, calculating, unwilling to disrupt the story's flow, while Mug cheerfully reassured him not to worry. The tiny spirit revealed that it had taken half a day just to reach this location, meaning Ed had been captured for 2 days, a fact that greatly surprised him. Mug recalled the sight of Yennecar unleashing her wrath, describing the power as both beautiful and terrifying. It continued its report, stating that both a female merchant, Lortel, and the female mage, Lucy, had agreed to help, forming a formidable approaching force. With a radiant expression, Mug confidently asserted that Ed would soon be rescued and that they only needed to wait patiently. Contrary to Mug's expectation, Ed's face darkened. He trembled with rage and squeezed Mug tightly, leaving Isla utterly confused. Ed quickly leaned close to Mug's ear and whispered a set of urgent instructions. Immediately after, he tossed Mug away, beginning his new plan. Ed rushed to the bars, pounding them and shouting the name of the researcher Coom, declaring that he had changed his mind and needed to leave immediately. Coom approached, warning Ed that his noise would awaken the imprisoned monster nearby. Ed insisted that if they didn't release him, Coom's group would be the ones in trouble, but the jailer merely sneered, dismissing him as a frightened student. Losing interest, Coom told Ed to calm down, then turned and walked away. Isla confusedly asked why he was acting this way, but Ed simply signaled her to be silent. A cluster of keys jingled as they were carried away in the darkness. Mug flew back, handing Ed the retrieved keys and lavishing praise on his master's brilliant plan. Ed took the keys, thinking to himself that Mug's unauthorized summoning of help had complicated everything. He quickly unlocked the cell door, astonishing Ayla, who stood behind him. Isla was stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. Ed coldly ordered Isla to be silent, and only answer with yes or no. He explained that the outside was too dangerous, then locked the door again and instructed Ayla to tell the kidnappers that he had escaped alone so she wouldn't be tortured. Seeing Isla's anxiety, Ed sighed, stating that her legs were too weak for an escape, and demanded she stop arguing. With a sharp gaze, he repeated his demand decisively. Ayla reluctantly accepted, bowing her head in agreement. Ed told her to stay put and wait, then decisively turned on his heel and left. He rushed down the dark corridor, determined to handle everything himself. Ed gritted his teeth, telling himself he could handle Yennecar and Lortel joining the fray. But he recalled Mug's report that the witch-hatted mage girl had also agreed to help an enemy even the most experienced players couldn't defeat. In Ed's mind, the image of Lucy Mayriel appeared amidst a storm of magic. An invincible girl. He remembered Bad Ending 27 involving Lucy, an event he had never paid attention to because it required very specific activation conditions. The prerequisite for activating that catastrophic ending was for Professor Glast and Lucy Mayriel to meet when the incident began. Ed smirked with determination, silently giving himself an order. At all costs, he had to rush to prevent that fateful encounter. Meanwhile, in another building, Taylor called out for Ziggs. Ziggs, who was shirtless and lifting weights, turned and asked Taylor what was wrong. Taylor, ragged and breathless, burst into the training room and urgently pleaded for Ziggs's help. With a determined expression, he gritted his teeth and asserted that they must rescue Isla. The context was clarified. After losing track of Professor Glast, Taylor sought out Ziggs to pursue the kidnapper who had taken Ayla and was hiding in the underground waterways. Meanwhile, Ed Rothstaler decided it was best to quietly retreat so as not to usurp the protagonist's role. Although he was familiar with the route of the final chapter of Act 2, going in reverse was still a new experience. He easily passed through the monster laboratory, since he was going the opposite direction. All the monsters, including a giant creature in a cage, were safely locked up under Coom's guard. Ed breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had to act fast to prevent the confrontation between Lucy Mayriel and Professor Glast, an event that would surely lead to a bad ending. Cautiously peering around a corner, Ed realized the biggest problem blocking his path. It was Reyna, the guardian of the Soul Library. Hovering in midair like a phantom, this entity was Reyna, a banshee and the librarian of the Soul Library. Hiding behind a desk, Ed observed Reyna's path, confident that he knew her patrol patterns and even how to defeat her if forced into combat. However, Ed knew that Reyna was a crucial milestone in Taylor's journey of growth. He realized that if Taylor didn't defeat Reyna himself to grow stronger, he would face immense difficulties with future enemies. Ed envisioned the sub-bosses Taylor had to face, including the resurrected demon of the sewers and Reyna, both of whom offered massive amounts of experience points. Therefore, on his way out, Ed decided he would only grab a few necessary magical tools and quietly slip away, starting with the lightning generator. While Reyna floated past, humming a tune, Ed crouched down, searching for the next item, the unidirectional light stream device. He cast a resolute glance forward, telling himself he would return here after everything was over. Ed couldn't help but regret leaving behind countless incredible magical artifacts glowing on the bookshelves. Mug flew over, reporting that Reyna would no longer be able to see the exit, allowing Ed to breathe a sigh of relief and prepare to leave. A sudden, massive explosion rang out, and Reyna's eyes widened in astonishment. The entire Soul Library shook violently from an earth-shattering blast. Ed Rothstaler was stunned, wondering if this was an earthquake that wasn't supposed to be in the game script. A massive bookshelf collapsed nearby, startling both Ed and Mug. Ed's eyes widened, sensing that something terrible was about to happen. From within the cloud of dust, the phantom Reyna floated into view, her stark white eyes staring intensely at him. Ed angrily gritted his teeth, realizing his escape plan had been completely ruined. The scene abruptly shifted back to 30 minutes before the devastating earthquake. Inside a luxurious room, an Academy official screamed in terror as he was surrounded by shadow assassins. The shadowy entities, summoned by purple magic, mercilessly slammed the man onto the floor. A massive block of magical ice nearby suddenly cracked and shattered. From within, a figure broke free of the ice, thinking that if this transaction wasn't kept secret, Sylvania's reputation would be ruined. Lortel Cahellan stood firm amidst the wreckage, declaring that she would personally take responsibility and reclaim the stolen sealed tome. Amidst the chaos, she approached Principal Obel, who was tending to an injured official, and questioned him about Professor Glast's true intentions. Principal Obel calmly turned back and asked Lortel if she knew about the 3 types of forbidden magic. He explained that these acts distorted the laws of nature and challenged the boundaries of fate, the pursuit of immortality, the resurrection of the dead, and the reversal of time. Horrified upon realizing Glast's true intentions, Lortel loudly demanded to know if Obel was aware that Glast planned to use celestial magic for a resurrection. Obel revealed his mere curiosity, recounting Glast's lifelong reverence for the great sage Sylvania and his tragic obsession with his own daughter, Miori, a girl of mediocre talent who died after being pushed too hard by her father. The principal posed a loaded question. If Glast truly mastered the magic of resurrection, who would he choose to bring back from the dead? Lortel froze, cold sweat breaking out as the horrifying pieces of the truth began to click into place in her mind. The tense dialogue was abruptly cut short when a subordinate burst in, frantically delivering urgent news to Principal Obel. The man reported that Professor Glast had been spotted fleeing into the underground waterways, with Taylor in immediate pursuit. Another official added that, according to witnesses, Glast had not only stolen the sealed tome but also kidnapped the student Isla. The final victim was none other than Ed Rothstaler, a second-year magic student, causing Lortel to spin around in shock. Just then, a fierce roar and a violent tremor struck the area, confirming Lortel's stunned realization that Ed had indeed been kidnapped. She tried to reassure herself that Principal Obel, the greatest mage, would easily rescue Ed, but a deep sense of foreboding persisted. Unable to wait any longer, Lortel snatched the binoculars from the subordinate's hand, her face set with determination. Through the binoculars, she confirmed that the source and direction of the tremor were both emanating from the entrance to the underground waterways. The scene revealed a colossal fire dragon spirit roaring and unleashing a destructive torrent of fire, and the person riding upon its back was none other than Yennecar Palarover, leaving Lortel utterly dumbfounded. With her face obscured by shadow, Lortel firmly declared to the bewildered subordinate that she would be joining the pursuit. She stepped forward decisively, without a moment of hesitation. Lortel pulled up her hood, resolving that if the principal was not going to intervene immediately, she would have to retrieve the sealed tome herself. She issued orders to her entourage, instructing them to leave only a few men for negotiations while the rest were to follow her lead. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the underground waterways, an elite third-year alchemy student named Dorothy was standing guard. Once a mediocre student, she was indebted to Professor Glast for recognizing her talent and viewed him as a savior. Driven by absolute loyalty, Dorothy was prepared to trust him, even after he stole the book and kidnapped students. She was determined to keep her promise and guard the entrance to the underground waterways for him at all costs. However, faced with the terrifying power being unleashed, Dorothy collapsed to the ground, trembling as she realized things had gone too far. Before the trembling Dorothy, the fire dragon spirit let out an earth-shattering roar. From its back, Yennecar issued a cold command, "Answer me." Her eyes blazing with deadly red light, she ground out each word. "Where is Ed?" Overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure, Dorothy foamed at the mouth and collapsed. After landing in the waterway tunnel, Yennecar and her spirits struggled to navigate, muttering about the confusing directions. While Dorothy lay unconscious on the ground, Yennecar wrung her hands in frustration, unable to recall the complex sequence of left and right turns. She suddenly realized the person she had just subdued was Dorothy, the third-year alchemy valedictorian, and briefly wondered if she had gone too far. Feeling guilty, Yennecar moved to cover Dorothy with her cloak, but an inner voice seemed to scold her actions. Just then, Lortel and her entourage emerged from the shadows, interrupting Yennecar's moment of hesitation. Lortel stared intently at Yennecar, a tear rolling down her cheek as she recognized her rival. Deep down, Lortel conceded that Yennecar was one of the strongest combatants, someone willing to flatten the entire area just to save Ed. Her imagination immediately conjured a scene of Yennecar finding Ed and embracing him in blissful happiness. In Lortel's jealous fantasy, Ed blushed and returned Yennecar's affection, telling her she was the most wonderful person. The delusion escalated further as Ed proposed to Yennecar, discussing their future together. Snapping back to reality, Lortel screamed in despair, her usual cold rationality dissolving completely at the thought of Ed. Regaining her composure, she approached Yennecar and whispered a lie, that Ed had already been rescued but was severely injured and waiting for her at the campsite. Lortel told herself that she was destined to be Ed's rescuer, and thus, she had to eliminate Yennecar from the competition. However, Yennecar was not fooled. Her eyes flashed with suspicion as she asked why Lortel would share that information, causing Lortel to flinch. With the sharp intellect that only surfaced when Ed was concerned, Yennecar pointed out that she was the first to arrive, questioning how anyone could have possibly bypassed her to rescue Ed beforehand. Cornered, Lortel offered a strained laugh and admitted she might have been mistaken, while Yennecar impatiently pressed her about using her staff to rescue Ed. Lortel silently conceded that she could not refute Yennecar's accusation, and the undeniable truth was that Ed was in danger. Yennecar explained that she, too, was acting alone, as Lucy had merely yawned and wandered off when asked for assistance. Realizing they were both without aid, Lortel and Yennecar faced each other with fiery gazes, initiating a silent competition. Lortel silently decided this was no time to obstruct one another, then ordered her entourage to stand by. Without further discussion, Yennecar declared she would search the eastern sector, and Lortel agreed to take the remaining area. Once Yennecar was out of sight, Lortel watched her go with a determined expression. Her mind focused solely on the goal of rescuing Ed. With a decisive thought, Lortel dashed away at maximum speed. In the other direction, Yennecar also unleashed her speed, proving equally fast. Both shared the same burning thought. Ed must be saved. And both were equally determined. They must be the one to do it first. Meanwhile, Ed and his spirit Mug suddenly faced a colossal blue phantom that had just smashed through the ceiling and descended upon them. Ed fearfully wondered if this was an earthquake, while Mug shrieked in terror at the sudden appearance. The stone floor beneath Ed cracked open, shattered by a terrifying surge of magical energy. A devastating explosion engulfed the entire room, violently throwing Ed and Mug backward. Held back by a hand, Ed gloomily thought that he would rather face a real earthquake than this. The phantom Reyna was subdued, while Lucy Mayriel stretched languidly after her intervention. Amidst the rubble, Lucy casually sat down, while the phantom Reyna lay motionless on the floor. Lucy picked her nose and nonchalantly told Ed that she had only come to save him because she was bored, ending the fight before it could even begin. On the balcony overlooking the academy at dawn, Principal Abel stood silently beside an unconscious official. The principal calmly informed another gray-haired official that, despite the danger, this was a prime opportunity for the students to mature, like flowers blooming on a withered branch. The gray-haired official anxiously questioned the necessity of the situation, given that Sylvania Academy was currently enjoying an unprecedented golden age. Proof of this was evident in Talie and Clevius, current students who surpassed the strength of any previous generation. Countless rising stars like Elvira Aniston emerged, so numerous they were likened to a star-filled night sky. Principal Obel crushed the leaf in his hand, sensing that this was a warning sign. He concluded that the coming trials were so monumental that only a generation of such talent could hope to conquer them. Meanwhile, at Ed Rothstaler's wooden cabin in the quiet forest, a shocking event was about to unfold. A perfectly circular, pitch-black void suddenly appeared on the wall of the cabin. It was a massive tunnel created by magic, piercing straight through the mountain. Up close, the mouth of the black hole seemed to devour everything surrounding it. The destructive magical current continued to rush through the dark space. Its journey concluded by shattering the ceiling of the secret laboratory, causing a rain of debris. Amidst the rubble, the phantom Reyna lay dissolving on the floor. Ed Rothstaler sighed, covering his face, utterly exhausted by the chaos caused by his recent savior. Lucy Mayriel looked up at him with sparkling eyes, innocently asking if he had any jerky left. Disappointed by his silence, Lucy pouted and floated away, declaring she would find another place to sleep. Instantly, a hand seized her shoulder. Ed firmly held the powerful mage in place. Ed suddenly realized the situation had devolved into utter chaos. He surmised that both Yennecar and Lortel had entered the underground waterways, and he needed to stop them. He quickly calculated, trusting that Talie could handle the sub-bosses alone, and that bypassing the now-defeated Reyna wouldn't derail the overall scenario. Ed realized the biggest immediate problem was Lucy. He feared that if she encountered Glast, the situation would spiral into a catastrophic bad ending. He decided he must keep Lucy close and demanded that she not leave, prompting her to ask the reason in surprise. Sweating profusely from the stress, Ed struggled to find a plausible excuse. He awkwardly offered the excuse that sometimes, the best thing to do is simply remain beside someone without speaking. Ed continued to plead, explaining that having Lucy nearby made him feel secure due to her immense strength, but she remained focused only on the question of jerky. Losing his patience, Ed yelled, demanding she forget the jerky and stay with him until they exited the underground waterways. Lucy suggested they could use magic to escape instantly, but Ed, his worries about Lortel and Yennecar clear, insisted he still had business to attend to here. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lucy sighed and reluctantly agreed. However, she stated that she had a request in return and raised her hand. Immediately afterward, Ed began sprinting, carrying Lucy on his back, resolving to escape via an alternate route. He was determined to retrieve the necessary items from the library, locate Yennecar and Lortel, and then leave this place. While running, Lucy once again asked about the jerky, and Ed could only sigh helplessly, replying that he had none. Suddenly, countless pairs of glowing red eyes illuminated the darkness ahead. A swarm of monstrous bats roared and lunged toward them. Ed didn't hesitate, extending his hand as a fiery magic circle appeared while he chanted the ignite spell. A sea of fire engulfed the corridor, incinerating the bats, and granting Ed experience points along with an increase in magical proficiency. Ed sighed in relief, musing on the benefits of mass monster extermination for rapid leveling. He continued charging forward through the flames, burning more bats, and silently apologizing to Talie for preemptively farming some experience. Meanwhile, in another location, a surge of magical energy spread, revealing the presence of concealment magic. That was Lortel, who was utilizing her unique magical power resonance ability for rapid movement, a talent even Professor Glast had to acknowledge. With a determined gaze, Lortel told herself that this was no time for pleasantries. Just then, a sudden realization flashed through her mind. Clenching her cloak, Lortel realized she was genuinely trying to help someone with all her heart. Her heart fluttered again, sensing she was about to grasp a relationship unbound by monetary ties. The familiar feeling from before rushed back, and Lortel heard a sound growing steadily closer. Her heartbeat pounded wildly in her chest. Driven by this intense emotion, Lortel shattered the stone wall directly ahead. Amidst the dust and smoke, she was stunned to hear Ed's familiar voice greeting her. Ed sighed in relief upon seeing her, He smiled, clutching a pile of loot, and casually announced that he had just been kidnapped. Ed handed Lortel a stack of scrolls, saying he needed help carrying them, stunning her when she realized they were all high-grade crafting formulas. Shaking her head vigorously, Lortel pushed aside the business talk and anxiously inquired about his safety. Ed admitted he had been in danger, but then he turned his back to her. He stated that everything was fine, revealing Lucy sound asleep on his back, which left Lortel utterly speechless. Lortel's expression darkened. She couldn't believe her eyes and wondered why Ed would act this way. She bitterly reflected that she had bravely taken a step forward in their relationship, unlike the timid Yennecar. Lortel recalled that night when she had been so flustered she nearly burned down the entire forest. She wondered how Ed could calmly carry another girl right in front of her while simultaneously discussing business matters so casually. Just as she was about to speak up to regain the initiative, Lortel froze. Ed suddenly leaned down, close to her face, and sincerely told her that she was the only person he could truly trust. Deep down, Lortel screamed that Ed had gone too far by daring to demand so much from her. Yet, his sincere words that she was the only one he could trust still echoed, making her heart pound erratically. All her anger vanished. Lortel blushed, stammering to ask if he needed an invoice, then internally chastised herself for being so easily swayed. Ed called her name loudly, pulling Lortel out of her hazy thoughts while Lucy was still sound asleep on his back. Just then, an elderly staff member rushed over frantically, panting as he reported that something terrible had just happened. The scene shifted to a dark, damp underground corridor, where only the sound of footsteps echoed. A group of students led by Taylor and Ziggs advanced cautiously, with Ziggs reminding everyone not to drop their guard. Clevius Nortondale, the top student of the combat department, trembled with fear, stammering to ask if they really needed to go deeper, and suggesting they should leave. Elvira Aniston, the top student of the alchemy department, angrily yelled at Clevius for his cowardice, but then grumbled about why they had to save Ed Rothstaler as well. Taylor looked earnestly at Clevius, asserting that he truly wanted to save Ayla, and pleading for everyone's help. Ziggs placed a hand on Clevius' shoulder, firmly stating that Ayla was a good person, and they couldn't give up after coming this far. Suddenly, a gentle voice rang out, and a delicate hand was raised with elegance. A blonde girl introduced herself as the prophet Adele, smiling and saying she sensed something ahead. With a confident smile, Adele warned that their upcoming opponent would not be easy to deal with, and her prophecies were usually very accurate. Her finger pointed toward two dark passages at the end of the corridor. Immediately, a piercing scream rang out, along with a fierce explosion emanating from the direction she had indicated. Amidst the flames, a girl wearing glasses thrashed in panic, screaming that this wasn't the plan and she was only acting on instinct. The clumsy girl collapsed onto the ground, unconscious, while Adele muttered calculations, seemingly realizing she had guessed the wrong path. Taylor suddenly realized something. From the darkness, another elementalist, calm and powerful, stepped out with her mighty spirits, politely greeting the group while the previous attacker lay motionless at her feet. Taylor's group froze, as terrifying memories of Yennecar flooded back, memories they could not forget. The fear she had once instilled in them still lingered, for when reason is paralyzed, misunderstandings arise. Although unsure if he could win, Taylor was determined to give it his all. Yennecar wondered why they were looking at her that way, worried that she had been too rough with Assistant Professor Cleo, even though she believed the woman had simply fainted. Ayla quickly held Taylor back, but he shrugged her off, insisting that he had to fight to save her. Amidst the tension, a voice rang out, demanding that everyone stop. Ed Rothstaler calmly walked down the stairs, positioning himself between the two opposing groups. The entire assault team called out Ed Rothstaler's name in astonishment. Carried on Ed's back, Lucy woke up, anxiously asking if he was injured. Taylor and Elvira glared at Ed, their hostility evident. Taylor thought to himself that he and Elvira understood exactly what kind of opponent Ed was. He recalled that even using only basic magic, and being an amateur archer, Ed could single-handedly hold off 3 stronger enemies. But now, Ed had formidable allies beside him, with a gigantic fire dragon spirit vaguely visible behind them. Taylor realized he had grown much stronger. But when Ed Rothstaler entered the fray, his chances of victory returned to 0. Ed gently placed a hand on the stunned Taylor's shoulder. He told Taylor to go, because Ayla was waiting, and his mission was to defeat Glast. Taylor's team stood ready to execute their mission. Ed thought to himself that while Taylor dealt with the final boss, he and the others would handle the rest. Ed, standing in the shadows, was determined to handle the unexpected variable himself. Professor Glast shared the same objective. He had to take down Elta. Ed knew that Lortel had anticipated Elta's counterattack, but the seasoned magnate Elta exploited Lortel's weakness, ordering his subordinates to follow him and leaving only a few behind for the negotiation. An informant happily announced that thanks to the company employees trapped in the sewers, he had managed to obtain countless production formulas and magical engineering tools. That person believed these things were useful, but the best tool for survival in this world was something else entirely. Ed calculated that LT was the mid-boss of Act 2, and he had to be eliminated according to the original scenario. With iron resolve, Ed called Ziggs's name to assign a task. He instructed Ziggs that the path ahead was mostly clear, and to ask Ayla for details after rescuing her. Ed then turned to Taylor, startling the young man. Ed knew that ultimately, Taylor was the one who had to follow the storyline, unlock his skills, and train diligently, as only he held the hope of defeating the final boss. Taylor would have to face countless challenges, including the magic towers that Glast would summon to bombard him with terrifying spells. Taylor was speechless before the heavy responsibility entrusted to him. He could only utter a single phrase of good luck, but Ed thought to himself that such empty encouragement was unnecessary. Ed watched the backs of Taylor and his group as they rushed into the tunnel, placing his trust in the protagonist's role. While Taylor's group ran through the underground waterways, Ed deduced that Glast targeted the company to find evidence of failed insider trading, then decided he would head to the main academic district first to report the situation. Yennecar suddenly held Ed back, not wanting him to proceed. She gritted her teeth, refusing to accept that Ed was about to rush into danger yet again. Yennecar screamed, trying to stop Ed, afraid that he would be injured once more. Lortel also appeared, anxiously asking if Ed truly intended to confront the Golden King Elta, especially since he had only just escaped kidnapping and imprisonment. With tearful eyes, Yennecar reiterated that Ed had just collapsed from overwork, and the company matter had nothing to do with him. She simply didn't want him to be hurt further. Ed silently admitted Yennecar was right, but he couldn't reveal the true reason. He needed to take down an unpredictable threat like Elta to ensure their safety. Fortunately, he believed Lortel would need both him and Yennecar to defeat Elta, so she would surely find some pretext for both of them to participate. Ed's gaze sharpened. He looked directly at Yennecar and agreed with her, albeit cryptically. Lortel took Yennecar's hand, agreeing that dragging Ed into this was selfish and that he truly needed to rest in a safe place. Yennecar nodded in agreement, while Ed was secretly pleased that the two girls were getting along. However, Ed couldn't accept resting in the middle of such a critical situation, so he thanked them for their concern. He firmly declared that he couldn't claim this wasn't his business, stunning both Lortel and Yennecar. Yennecar, her eyes blazing red with confusion, questioned Ed, while Lortel secretly thought that this was indeed his business now. The bearded informant urged the group to move quickly, as time was running out. While running, Ed tried to devise a plausible explanation, and the informant chimed in, agreeing that this was definitely Ed's problem. Yennecar suddenly realized the truth, deducing that since Ed had a contract with Lortel, if Lortel lost her position, he wouldn't be able to purchase the necessary magical artifacts. Ed fell silent for a moment, surprised by Yennecar's quick thinking. He confirmed that was the reason, causing Yennecar to look smug, while Lortel secretly thought that Ed's business was also her business. Having resolved the misunderstanding, Ed refocused, his expression serious as he looked ahead. The group arrived at a collapsed area, where a massive pile of rubble blocked the path, prompting the informant to exclaim that someone had gone too far. The informant recognized Assistant Professor Cleo lying unconscious on the ground, astonished that Taylor would be so ruthless even toward an upperclassman. Yennecar slid to Cleo's side, while Ed realized the culprit wasn't Taylor, but the person currently accompanying him. The informant frantically protested that he hadn't meant to, claiming it was just a chain reaction, while Lortel and Yennecar circled him, mocking his callousness. Lortel ordered everyone to keep moving outside before talking further, as they needed to reach the academic district for help, and a carriage was waiting. In the middle of the night, a shattered wooden carriage lay submerged beneath the cold water. On the water's surface, 3 black-clad henchman corpses floated in deadly silence. Lortel Cahelland smirked, coldly stating that the enemy had arrived faster than expected, while Ed, Yennecar, and the informant stood behind her with tense expressions. From the bank, an imposing figure appeared. Elta Cahelland, the man Lortel called father. Elte looked directly at his daughter, asserting that although he couldn't find any evidence at the company, he knew what she had done. He revealed that a small threat was enough for the cowardly informant to disclose Lortel's location in the underground waterways. Facing the perilous situation, Lortel maintained her composed smile, a skill she had honed for a very long time. Elte snapped his fingers, declaring that torture would be a waste on her, and a confession was what he truly desired. Suddenly, the eyes of the dead henchman beneath the water flashed with an eerie red light. A streak of white light tore through the air, signaling a swift counterattack. Taylor, his hair now white, swung his sword, generating a surge of blue energy that blocked the charging undead. The sound of clashing metal rang out sharply as Taylor's blade intercepted the enemy's attack. Lortel quickly chanted, creating a defensive magic circle, while Taylor bravely stood guard in front of her. She angrily questioned her father as to why he dared to bring mercenaries into the academy again. More henchmen with glowing red eyes slowly emerged from the water, and Lortel warned that this time, things would be very different. From the shadows, hooded archers drew their bows, ready to fire. A formidable mercenary army, praised by Elta as the strongest on the continent, had completely surrounded the students. Elta Cahelland raised his hand to give the order, declaring that as long as Lortel survived, everyone else could be eliminated. Following the command, the archers simultaneously fired deadly blue energy arrows. From a distance, Yennecar and Lucy, who had just woken up, watched in horror as the rain of arrows poured down onto the battlefield. Amidst the magical arrow barrage, Yennecar quickly created a green energy shield to protect Ed, who was carrying Lucy on his back. A sharp arrow flew straight toward Ed at terrifying speed. Yennecar's bird-shaped magic shield firmly blocked and shattered the arrows, ensuring their safety. Ed realized it was an extremely effective defensive magic. Not only using spells, Yennecar also delivered powerful kicks to deflect the incoming arrows. She turned to warn Ed that the enemy's attack was highly tactical. Ed glanced over his shoulder, both thanking Yennecar and feeling slightly surprised by her strength. From afar, Elta Cahelland looked annoyed, finding elementalist users truly bothersome. However, he confidently declared that this time would be different, as he held up an ancient magic scroll. The scroll glowed, revealing itself to be the legendary grade artifact, the Velarus Prejudice, capable of neutralizing all mana in the area for 10 minutes. Ed's eyes widened in horror. He recognized it as an extremely expensive, single-use magic scroll. He mentally compared it to a stronger version of the Nightmoth reagent that Elvira had once used to restrict mana flow. Ed assessed the situation as extremely critical. Even though the scroll needed time to activate, they couldn't possibly break through the veteran mercenaries to stop Elta. And the worst part was that everyone in his group was a magic user. Lortel screamed in despair. She knew her father had prepared thoroughly, and if the scroll activated, it would all be over. She flew into the air, furiously questioning Elta about the consequences of daring to attack the academy. Elta merely sneered, replying that this was still better than losing his life. Ed mused, realizing that his very existence, that of a third-rate villain, had caused a butterfly effect that altered the entire storyline. He knew that Elta, a mid-game boss, would cause untold disaster for this world if left unchecked, and recalled that Elta was the one who had killed Lortel's parents in the past. Ed concluded that Elta was an undeniable villain, willing to do anything for his own glory and wealth. Ed thought to himself that while he couldn't blame Elta, whose actions were driven by survival, he still couldn't stand idly by. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, where students were fighting back against Elta's henchmen using frost magic, Ed made a firm decision. He told himself that he wouldn't lie about needing to compensate for the changes in the storyline that he himself had caused, no matter how selfish that might be. With a determined gaze, Ed asserted that this was his story, and it was time to awaken someone. He gently knelt down onto the damp ground. He then called out to Lucy, who was dozing on his back, and she began to wake up with a long yawn. Still groggy, Lucy grumbled that it was too noisy around them. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, flashing with an eerie, magical purple light. A massive surge of purple magical energy exploded from Lucy's body. The terrifying wave of power sent all of Elta's henchmen flying away. Amidst the vortex of magical power, the previously sluggish Lucy was fully awake, her eyes shining terrifyingly. In a flashback, Archmage Glock's final book was revealed to have been written in a humble little hut. There, Glock taught his young apprentice Lucy that innate talent was no reason to stop learning, and that she must always remain humble and use her power for others. He also warned her about the inevitable solitude that comes with overwhelming power, then gently tapped her forehead to get her attention. Lucy looked up at her master with a curious gaze as he asked her to promise 3 things. With a gentle smile, Glock gave the first promise. She must not kill. And even by mistake, she must avoid staining her small hands with blood. Back in reality, Lucy stood there, enveloped in a terrifying magical aura. One of Elta's mercenaries, a seasoned veteran, swallowed hard in terror. The deadly purple light reflected in his trembling eyes, a testament to his combat skill and experience, screaming a warning. The sword in the mercenary's hand began to vibrate violently, as his survival instinct told him that an absolute danger was right before him. The senses of the experienced mercenaries were screaming an unprecedented level of alarm. Crushed by Lucy's magical pressure, the mercenaries could only stand still, unable to move. The leader roared angrily, ordering his subordinates to move. However, the younger mercenaries, lacking that survival instinct, could only stammer that they didn't understand what kind of magic this was. Despite the fear, one young mercenary recklessly charged toward Lucy. Lucy observed him coldly, as she didn't typically use magic in the conventional sense. She simply flicked her finger. An invisible impact force struck the charging mercenary directly. It was not an incantation, but a pure physical force generated by compressing a massive amount of magical power. A purple energy explosion swept through, demonstrating absolute, violent power. Meanwhile, the leader was struggling with a magic scroll, wondering how much longer the incantation would take to activate. Lucy's gaze shifted to him, identifying him as the ringleader. She decided she would capture him first. The leader immediately felt a terrifying pressure crushing him. Just then, a gentle hand was placed on Lucy's shoulder, stopping her. Ed Rothstaler had intervened, and the leader collapsed to the ground as the pressure vanished. Ed calmly told Lucy that it was enough. Suddenly, Ed felt a violent tremor, but it wasn't an earthquake. The night sky above the academy shook violently with massive purple lightning bolts. It was the night the 7 great stars aligned and became clearly visible in the sky. Professor Glast's high-level celestial magic, capable of distorting reality, began to manifest. The major event, known as the Descent of the Demon Realm, had officially begun. Ed Rothstaler looked up at the brightly glowing magic towers, realizing this was the final battlefield of Act 2. He thought to himself that the timing was perfect. Ed believed that by now, Taylor had defeated the underground sewer monster and acquired the necessary skill. With his full party by his side, Ed was certain that Taylor would be able to stop Glast. The fact that the event was unfolding exactly as in the original work made him believe the storyline was still on the right track. However, this type of magic was too strange. Even Yennecar and Lortel couldn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, a voice from above explained that the towers were absorbing celestial magic. It was Lucy, floating in the air, who realized that under these conditions, something seemingly impossible could be accomplished. She came to a shocking conclusion: the resurrection of the dead. Ed recalled the ending of Act 2 in the game. According to the original scenario, Lucy was supposed to be sleeping on the roof of the Trix building and only wake up after everything was over. But if the player woke her up early, Professor Glast, when cornered, would make an offer. Instead of resurrecting the great sage Sylvania, he would offer to resurrect Lucy's master, Archmage Glocht. This led to bad ending #27, where the entire party was wiped out and Lucy vanished. Ed knew well that Lucy Mayriel was an insurmountable obstacle in Act 2 of the game. He contemplated that the unexpected variables not present in the original work could be resolved through his own efforts. But then another thought flashed through his mind. Ed suddenly realized that these very unexpected elements might be the key to reversing the predetermined bad endings. An ancient jar emits a purple aura, activating its ability to suppress all magic in the area for the next 10 minutes. Under the magical light, Elte Cahelland launched his attack, believing Ed Rothstaler and Lucy Mayriel were completely neutralized. Elte roared, ordering his henchmen to act immediately. A hooded mercenary charged forward, confident that his opponent would be unable to resist. He swung his sword, boldly declaring that Ed would be unable to use magic. However, Ed remained completely calm, softly chanting the incantation for the wind blade. The mercenary was instantly thrown high into the air by a powerful gust of wind. Ed stood there, realizing he was also an unexpected factor, but knowing he couldn't stop everything. Witnessing the impossible sight, Elte Cahelland cried out in horror, unable to understand why magic could still be used. He couldn't believe how Ed managed to conjure a spell right inside the forbidden zone. The power of a legendary artifact had its limits, and the jar began to crack under Lucy's terrifying magical pressure. Like trying to empty the ocean, Lucy's boundless mana was something the jar simply could not suppress. As the jar shattered, Lucy declared that she would clear the path herself. The young girl's eyes flared with brilliant purple light, asserting that nothing could impede her steps. With his extensive combat experience, Elte collapsed to his knees before Lucy's overwhelming power. The senses honed through countless battles screamed a terrifying truth to Elte. As Lucy hovered in the air, looking down at him with deadly eyes, Elte's instinct told him he was about to die. Suddenly, a hand blocked the surge of energy, and a voice rang out, asking Elte if he realized his predicament. Elte realized in terror that his life now completely depended on someone else's decision. Ed intervened, telling Lucy that if she didn't want to kill anyone, she should stop, which surprised her as she thought he was worried about Elte. Deep down, Lucy recalled her master's teaching, never let her hands be stained with blood. But the person Ed was truly worried about was not the man about to die, but the memory of Lucy as an innocent child sleeping peacefully beside her master. With a resolute gaze, Ed looked directly at Lucy. His concern was entirely for her. Lucy remained silent, merely raising her hand in a gesture, seemingly casting a spell. After a moment, she turned away and agreed. All right. As Lucy began to leave, Ed asked where she was going, and she simply replied that everything was over. She paused, glanced over her shoulder, and asked if he was sure he wouldn't regret it, though she didn't wait for an answer. Without waiting for Ed to reply, Lucy gently floated up into the air. Ed silently watched her go, his face clearly showing worry as she departed. Lucy lowered her head, her face hidden in the shadow of her hood, concealing her emotions. Memories flooded back. The image of young Lucy standing beside the sickbed of Archmage Glocht, her dying master, who urged those remaining to become stronger. His voice echoed, desperately pleading for her to be strong. He dedicated the final lines of his cherished book to her, who had become his last purpose in life. With a satisfied smile, Glocht took his last breath after calling Lucy's name. Returning to reality, determination flashed in Lucy's eyes. She firmly said, no, rejecting the path she had nearly chosen. A brilliant purple magical light erupted, and Lucy vanished into the night sky, leaving Ed alone. Elsewhere, a silver-haired woman reported that all 57 people had safely boarded the evacuation ship off the island, and expressed hope for Yennekar's swift return. Meanwhile, Ed gasped for breath as he ran across the campus, deciding to postpone dealing with the captured Elte until later. Ed trusted that the Elte company would monitor Elte Cahelland, and Lortel would handle everything necessary, since she was the one connected to him. Ed panted from exhaustion, telling himself that sprinting at full speed to the highest point of the island had made his body feel heavy. He had reached Trix Hall, the place he called the starting point of this story arc. This was where Professor Glast had stolen the sage's sealed tome, and also where Taylor began his journey. Ed climbed the stairs, passing medical staff tending to the injured, and he never thought he would return here. But ultimately, his reverse journey had brought him back to the starting point. He thought that this was where Taylor began, and also where he would end his own journey. And there, Lucy was standing alone, quietly looking out at the glowing spires under the moonlight. Ed walked forward, reflecting on the legacy of Archmage Glocht, who had used his fortune to establish scholarships and construct buildings for the academy. Glocht's presence was everywhere, and Ed knew it well. Therefore, finding Lucy was not difficult. He knew for certain she would be here. He found her at the spot overlooking the entire academy. Because for Lucy, Sylvania Academy was a memento left behind by Glocht. Ed approached, breaking the silence with a greeting, and Lucy replied. He asked if she still had any jerky, but the answer was still no, disappointing Ed because their conversations always repeated this pattern. Lucy asked what he was doing here, and Ed replied that he was reminiscing. Ed nervously looked down at the deadly height, while Lucy began to say that she once had a very sad memory, but now she no longer felt distressed. Ed curiously asked why. Lucy explained that there was no specific reason. She simply concluded that it was because too much time had passed. Lucy recalled the serene image of Archmage Glocht, explaining that attempting to resurrect him after all this time was foolish, as he had been ready for his death. Ed mused that using forbidden magic to revive a legendary archmage, who had dedicated his life to magical research, would be a great insult. He admitted that he had known from the start that attempting to revive him was a selfish act. Lucy looked up, her face hidden in the shadow of her hood, and spoke softly. Ed anxiously checked on Lucy, even though he told himself he had no right to speak after trying to stop her. He couldn't help but ask, fearing that Lucy might change her mind at any moment and cause a terrible catastrophe. Determined to confirm her intentions, Ed called out to her. He sighed, secretly guessing that she was about to ask for dried jerky again. Unexpectedly, Lucy leaned her head on Ed's shoulder and gently asked to borrow it. Ed was surprised, finally understanding why she had signaled him to sit down next to her. At the same moment, a massive surge of magical energy erupted from the top of one of the mage towers. Ed recalled the fanatical image of Professor Glast, realizing that no one could be more devoted to celestial magic than him, and that the resurrection spell would never be cast again. He reflected on loss, noting that everyone must experience it, and the important thing was learning to accept it. Even as tears began to fall onto Lucy's cloak, Ed realized that Lucy, more than anyone, understood this, as she quietly wept on his shoulder. Ed's eyes shone with deep understanding and empathy. And then, in that moment of silence, they sat there for a long time, gazing at the mage towers piercing the night sky, a starry expanse that seemed further away than ever. The sight of magical light trails interwoven against the deep purple night sky was strangely beautiful. Suddenly, the ground shook as a golden guardian emerged from the magic circle, rising to protect the sacrifice. Taylor and his team gasped, exhausted in the middle of the magical battlefield. Suddenly, Ayla was seized by a beam of light, causing Taylor to scream her name in horror. Professor Glast revealed himself as the mastermind, unleashing a massive source of dark energy. With eyes blazing with magic, Glast smiled maliciously as he completed his ritual. Taylor could only look up in terror as a gigantic figure rushed past. The Golden Guardian delivered a devastating punch, and the truth was revealed. Ayla had been sealed within its core. A fierce energy explosion spread, leaving behind shards of magic. In the midst of the danger, Ziggs braced himself, using his body to block the golem's colossal fist. He roared, urging Taylor to seize the golden opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, Taylor leaped off Ziggs' back, charging straight toward the enemy. He poured all his strength into running up the giant's arm, determined to free Ayla. Simultaneously, Professor Glast's inner monologue echoed, admitting that he had been short-sighted. While Taylor screamed for Ayla's release, Glast's monologue began, recalling a time in the past. He remembered the moment his eyesight deteriorated to the point where he couldn't see clearly without glasses. That was when the life of a professor began. Glast immersed himself in the quiet life of the laboratory, diligently copying a sealed tome belonging to the sage. His desk was piled high with books, the result of long days analyzing celestial magic and drafting curricula. Then, at one point, a silent change occurred. The view outside his laboratory window had changed, signaling the passage of time and an impending turning point. Professor Glast recalled a snowy day when a persistent first-year student from the elemental faculty came to see him. The lavender-haired student expressed her desire to study intermediate magic ahead of the curriculum. Then the season changed. The snow melted, and the rains began to fall outside his office window. He quietly contemplated during the dreary, rainy days. The young assistant professor, Cleo, was constantly causing trouble and then nervously apologizing profusely. Following that came the beautiful sunny days, when a gentle breeze carried flower petals past the window frame. He found peace in his work, quietly reading at his desk. A high-ranking official, who would later become Principal Obel, always made a habit of stopping by to enjoy a cup of tea, a custom that never changed. Glast once believed that if he just buried himself in that familiar routine, the painful memories hidden within a tightly locked book would vanish. But closing it only unleashed a terrifying source of energy. He coughed up blood while attempting to control the forbidden magic emanating from the hovering book, which radiated immense power. Memories of the confrontation to seize the magical artifact flooded back, recalling how he was thrown back by its very power. He had tried using celestial magic to reverse time on a small scale, but the attempt shattered. Despite being severely injured, Glast frantically tried to mend what was lost. But the sorrowful memories never faded. Instead, they crystallized into a burning gaze of hatred. Returning to the present, that chaotic energy erupted from the Golden Guardian, creating a magical tremor that engulfed the battlefield. Witnessing that unimaginable destructive power, Ziggs, Elvira, and Penia could only scream in utter terror. Celestial magic exploded, unleashing a destructive wave of energy from the Golden Guardian. Amidst the chaos, Ed Rothstaler quickly cast the multiple-time prison, freezing Yennecar, Lortel, and the other allies. His eyes glowed with intense focus, maintaining the fragile protective barrier. Meanwhile, Ayla screamed, using all her strength to push Taylor away from the deadly energy stream. Stunned for a moment, Taylor gritted his teeth, his fierce determination surging. He raised his blood-soaked sword high, ready to charge into the eye of the storm. Professor Glast, despite his severe injuries, wore a satisfied smile as his plan was about to materialize. In that moment, his mind began to drift. His vision gradually blurred as his strength waned. Piercing the darkness, the image of his lost daughter, Miuri, appeared, serving as his final source of motivation. That's right. It's almost there, Glast muttered to himself, determined to achieve his goal. He reached out, grasping the energy core of the trembling reality. Suddenly, Clevius Nortondale emerged from the shadows, panting heavily but with sharp eyes. "Don't stand in my way," Glast roared, attempting to complete the reality reversal ritual. The energy core of the guardian giant flared, reaching its peak power. But a decisive slash cut deep into that glowing core. A terrifying explosion erupted as the giant shattered from within. The shockwave flung Professor Glast away, his face contorted in astonishment and despair. In his eyes, only the reflection of his utterly collapsed plan remained. Amidst the sea of flames, Taylor unleashed a swordmaster's ultimate skill. His empowered blade struck directly into the guardian giant's core, inflicting fatal cracks. In a moment of desperation, a forbidden spell was activated, attempting to reverse the flow of time. Its power spread, affecting even the students who were frozen in space. Professor Glast gritted his teeth, determined to sacrifice his remaining life for this futile endeavor. But his body could not withstand the pressure, and fresh blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. With his last ounce of strength, Glast launched an ice spear as a desperate attack. Unexpectedly, a mysterious dark-haired mage appeared and signaled his comrades. His entire group simultaneously cast a complex incantation, neutralizing Glast's magic. Glast stared at them in shock, whispering resignedly as he realized his fate. A flash of light flickered in his eyes, reflecting total collapse. Immediately afterward, the guardian giant exploded in a massive fireball. The magic backfired, and Professor Glast's body began to disintegrate into dust. Taylor, utterly drained after the attack, collapsed onto the ground amidst the explosion's aftermath. The entire battlefield was enveloped in a thick curtain of smoke and dust. Through the smoke, a figure slowly stepped forward. The figure's heavy breathing echoed, breaking the post-battle silence. Lying faintly on the ground, Professor Glast looked up at the victor and conceded defeat. The mysterious mage coldly used his foot to push Glast's disintegrating body aside. Professor Glast's body tumbled down from the peak of the brightly glowing magic tower against the night sky. He plummeted straight down, a solitary dark silhouette falling from the magnificent structure that radiated chaotic energy. In his death throes, Glast's face was smeared with blood, his shattered glasses reflecting the magical light one last time. With his fading breath, he whispered a deep longing. "Miuri." As Glast fell, a complex magic circle suddenly manifested directly beneath him. It erupted in a blinding flash of light, engulfing his free-falling body. In a magical burst, he vanished from the air. He then reappeared beneath an ancient tree in the tranquil forest. The spatial teleportation magic had succeeded. However, Glast staggered, blood continuously pouring from his fatal wound. Even his magical power could no longer sustain him. Exhausted, he collapsed by the tree, knowing this was his end. Just then, Glast looked up, startled to see someone standing before him, and wondered how they could be there after curfew. That person was Ed Rothstaler, standing silently with an undisclosed purpose. 1 hour earlier, the peak of the Trix Hall Tower had exploded in a fierce storm of magical power. Meanwhile, Lortel was moving quickly, inwardly thinking that all risk factors had been properly handled. She decided to check on Ed, who had suddenly rushed to Trix Hall, before heading to her rendezvous point. Upon arrival, Lortel saw Ed waving at her, standing next to a student wearing a witch's hat. Suddenly, the student in the witch's hat tightly gripped Ed's arm. Ed turned back with a confused expression, while Lortel immediately sensed an imminent danger. Ed observed Dorothy, an elite third-year student, and assistant Professor Cleo. Noting that the situation in the underground waterways seemed to have been resolved, he was momentarily confused to see Dorothy sobbing uncontrollably. When Ed turned back, both women shrieked in surprise at his sudden appearance. Meanwhile, Yennecar collapsed to her knees, a phantom image of the colossal spirit Takan appearing as she desperately called Ed's name. Regaining her composure, Yennecar seriously told Ed that she needed to confirm something about the tower's celestial magic. She explained that her meetings with her spirits were actually meant to protect the northern forest, although recently the topic had revolved solely around Ed's life. A few days prior, Takan sensed a type of magic similar to that of the towers in the forest, leading Yennecar to believe only one person could be behind it. She wondered what Professor Glast had been doing in the forest, as no actual towers had appeared. Hearing this, Ed initially decided he didn't need to investigate further since this event was not in the game's original plot. But then he recalled the battle where he was nearly wiped out by Elta, and realized that if Glast also deviated from the script, the consequences would be unpredictable. Driven by this fear, Ed decided he had to go check on the professor's situation. He ventured alone into the dark forest under the cover of night. There, he found Professor Glast, leaning against a tree and dying, who was surprised and asked why Ed was out after curfew. Just then, Lortel and Yennecar arrived, utterly astonished to find Ed with Glast. Coughing up blood, Glast replied that he was gazing at the moon, then wondered if that was ridiculous. Ed affirmed it was not, but Glast mocked himself, saying he found his own situation absurd. Glast conceded that Ed was right, that his failure was inevitable, though he never expected to be thwarted by a group of students. He believed that even if he had won, Principal Abel would have intervened, perhaps only hesitating due to their friendship. After Glast admitted Ed was a more exceptional student than he had thought, Ed immediately asked why the professor had kidnapped him in the first place. Glast confessed he originally intended to recruit Ed for his talent, but the plan fell apart when Ed collapsed from exhaustion. He recalled that when he came to check on them after the kidnapping, Ed had escaped with Isla. Accepting his fate, Glast considered this solitary death too light a price for his sins. Nevertheless, He asserted that he had never felt lonely during the 17 years he spent with his daughter. In a fleeting memory of Muri, Glast confirmed to Ed that those 17 years had passed too quickly. Ed sat down and unexpectedly asked Glast about his relationship with assistant Professor Cleo. He pointed out a strange coincidence. Counting her time as his student and assistant, Glast had also known Cleo for 17 years. Ed revealed that he had just met Cleo on his way here, and she was crying. Ed recalled Cleo saying that Professor Glast was a person one couldn't help but hate. She listed his many flaws: stubborn, abrasive, self-righteous, and the only person who had ever criticized her. But, after a moment of choking back tears, Cleo tearfully admitted that, despite everything, Glast was the most brilliant scholar she had ever met, leading Ed to believe she had sensed his fate. Ed also remembered Dorothy, who had tremblingly expressed eternal gratitude for Glast, recognizing her talent. Ed mused that there was no denying Glast had gone astray by taking students hostage. He was wrong to lament dying alone in solitude, because the truth was, Cleo, who became an assistant professor at a very young age, and Dorothy, the top student in alchemy, had both once been considered talentless. Although he constantly criticized the untalented, Glast was the one who tirelessly sought out and nurtured his students' hidden potential. Ed reflected that it seemed Glast had been determined to prove that even his daughter was a person of value. The professor had been a teacher and colleague to too many people to die in solitude. Ed realized Professor Glast was severely nearsighted, and at some point, he couldn't see anything without his glasses. He couldn't even clearly see himself anymore. Professor Glast lay silent, seemingly accepting his fate. Then he spoke, revealing that he had known the state of the Soul Library before using the summoning magic. He admitted Ed had cleaned out the library well, only taking the most valuable production formulas, but called it a meaningless effort, making Ed wonder if there was something more. With an enigmatic remark, Glast produced a gleaming silver key. He placed the key in Ed's hand, saying that Ed would have to clean up the rest himself. Professor Glast declared that from now on, the Soul Library belonged to Ed. Shocked, Ed asked why, but Glast merely countered with a question, asking if Ed was complaining. Glast instructed Ed to find a secret safe guarded by Reyna, and warned him to ensure the academy staff didn't discover it. With his final breath, he whispered one last name: Lucy. Glast's words reminded Ed of the people around him, and the importance of observing them closely. A flash of realization sparked in the dying professor's eyes. He murmured his final words, saying it was a wise decision, and slowly closed his eyes. As Glast took his last breath, Ed wondered what expression Lucy must have had at that exact moment. He regretted not being able to witness it, his hand unconsciously clutching the hem of his cloak. Left only with the peaceful face of the deceased, Ed could only surmise the truth based on what had just transpired. Professor Glast had passed away, his body leaning against the tree under the moonlight, appearing to be in eternal slumber. Ed, Lortel, and Yennecar stood silently for a long time, witnessing that quiet moment together. Afterward, in the principal's office, Ed faced an interrogation, as Principal Abel listed his presence in every major incident, from the occupation of the Ophelis building to the theft of the sealed tome. The principal addressed him directly as Ed Rossdaler, making Ed inwardly groan about having to repeat his story all night long. Abel questioned Ed's testimony, doubting the story that he was kidnapped, escaped on his own, and then coincidentally met Taylor's group. Ed patiently insisted that every detail was in the report, but Abel immediately focused on the crucial point: why Ed left Isla behind during his escape. In a brief memory, Ed recalled the moment Ayla was unable to move and completely distrusted him. Just as he was about to explain that he had to go seek aid, Abel decisively cut him off. The principal bluntly expressed his suspicion, and Ed himself realized his story contained too many unbelievable coincidences. Abel pointed out that Ed's strangely calm demeanor, despite always acting as a detached observer, only made him more suspicious. Then, with a sudden slam of his hand on the table, Abel's tone abruptly shifted. He declared that in both incidents, Ed had been a victim due to the Academy's negligence. Ed was stunned, realizing that what the principal was reading was not his own statement. To Ed's astonishment, Abel flipped to his academic record and acknowledged the immense effort he had put in. Utterly bewildered, Ed could only stand there as the principal announced that the Academy wished to reward him for his contributions. As Ed stepped out of the office in a daze, Yennecar was waiting and called out to him joyfully. She hurriedly inquired, expressing deep concern for his safety, but he quickly reassured her that he was perfectly fine. Suddenly, the wind spirit Dries, perched on Yennecar's shoulder, whispered something into her ear. Immediately, Yennecar's demeanor changed. She feigned pain and claimed she might have been injured while saving Ed, leaving him utterly astonished and worried. Ed frantically asked where she was hurt, and she hesitantly replied that she might have sprained her back. With a serious expression, Ed stated that the recent events had made him realize something important. He recalled all the times Yennecar had been there to help him, blaming himself for taking her presence for granted, which had now led to her suffering harm. A shadow of regret enveloped Ed as he remembered the lesson from Professor Glast's final moments. It would be too late to mourn once something was truly lost. Feeling guilty for always being a burden, Ed made Yennecar break out in a cold sweat as she realized his misunderstanding was spiraling out of control. Ed bowed deeply in apology and asked Yennecar to stop getting involved with him, causing her to panic and hastily confess that she had lied and was not injured at all. After a moment of silence, Ed looked up and unexpectedly asked Yennecar if she lived in Dex Hall. He hinted that starting next semester, he might be. Yenikar's eyes lit up, brimming with hope and anticipation. Overjoyed, she loudly asked if Ed was planning to move to Dex Hall, her enthusiastic reaction leaving him momentarily taken aback. After all the turmoil, the academy skies finally returned to a clear, peaceful blue. Standing amidst nature, Ed sighed in relief, thinking that Act 2 of the story had concluded smoothly. He recalled Principal Abel's words, that he deserved to end his miserable life and become a normal student. With the principal's permission for him to move into the dormitory, Ed returned to his wooden shack. Looking at the prepared firewood logs, Ed felt a fleeting sense of regret, having once looked forward to building a fence, growing vegetables, and improving the place. As his shadow stretched across the door, he accepted that his reclusive life in the woods was about to end. Ed muttered a farewell to his forest life, and opened the door to step inside. Instantly, a terrifying crash echoed as his roof was pierced by a strange object. Stunned by the scene of devastation, Ed was astonished to realize that Lucy Mayriel was lying unconscious on the floor. Amidst the gloomy mountain scenery, a voice remarked that it looked like rain was coming. Lucy, in the form of a child, realized she was in the northern Lamelin Mountains, not Akin Island. She wondered why she was suddenly dreaming of her childhood. Nevertheless, she decided to head toward a small stone house to visit the old man. Inside, Archmage Glocht sat silently on a chair, his back to her in the warm light. Lucy looked up at him with a pensive expression. The scene abruptly changed. The room became dark and covered in cobwebs, transforming the old man's silhouette into a ghostly shadow. Glocht's dark shadow appeared menacingly. It morphed into a skeleton with blazing red eyes, screaming and demanding why Lucy hadn't resurrected him. She realized this was a nightmare. Lucy closed her eyes, silently confronting the horror in her mind. She opened her eyes, returning to her current form. A dark-haired maid greeted her good morning and urged her to prepare for school. Lucy sat on the bed, remaining silent. In a flash of memory, she was using high-level spatial magic. A massive surge of magical energy shot into the sky, and she felt an inexplicable urge to go to the northern forest immediately. Her bare feet gently landed on the tiled roof of a house. From the rooftop, she saw Ed walking toward her. An inexplicable sense of relief spread through her as she smiled. Lucy looked up at the sky and muttered that it looked like rain was coming. Seeing her, Ed concluded that his life in the forest was likely coming to an end. A thud echoed as Lucy fell to the ground. Ed looked at the unconscious girl, thinking to himself that cats were truly incomprehensible and never did what others wanted. He continued to muse on their nature. When you want to pet them, they act aloof, but when you are busy ignoring them, they suddenly seek attention. Ed concluded that this was the nature of cats, and the best strategy to control them was simply to ignore them. Then he turned his back and walked toward his log cabin. In a classroom, Professor Flubin advised the students that if they wanted a feline familiar, they should try ignoring it, and they would be surprised when it sought them out on its own. Two female students sitting nearby giggled, suggesting that this was more complicated than dating. In the monster studies class, Ed noted that Professor Flubin was highly charismatic, which made his class consistently popular and achieving high grades difficult. But now, Ed had caught up with the lectures and was confident that no one took notes as detailed as his. So he closed his notebook as the class ended. Professor Flubin unexpectedly called Ed over and invited him to his laboratory, which surprised Ed. The professor asked Ed if he had heard about the Academy's scholarship system. Ed replied that it was a tuition support system in exchange for contributing to the Academy, while a snake slithered across Professor Flubin's arm, who confirmed that this was a good opportunity for him. When Ed asked about the specific duties, Professor Flubin explained that they were administrative tasks, but mainly assisting Assistant Professor Cleo, who was overwhelmed with the work left behind by the late Professor Glast. The professor added that Anise was helping, but Cleo still needed more assistance because there was a lot of work remaining, such as final evaluations and placement exams. Professor Flubin instructed Ed not to try intimidating the new students, and Ed nodded in agreement. Ed thought about the new students, certain that the person he was looking for was among them. He envisioned a magical book capable of amplifying magical resonance power. Meanwhile, in her office, Lortel Cahaland was holding that very glowing book and pondering deeply. She wondered if selling this powerful item to Crepin was the right decision. Lortel deduced that Ed asking for such a huge favor indicated he did not want Crepin to obtain the book. Panic set in, and she reminded herself that she had bought the book for profit and that a massive sum of money was at stake. Regaining her composure, Lortel told herself she needed to be more ruthless, as her motto was never to delay business. She looked back at Ed's letter, in which he promised to do anything for her if she secured the purchase certificate. Lortel's eyes fixated on that promise, especially the words anything, and a strange emotion swelled within her. Her cheeks flushed, she smiled slyly, and decided to add one more clause to their agreement. While writing, Lortel suddenly thought of the special classes during the winter break, and wondered who would replace the deceased Professor Glast. She sighed in relief, realizing she wouldn't have to worry about the campsite anymore, and figured everyone else was also busy with the end of the semester. As she thought of Yennecar, Ed, and Lucy, Lortel's pen suddenly snapped in half under unconscious pressure. Startled, she looked down at the broken pen, a bead of anxious sweat rolling down her cheek. Sitting alone in the vast office, Lortel suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of ominous foreboding. Meanwhile, at the log cabin in the forest, Lucy spoke up, reminding Ed that he was running out of firewood. Ed turned around, surprised by her unexpected comment. Lucy, casually chewing on dried meat, reiterated that Ed himself had said there wouldn't be enough firewood for the winter. She went on to ask why he hadn't been hunting lately, causing Ed to be secretly astonished by her sudden, helpful questions. Ed admitted he had neglected the camp maintenance because he was considering moving to Dex Hall, which also meant he and Lucy would see less of each other. Just as Ed was musing that this would help stabilize the game's storyline, a cheerful voice rang out, calling his name. Yennecar ran up, waving brightly, and explained that her afternoon class was cancelled, so she came here to relax. She sat down next to Ed, saying that since he wouldn't be at the camp after the winter break, she wanted to visit as often as possible. As Yennecar expressed her regret, Lucy shot a sharp glare, thinking to herself that she actually liked this place very much too. Yennecar asserted that Ed's comfort was more important and offered to help if he decided to move to Dex Hall, making Ed wonder about the tasks he needed to complete. While Yennecar excitedly planned their meeting at the cafeteria, Ed thoughtfully looked at the key, realizing it was time to open Professor Glast's secret safe. Suddenly, Yennecar held out a carefully sealed envelope in front of him. Ed was surprised to see it was an application to transfer into Dex Hall, and Yennecar explained that submitting it early would be better. Appreciating Yennecar's thoughtfulness, Ed took the application while she offered to fill it out with him. Just as Yennecar was about to speak further, she was startled by a figure rushing toward them. Lucy suddenly burst onto the scene, her panicked expression causing Ed to call out her name in astonishment. The barefoot mage girl hurried closer to them. Ed quickly restrained Lucy as she desperately flailed her arms, demanding that he stop. With eyes that were both furious and desperate, Lucy screamed, ordering Ed not to take the application form. Ed could only freeze at her strange reaction, and that was the day everything began. In a memory, a voice echoed, praising that all of Ed's efforts were finally paying off. The flashback showed Ed practicing fire magic under the supervision of Yennecar and the spirit mug, with her praising his astonishing rate of progress. Yennecar commented that his spirit resonance had surpassed most novice elementalists, and his mana synchronization ability was also progressing rapidly. As she spoke, she glanced over and saw Lucy glaring at them from behind a tree, prompting her to ask Ed if she had somehow offended Lucy. Ed mused that the maids at Ophelis Hall always took meticulous care of Lucy, yet today she had escaped the dormitory in her pajamas early in the morning. Returning to his solo practice, Ed felt his magical power increase as he flipped through a book. He decided it was time to begin learning intermediate magic, and a powerful surge of blue energy enveloped his body. However, his attempt failed, the spell fizzled out, and Ed collapsed onto the floor. Later, while with another female student, Ed silently watched Lucy struggling to cut a piece of steak with all her might, wondering what had caused her current state. While Yennecar attempted to apologize, Ed noticed that Lucy seemed particularly hostile toward her. Upon closer observation, however, Ed realized that Lucy's aggressive exterior actually concealed a deep fear. Returning to his room, Ed collapsed onto his bed, exhausted, lamenting that intermediate magic was much harder to learn than he had anticipated. He lifted the book from his face when he heard a call, responding wearily. Lucy, still in her pajamas, handed him a key and asked what he planned to do after she left. Ed replied that there was a place he needed to go. He thought about needing to check the furnace since the nights were getting cold, a worry he wouldn't have if he moved to Dex Hall. Ed tucked the key inside his shirt, thinking he couldn't go anywhere until he finished his errands. He suddenly called Lucy back, which made her look at him questioningly. Lucy simply stared silently at Ed with an inscrutable expression. With a determined look, Lucy suggested they go to that place together immediately, leaving Ed completely stunned. A rope was securely tied to a tree branch beneath the sunset sky. The rope tightened as it was lowered through a hole in the ceiling of a secret structure. While rappelling down, Ed questioned why Lucy had decided to follow him all the way here. Lucy floated beside him using magic, pointing out that they could use her spells to descend more easily. Ed landed safely, asserting that everything was fine. He explained that he needed to confirm whether he could enter and exit this place on his own. Looking at the scattered pile of magical equipment, Ed realized he would have to return many times to carry everything away. He placed his hand on a flat panel on the floor, kicking up a thick layer of dust. After blowing the dust away, Ed was astonished to discover a safe hidden beneath the floor. He wondered why that person had hidden the key until the very last moment, then inserted it into the glowing lock. Inside the safe, a brilliant golden light radiated outward, enveloping both Ed and Lucy. Ed couldn't believe that Professor Glast had hidden something like this here. Meanwhile, in a dark passage, Lucy encouraged a panting Ed as he clung to the rope, telling him he was almost at the top. While climbing down, Ed muttered that Lortel would surely send him the necessary magical engineering supplies soon. He chastised himself for not asking her for a ladder first, then decided to take a short break, realizing that without his physical training, he would have given up long ago. Lucy floated beside him, curiously asking about the item Ed had just found. It was a legendary magical artifact, Glast's Golden Phoenix Ring, capable of bending the flow of time to allow the user to borrow their own future magical power. Ed deduced that, theoretically, he could use high-level magic right now by borrowing power from his future self. However, the cost was that he would fall into a state of combat incapacitation for a duration corresponding to the amount of mana used. He realized that if he wanted to use the ring in combat, there was only one way. That was to use it as a last resort, a finishing blow when facing overwhelmingly powerful enemies. Aside from combat, Ed thought about forming a spirit contract, recalling Yennecar and the immense magical power that allowed her to command countless spirits. He bitterly recalled the past, when he was a novice elementalist with meager mana reserves, finding even communication with a low-level spirit incredibly difficult. Ed gripped the ring, realizing that if he could temporarily increase his mana limit, he might be able to form a contract with a high-level spirit, despite the extreme risk involved. Lucy began to doubt, thinking that if Glast had the time to create such an item, he should have been doing something else. But she quickly dismissed the thought. Ed smiled reassuringly at Lucy, saying that everything was in the past. He put the ring away and asserted that this was the library's most valuable artifact, and Professor Glast would never waste time on meaningless things. Ed recalled Glast's philosophy, that assisting someone who lacked talent was a mistake. But now, he understood that this very artifact could shatter the desperate wall of mana deficiency. Looking at the image of Professor Glast's bloody corpse, Ed finally understood. This was the reason he researched magical engineering artifacts and hid this one until the very end. Everything Professor Glast did, in the end, was only because he wanted to create a gift for his daughter. In the quiet of the night, Lucy called out to Ed, pulling him out of his thoughts. She began telling an allegorical story about a lost button, about only realizing the value of something once it is gone. Ed replied vaguely as he safely landed. Lucy continued, saying she constantly realized the importance of things she had once taken for granted. She admitted that the real reason she came along was because she had something she needed to ask him. With a determined gaze, Lucy asked directly if Ed intended to move into the Dex dormitory. Then she earnestly asked what would happen if he didn't move. Ed was stunned, as this was an incredibly strange request coming from someone like Lucy. He silently weighed the two options, the magnificent Dex dormitory and his simple campsite. Ed told himself that moving into the dormitory would certainly make his life easier, especially with the cold winter approaching. He admitted it was true, causing Lucy to subtly pull the brim of her hat down. Suddenly, Lucy looked up at the sky and whispered that it looked like rain, but then she immediately denied it, realizing something was wrong. Ed also looked up, asserting that it wasn't the rainy season, while a strange object began to glow high above. Lucy stood silently, her eyes filled with sorrow as she gazed at the night sky. There was no certainty that what was falling from the sky was merely a dreary rain. Tiny white particles began to fall, signaling an ill omen, even though the rainy season had long passed. Amidst the strange scene, Lucy returned to the topic, breaking the silence. Ed looked away, then replied that he had been too busy to prepare enough firewood for the winter and asked for her help. Ed smiled, saying that Lucy herself had reminded him about the lack of heating wood. Hearing this, Lucy was overjoyed, rushing forward to embrace the stunned Ed. Her witch's hat fell to the ground during the sudden embrace. Ed sighed, explaining that he was already too accustomed to life at the campsite. He added that staying here after making a few improvements would actually be more beneficial. His eyes shone with determination regarding his decision. Ed leaned back, falling onto the soft layer of snow, marking the end of Act 2 and ushering in a dramatic Act 3. Lost in thought, Ed envisioned the upcoming confrontation between Princess Penia and Lortel for the Student Council presidency. He also thought of the new protagonists and antagonists who would be enrolling, including a mysterious woman with a bandaged face, and the last person still standing on the stage of the upcoming act. It was Lucy May Real, the final boss of Act 3, currently submerged in a torrent of dark magic. Ed silently confronted the knowledge of a volatile future. Despite knowing the countless obstacles ahead, he decided to temporarily set aside his worries. He trusted that, after everything, both of them would be safe and sound. Seeing Lucy's happy smile mixed with tears, a side of her he had never known, Ed became even more certain that they would be fine. Winter officially arrived. Ed spent the entire morning clearing the snow around his campsite. Although he had promised himself not to overwork, since his life as a scholarship student would begin tomorrow, he was determined to finish everything today. He needed to stockpile enough firewood and preserve food for the long winter. Thanks to the freezing weather, food storage went quickly, and Ed recalled his agreement with Principal Obel trading dormitory life for a scholarship, which completely resolved his tuition burden. Ed told himself that even with free time, he couldn't afford to be lazy all day, especially while Lucy was sound asleep in his bed. He had given up trying to kick Lucy out whenever she snuck in, knowing that her protective magic would keep her from getting cold. Nevertheless, as he exhaled a white cloud into the frigid air, Ed still felt that something was amiss. Stepping out of the cabin into the snow, he realized he wouldn't have this much free time anymore, and this was the perfect moment to address a few risks. Ed looked at a coin-shaped magical artifact glowing in his palm, determined to begin his plan. He clenched his fist, and the artifact in his hand erupted in a brilliant surge of energy. Ed's entire body was engulfed in a vortex of fire as he focused his mind and called out to the high-grade spirit, Marilda. Meanwhile, another story was unfolding on the snow-covered campus of Sylvania Academy. Laplace Bakery, famous for its sweets prepared by a former royal chef, and its fragrant rooftop garden, was a destination for young noblewomen. The bakery's most luxurious afternoon tea set, which was always sold out and difficult to reserve, had been prepared. Yennecar smiled contentedly next to her cup of coffee, but shyly told her friend not to call this a lure used to trick her into coming. Clara, her red-haired friend, slammed the table and bluntly declared that Yennecar was crossing a dangerous line because she had fallen madly in love with Ed Rothstaler. Yennecar gasped and yelled, "How did you know?" While Clara irritably replied that she wasn't blind and had no intention of stopping her friend. Clara explained that she was initially devastated, but since Ed's reputation had improved, she decided to accept reality. Recalling how cool Ed looked in class, Clara leaned close to Yennecar, rapidly asking if she had recently experienced a speechless, racing heart, or felt too flustered to look Ed directly in the eye. Yennecar blushed and admitted that now, her feelings were no longer confusion and tension, but comfort and warmth, causing Clara to yell. "That's it!" Clara warned that this feeling of comfort was the exact sign that Yennecar was heading straight for the worst dating outcome. Bad ending. Number 13. Just friends. In a fit of anger, Clara grabbed Yennecar and shouted that one-sided affection would lead nowhere. She needed to make Ed feel the same way about her. Clara continued her speech, asserting that if Yennecar kept trailing after Ed like a puppy, she would forever remain a follower, and not a girlfriend. While Yennecar's spirits enthusiastically cheered her on. Clenching Yennecar's hands, Clara anxiously stated that the winter break had begun, and since Ed kept attracting other girls, they had to quickly find a solution before she went home. Anise silently acknowledged the shrewdness of Clara, who possessed deep knowledge of relationships gained from listening to the experiences of countless people. She mused that Clara, wanting to help Yennecar, had relentlessly praised Ed to everyone, from the headmaid Belle Maya to other staff and students. Thanks to these efforts, Ed's reputation had significantly improved, leading everyone in the academy to now trust him. However, Anise held a different view. She did not entirely agree with Clara's strategy. She began thinking about Assistant Professor Cleo, a person so lacking in dignity that she was frequently scolded by the librarian for returning books late. Cleo's clumsiness and continuous mistakes led people to question the true competence of an assistant professor. Nevertheless, other professors acknowledged that Cleo possessed an undeniable innate talent in a certain field. Anise recalled that Cleo had been fortunate enough to be mentored by great scholars like Professor Glast and Professor Fluben, and precisely because of this fortune, Cleo, who was utterly incompetent at handling paperwork, was able to manage important tasks thanks to having an outstanding assistant. That assistant was Anise Halen, a second-year student in the magic department, who politely declined help with a smile. Anise's competence was so exceptional that even high-ranking academy officials acknowledged her as the best. The clearest proof of her talent was the perpetually tidy office of the absent-minded Professor Cleo. She placed a thick stack of personal files on the desk, the result of secretly gathering information from across the academy, like a true stalker. Only Yennecar and Clara knew Anise's true nature, a person who believed that social relationships were merely the act of wearing different masks. She had about 20 minutes before Professor Cleo returned, enough time to analyze all the information regarding Ed Rothstaler. Anise began reviewing the files, quickly skipping the useless public information about the Rothstaler family to focus on Ed's personal history. She skimmed Ed's upbringing, from being chosen as the successor at age 2, to his poor academic performance, concluding that he possessed no talent whatsoever. A flashback revealed Anise's difficult past, where her family went bankrupt and she had to fend for herself by working as a teaching assistant to earn a scholarship. Using Lortel as a role model, Anise was determined to do anything to survive, leveraging her unique talents despite her lack of understanding regarding money. She returned to the documents, re-examining Ed's position within the Empire's most powerful family. Anise deduced that Ed Rothstaler's childhood must have been suffocating and filled with imposed ideologies, despite growing up in wealth. She continued her analysis, suggesting that Ed lacked outstanding academic talent, had low self-esteem, and would likely prefer innocent, cheerful girls. Anise muttered a detailed series of analyses regarding Ed's psychology, preferences, and behavior, believing that observational ability was more important than combat prowess. Confident in her deductions, Anise smirked and decided it was time for her to practice a little. Just then, Assistant Professor Cleo cheerfully walked in, carrying Mont Blanc pastries from the Laplace shop, and invited everyone to share. Cleo was surprised to see Anise had already prepared tea, praising her thoughtfulness for anticipating that she would bring snacks. Suddenly, Cleo tripped, shattering the teacup and scattering its contents across the floor. Panicked, she secretly thought that Anise would surely scold her again for her clumsiness. However, Anise merely asked gently if Cleo was hurt, leaving her stunned. Anise softly said she was relieved Cleo was all right, radiating a warm aura. Completely dumbfounded by the unexpected reaction, Cleo could only utter Anise's name in confusion. In a different scene, Ed thanked Belle Maya for washing his uniform, mentioning that he needed to wear it during the winter break as well. Belle replied that one uniform made no difference to her workload, and furthermore, she owed him for taking care of the person she served. Belle recounted that she had recently noticed strands of blonde hair in Lucy's laundry, while an image of Ed and Lucy resting together flashed through her mind. She further explained that when washing Ed's clothes, she noticed Lucy's white hair and the scent of the laundry detergent they used, leading Ed to secretly admit that Lucy had been very clingy lately. Ed was astonished by Belle's keen observational skills, then wondered what she would do with her life if she hadn't become a maid, before Belle interrupted to ask why he still spoke so formally. Ed insisted that he preferred it that way, but Belle stated she did not, and their exchange ended with Ed maintaining his stance. Ed thought to himself that Belle was now the head maid, a high-ranking employee, and since he was no longer a noble or a student of the Ophilis dormitory, it would be strange to speak casually. He ended his train of thought, recognizing her resolve in the sharp gaze fixed upon him. Ed tried to maintain his formal attitude, citing that Belle was now the head maid with many responsibilities. Belle gently dismissed this, playfully pointing out that Ed was the one who had many people to manage. She decided not to argue further, concluding that the young lady's choices were their own business. Belle then offered to continue doing Ed's laundry and announced that the Ophelis dormitory had been completely rebuilt. Ed commented on the rapid pace of reconstruction, deducing that the academy had poured significant resources into preparing for the new students. He continued by saying that, among the new students of the Ophelis dormitory, one particular person had completed the procedures and was about to move in. Ed correctly guessed the person's identity as Tanya Rothstaler, and Belle confirmed that she thought he already knew. The blonde young man secretly sighed, anticipating an exhausting winter break due to his sister's arrival. In a different setting at the snow-covered campsite, Ziggs mentioned he would be going home for the break, leading Ed to immediately guess it was because Elka was also leaving. While intensely training his physique, Ziggs admitted he wanted to spend time with Elka, then asked about Ed's plans. Ed replied that he would stay behind to research intermediate magic, causing Ziggs to anxiously remind him not to overexert himself. Ziggs realized he couldn't sense any magical power from Ed at all, and worried that his friend was pushing himself to the limit again. He kindly placed his hand on Ed's forehead to check his temperature. Seeing that Ed had a slight fever, Ziggs grew more worried, but Ed simply replied that he had his own reasons, and would be unable to use magic for a while. Ziggs accepted the explanation without further questioning, a quality Ed secretly appreciated. Afterward, Ziggs recounted that Isla had asked about Ed. She believed there was a misunderstanding and wanted to come apologize with Taylor. He stated that he refused to disclose Ed's location, and Ed replied that he didn't need any apology. Ed asserted that he held no resentment toward Isla, prompting Ziggs to comment that this was due to indifference rather than generosity. Ed immediately changed the subject, asking Ziggs for a favor before he went home and tossing him a pouch of money as payment. Ed explained that he needed help cleaning up Professor Glast's underground library because it was too messy. Ziggs caught the pouch, insisted Ed didn't need to pay him, and curiously asked what his friend planned to do there. Ed revealed he would turn the place into a workshop, astonishing Ziggs with his packed schedule. Ziggs advised Ed not to overwork himself, while Ed secretly checked off items on his winter break plan list, preparing for his assistant duties tomorrow. In another academy building, a voice rang out, welcoming the scholarship students. Anise Halen appeared looking utterly exhausted, explaining that Assistant Professor Cleo couldn't speak because she had been awake for 44 hours preparing for the meeting. During the meeting, a senior assistant, standing with Ed, Clevius, and another student named Onyx, began distributing the tasks. The blonde assistant announced that their mission was to prepare and supervise the placement exam for the new students. He secretly thought that Cleo now had to handle the duties Professor Glast always managed, and he already knew the outcome. The senior assistant expressed surprise at Clevius's presence, then assigned him the task of retrieving supplies for the exam at the new location. Next, he requested that Onyx assist Professor Cleo in dealing with the mountain of paperwork. Finally, he called Ed Rothstaler's name, capturing the attention of Anise, who was deep in her own calculations. Anise secretly judged Ed to be a womanizer and decided to use this opportunity to work together as a test. She was confident in her plan, having spent the entire night analyzing and crafting the ideal female persona to seduce Ed. Anise approached, asking Ed to accompany her to inspect the location, secretly resolving to remove him from Yennekar's orbit. The two arrived at the Academy's northwest mountain, a land blanketed in white snow. Anise walked cautiously on the snow, warning him about dangerous areas and slippery ice patches. After moving for a while, Anise was exhausted and panting, while Ed remained completely unperturbed. She suggested they take a short break. Anise chuckled as she thanked Ed, admitting that his strength and kindness made her realize she might have misunderstood him. Anise explained that as Yennekar's close friend, she had been worried seeing her friend associate with someone unsuitable. She confessed that she had been too cold, excusing her actions as stemming from concern for her friend. Ed dismissed her indifferently, saying he didn't mind, and just wanted to quickly finish the tasks on his list. Anise showed sympathy, suggesting Ed must have struggled greatly having to handle the assistant duties alone. With a radiant smile, she grabbed Ed's sleeve and said that now he had her by his side. Anise tightened her grip, bringing up the topic of Ed being disowned by his family to establish a connection. She revealed that she was in a similar situation, having to fend for herself to continue her studies after her family went bankrupt. Anise described that time as lonely, like waiting alone through an endless winter. Ed thought to himself that this story explained why she always presented herself as capable and independent. He offered sincere comfort, telling her she shouldn't be too hard on herself for having made it this far on her own. Anise thanked Ed, grabbing his cloak once more. She gently said that they had a lot in common, but Ed realized she was acting completely differently from the pragmatic person he knew her to be. Suddenly, Anise cried out and stumbled. Ed quickly caught her as she fell into his arms, reminding her to be careful while she awkwardly apologized for tripping over a rock. He glanced at the flat ground, which contained absolutely no rocks, his heart filled with suspicion. Anise blushed in Ed's embrace, flustered by her sudden body heat. While he calmly used his hand to fan her, she hurriedly told Ed to wait and ran off, leaving him alone with a puzzled expression. From a distance, Anise watched Ed and wondered if his reliable exterior was merely an act. Sitting alone in the snowy woods, she admitted to herself that this mission was truly difficult. Anise analyzed her strategy. Since she didn't know Ed's preferences, she had created a persona that was both pitiful and clumsy to evoke his compassion. She recalled her plan was to create subtle physical contact, and then pretend to fall into his arms. Everything seemed to have gone according to calculation. However, she admitted that perhaps she had overacted. Anise suddenly blushed, secretly thinking she truly hadn't expected Ed's body to be so muscular. Although he looked like a bookworm, he was much more solid than she had imagined. She also realized she had underestimated Ed. He wasn't just a naive noble, but was also highly capable. And then, she thought about his appearance. Anise suddenly understood why Yennecar was so infatuated with Ed. This realization made her involuntarily blush with embarrassment, but immediately afterward, Anise snapped out of it, her gaze turning sharp. She bitterly concluded that this was exactly how Ed had charmed one girl after another. With a determined look, Anise vowed to herself that she would be different and would never fall for Ed Rothstaler. Meanwhile, atop a snowy peak, Ed let out a long sigh. The magnificent scenery before him helped him temporarily forget his worries. But he knew there were problems that couldn't be solved just by running away, such as the issue concerning Tanya Rothstaler, whom he described as a genuine female villain. Ed knew his sister was a born political genius, possessing terrifying skills in deception and manipulation. Her goal was to become the first freshman student council president in the Academy's history, and she would soon begin recruiting influential figures. Ed recalled Belmaya's words that Tanya would arrive at the dormitory early, deducing this was a move for her to build her faction before the official semester began. Ed told himself that even though Tanya was a major villain, he could still prepare for her arrival. Standing on the windy, snowy peak, Ed realized the difficult problem. He didn't know how Tanya would treat him. He was confused because Tanya knew the true nature of Ed Rothstaler, while he knew nothing about his former self. In his stream of consciousness, the image of the original Ed Rothstaler appeared as a petty villain, only briefly seen at the start of the game. Ed bitterly admitted that in the game, that Ed was merely an insignificant background character who eventually ended up living on the streets. Thus, he couldn't guess what Tanya, his close younger sister, truly thought of her older brother. Ed bitterly muttered the conclusion that, in Tanya's eyes, her brother was nothing more than trash. Meanwhile, aboard the carriage entering the academy, Tanya Rothstaler gazed at the school, thinking that this place gathered countless brilliant stars. She listed the illustrious names: Princess Penia, Lortel Cahelland of the Elta Company, and the talented elementalist Yennecar Palarover. Tanya also thought of the genius alchemist Elvira Aniston and Clevius, the spectral swordsman of the Nortondale family. She even mentioned the warrior who possessed the skills of a swordmaster, but above all, she admired Lucy Mayriel, the greatest magical genius. As the carriage wheels clattered on the road, Tanya inwardly sighed that merely thinking of those noble individuals was enough to make her heart pound. When the carriage stopped, she resolved to integrate and dedicate herself fully to her studies at Sylvania Academy. While a maid informed her that her room was ready, Tanya stepped down and ordered her attendants to complete the enrollment procedures for her. She turned to her attendant maid, announcing that she had a place she needed to visit first. With a determined gaze, Tanya declared that her first mission in this academic land was to deal with Ed Rothstaler, the one who had disgraced the family name. A letter from her father appeared in her mind. He expressed joy at her determination and fully supported his daughter's ambition. The image of her father, Crepin Rothstaler, smiled with satisfaction, encouraging her to make acquaintances with the outstanding figures on his behalf and solidify her position at the academy. Tanya clutched the letter, recalling her promise to her father and the 2 resolutions she had set before coming to Sylvania. In Tanya's recollection, the instructions regarding Sylvania Academy's rules echoed amidst the magnificent scenery. Even the most powerful individuals must respect the professors, as this was an academic environment. In a luxurious parlor, Tanya smiled as a male attendant thanked her for her time. She began her story, calling her brother Ed a stain on the family lineage. Tanya asserted that because they grew up together, she understood Ed very well. She inwardly gloated about her ability to naturally steer the conversation to create intimacy. Sipping her tea, she continued to criticize Ed as a hypocrite, lacking dignity, and ridiculous for having once been the heir. The image of Ed appeared in her mind, an incompetent fool who always acted arrogantly like an archmage. Tanya recalled the satisfying feeling when Ed was expelled, realizing that her brother's terrible reputation now worked to her advantage. The person opposite her asked a question, and Tanya confidently assumed that such a discerning individual must have seen right through Ed immediately. Suddenly, Tanya paused mid-sentence, overwhelmed by a strange and confusing sensation. She was stunned to realize she had been monologuing throughout the conversation. A white-haired woman with a scar across her nose smiled, reminding Tanya to always show respect. She revealed that she had met Lortel Cahelland and warned that she was not someone to be taken lightly. The woman's encouragement to try her best sent a shiver of fear down Tanya's spine as the recollection ended. Returning to reality, Lortel Cahelland looked directly at Tanya and asked if something was wrong. The pressure from Lortel was visualized as a giant snake constricting Tanya as she was urged to continue her story. Panicked, Tanya stammered, asking if Lortel was angry with her. Lortel gave an enigmatic smile, replying that such a thought was absurd, which only heightened Tanya's terror. Lortel Cahelland flashed a sinister smile, thinking to herself that the situation with Tanya was truly interesting. Meanwhile, Ed Rothstaler was reviewing his winter break to-do list. Most of the important objectives had already been completed. He had just finished studying intermediate magic theories, such as the burst point and the origin of wind. Ed inwardly felt fortunate that he could freely use the precious books borrowed from the late Professor Glast's library without time restrictions. He was also satisfied with his first day as a teaching assistant, although he noticed Anise seemed more exhausted than he was, before using magic to start a bonfire. Suddenly, a flash of red magical power from his hand made Ed realize something. He stepped inside the shack, intending to study more theory, as his magical power was too depleted for practical application. Inside, he saw a figure curled up under a blanket on the bed, and thought to himself that he was already too accustomed to her sudden appearances. Ed pulled back the blanket, revealing the sleeping Lucy Mayreal, and woke her up to ask her to light the fire. He easily lifted the sleeping Lucy into his arms, inwardly surprised that she was worryingly light. Ed pointed toward the pile of firewood, signaling Lucy, and the flames immediately erupted fiercely. Just awake, Lucy quickly grabbed Ed's cloak, insisting on staying outside with him. After Ed agreed, she immediately rubbed her face against his shoulder and kept sniffing him. As they sat by the fire, Lucy suddenly stared at Ed and said she smelled perfume. Ed suddenly recalled the moment Anise hugged him and realized her floral scent had likely lingered on his clothes. Lucy anxiously asked if he had a fever, surprising Ed that she could perceive his condition. With a serious expression, Lucy instructed Ed not to get sick, as illness could lead to death. She extended her glowing green hand toward him, offering to untangle the chaotic magic within his body. However, Ed gently reached out and silently stopped Lucy's action. Ed explained to Lucy that his magical power wasn't chaotic but completely depleted following her reckless actions. He quietly looked at her, muttering that by the end of this winter, her power might increase significantly. Unexpectedly, Ed asked Lucy for a favor, prompting her to curiously ask what strange request it was. The young man hesitantly suggested that Lucy should pat his head. Amidst the falling snow, Lucy rested her head on Ed's lap beside the fire, while he read a book and fulfilled her request. Lucy closed her eyes, her face flushed with contentment, as Ed gently stroked her head. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, interrupting the peaceful moment and causing Ed to look up. Lortel Cahaland had arrived, and Ed casually greeted her, assuming she was there for the task he had requested earlier. Lortel awkwardly denied it, stating she had come because she needed to speak with him about a few matters in person. Her eyes immediately fixed on Lucy, who was resting on Ed's lap, stirring a mix of curiosity and suspicion within her. In a flashback, Tanya Rothstaler thanked a mysterious woman for listening to her plan. Flashing a confident smile, Tanya promised a lavish reward if the woman assisted her in punishing a certain individual. She presented an enticing lure, priceless artifacts from the Rothstaler family vault, intended for the Islan family, who were renowned archaeologists. The mere prospect of this treasure caused Elka Islan, in a visualized fantasy, to cry out in sheer delight. Returning to the present, Tanya's train of thought was interrupted by the appearance of a man with messy hair and an overwhelming aura. The man strode past, chillingly confirming her identity as Tanya Rothstaler. Tanya glanced over, her eyes reflecting surprise and caution toward the newcomer. She sensed his trained physique and surging magical power, secretly resolving that she must recruit this powerful person to her side. Clevius Nortendahl turned back, flashing a wicked smile as he asked pointedly, "Are you Ed's sister?" The second-year student's question stunned Tanya, but he merely smirked knowingly. In an imagined moment, he happily turned to tell Elka that this was Ed's sister. He kindly placed a magical engineering device into Tanya's hand. He explained that it would help her practice mana synchronization, even though Tanya was still bewildered. He even asked Tanya for the study plan she was about to throw away. Then he chattered incessantly, shoving all sorts of items he deemed useful into her hands. After completing his task, he sighed in relief, while the imagined Elka also smiled contentedly. Back in reality, Tanya trembled, clutching the box full of items, and struggled to ask if he understood their agreement. He just chuckled, claiming he understood the common conflicts between siblings and that Ed's personality was easily misunderstood. Suddenly, he introduced himself as Ziggs, a friend of Ed's, leaving Tanya utterly speechless. Ziggs continued to talk about his close relationship with Ed and praised Tanya's strong personality. He patted her shoulder warmly, while Tanya could only grit her teeth, silently musing on the sheer luck of the naive. Ziggs and Elka turned and left, not forgetting to loudly shout their good wishes. The accidental shoulder pat caused Tanya to fall flat on the ground, scattering everything onto the floor in utter confusion. The scene shifted to the academy office area, where Assistant Professor Cleo worked. Through the mirror on the desk, a figure appeared, along with words of self-encouragement after a long day. The reflection showed a haggard Cleo Elpin, utterly exhausted from work. She tiredly thought that once the placement exams were over, she would finally be able to rest. Standing nearby, Anise reviewed documents, and Cleo praised the stamina of her young assistant after 2 days of non-stop overtime. In the office, Cleo Elpin flipped through the reports, silently complaining that the new student assistants were useless, forcing her to redo everything herself. However, when she reached Ed Rothstaler's file, her hand paused, for he was an exception. Cleo recalled that Ed's paperwork was not only flawless, but he also possessed astonishing practical problem-solving skills, a rarity even among high-ranking nobles. Sitting opposite her, Anise also admitted internally that she was very surprised, realizing Ed was not as spoiled as she had assumed. Cleo suddenly leaned over, startling Anise, and then playfully asked about her impressions after accompanying Ed, suggesting that the two of them had a lot in common. With a sharp gaze, Cleo whispered a secret. She had been secretly monitoring Ed for some time during the Aphelis Hall incident, as part of her investigation. She recounted discovering the campsite Ed had set up himself, a place more comfortable and extensive than her own office. Cleo couldn't hide her admiration when recalling Ed's dramatic improvement in scores, reaching the point where he even earned recognition from the late Professor Glast. She was even more astonished to learn that Ed had contracted with a spirit, an achievement requiring extraordinary effort. Cleo concluded that she finally understood why Ed possessed such practical skills. He was completely different from nobles raised in luxury. Cleo smiled meaningfully, repeating the question about the similarities between Anise and Ed, further confusing the young assistant. Anise lowered her head, silently conceding that Ed was clearly not a bad person. Lost in thought, she realized she couldn't blindly trust others' words. After interacting with him herself, she found Ed to be reliable and diligent. Not only that, but he was also handsome, not arrogant at all, and had earned the recognition of Professor Cleo herself. Anise's thoughts grew increasingly fanciful. Ed was also thoughtful, considerate, had a great physique, and a pleasant scent that indicated he took good care of himself. Anise? Are you spacing out? Cleo's voice pulled Anise back to reality, leaving her stammering, caught daydreaming. To hide her embarrassment, Anise abruptly jumped up from her chair. She rushed to the window, declaring that the room was too hot, an unexpected action that sent papers flying everywhere, causing Cleo to cry out in alarm. Clenching the window frame, Anise heard Cleo's worried voice asking if she was all right, assuming she had overworked herself. Standing by the window, Anise realized she was in deep trouble. Confusion and panic were clearly visible on her flushed face. A terrifying realization suddenly flashed through Anise's mind, as she covered her mouth in shock. Meanwhile, Cleo was still engrossed in her analysis, wondering how Ed could have contracted with a spirit on his own. She deduced that Yennecar must have assisted through spirit synchronization, and therefore, Ed's spirit must be a trustworthy entity. But for Anise, that meant the spirit would report everything it saw back to Yennecar. She swallowed hard, trembling at the prospect of her every move being monitored. Completely oblivious, Cleo cheerfully called out to Anise, suggesting they go for sweets to take a break. When she turned around, Cleo only saw an empty room with papers scattered everywhere. Anise had vanished. The story shifted to Yennecar, whose family motto of harmony and compassion always made her shine. Although beloved by many, she still harbored her own private sorrows. Alone in the night, Yennecar wept silently upon learning of the relationship between Anise and Ed. A flashback showed Tanya Rothstaler eagerly rushing over to introduce herself to Yennecar. She panted, expressing her desire to introduce herself and converse. A separate recollection revealed Lortel whispering, manipulating Tanya into believing that Yennecar was the person she needed to recruit to her side. Tanya, perhaps hoping to impress, summoned a massive fire spirit and hesitantly sought Yennecar's approval. Tanya was only momentarily stunned, before Lortel calmly reassured her not to worry. Yennecar responded with a terrifying display of power, enveloped in her own flames, while Lortel placidly remarked on her kindness. Lortel concluded that this very kindness meant Yennecar would listen to and trust anyone, thereby revealing her fatal weakness. At a secluded cabin under the moonlight, Lortel reported to Ed that most crafting materials had been gathered, with only the legendary grade items remaining elusive. She explained that they were extremely difficult to locate during the winter, assuring him she held no blame. By the campfire, Ed thanked Lortel for her assistance, but she merely replied that the task conveniently aligned with her other business. Ed offered Lortel a cup of hot water, gently suggesting she should rest instead of making such a long journey. Lortel smiled contentedly, stating that she came here precisely to seek a moment of peace. Gazing at the crescent moon, Ed mused on how swiftly time flew by when he was constantly occupied. He observed the frozen river, realizing that the stillness of winter was not perceived the same way by everyone. For Ed, winter was a hectic period dedicated to preparing for the new semester, marked by a long checklist of necessary tasks. Yet, he also knew that for some, the winter season brought a profound sense of isolation. Lortel suddenly looked up, a hint of confusion on her face as she prepared to ask Ed a question. She was astonished to see Lucy Mayriel sound asleep, resting her head on Ed's lap while he read, and immediately demanded an explanation. Ed casually replied that it was simply because it was winter, an answer that left Lortel utterly bewildered. For a brief moment, Lortel questioned whether she was overreacting. Ed sighed, admitting that he wouldn't have traveled here if his only purpose was gathering materials. Lortel offered a knowing smile, a surge of blue energy radiating from her hand as she urged him to drop the pretense. Ed was stunned, realizing that she had successfully obtained the item. Lortel confirmed it, summoning a brightly glowing tome from her palm. The magical tome slowly shifted form, becoming a carefully sealed envelope. Lortel held the envelope, smiling triumphantly, as she asked Ed if he found this interesting. She reiterated his promise that he would do anything for her if she retrieved the sage's sealed tome, as his own painful memories flashed through his mind. Lortel leaned in toward Ed, asserting that a merchant would never accept a loss after such significant expenditure, prompting him to wonder what she truly desired from him. However, she reassured him that she would not demand anything overly strenuous or difficult for him to achieve. Instead, Lortel simply requested that Ed stand on her side, a proposition that caught him completely off guard. In that instant, Ed realized the narrative had advanced to Act 3, and the direct confrontation between Princess Pina and Lortel was imminent. Princess Pina Elias Kroll, famously known as the Merciful Princess, was Lortel's sworn arch-rival. Ed recalled that in the original plot, Pania would become the student council president, subsequently leading Act 4 by exposing the dark secrets of the Rothstaler family. Back in the present, Lortel whispered that this semester would bring an event, forcing everyone in the academy to choose a faction. She turned to leave, emphasizing that all she truly desired was Ed's backing. Ed knew that the person who would ultimately decide the victor between Penia and Lortel was the story's protagonist, Taylor. He bluntly stated that he was not that person and that his support held little actual value. Lortel smiled, conceding that while Ed's reputation had improved, he was still just a student, and his support would not be the decisive factor. Ed frowned, finding it peculiar that Lortel would so openly downplay the significance of her own request. Lortel countered, asking what difference that made. She explained that the point wasn't whether his assistance was useful, but that it simply held a special meaning for her. Upon hearing this, Ed decisively agreed to Lortel's request. Immediately, she dropped the letter into the flames, incinerating the evidence of their pact. Ed watched her in silence. As Lortel displayed a calculating smile, Ed suddenly understood why she was called the girl with 1,000 faces. But then, under the moonlight, Lortel offered a radiant and genuine smile, exclaiming that she was truly happy. Ed was utterly stunned. He had never witnessed such an expression from her. Soon after, a new day dawned at the cabin during the winter break. Ed Rothstaler stretched under the morning sun. Although he had planned to sleep in, his ingrained habit of rising early pulled him from the bed. He asked Lucy Mayriel, who was sitting nearby, to help him start a fire. By the flickering campfire, Ed pondered his conversation with Lortel the previous night, finding that something about it still troubled him. In a flashback to that night, Lortel sat opposite Ed and the sleeping Lucy, asking about his sister, who seemed to harbor deep resentment toward him. Lortel revealed that finding Tanya somewhat endearing, she had introduced her to a few people, including Taylor and Lucy. She was certain that the following morning, Tanya would arrive to confront her brother. As predicted, Tanya Rothstaler, the sister of the body Ed currently inhabited, was striding purposefully toward the cabin. Ed internally noted that he had absolutely no knowledge of their relationship, as the original Ed Rothstaler's past remained a complete mystery to him. As Tanya approached with her 2 attendants, Ed could only sit silently by the fire, feeling helpless due to his lack of background information. Tanya hesitantly offered a greeting, noting that it had been a long time since they last met. She continued, explaining that because of the long separation, she had brought a gift. Ed observed that Tanya appeared anxious and fearful, but at least she showed no outright hostility. A sudden realization struck Ed as he observed his sister's reaction. He suddenly leaped to his feet in profound relief, concluding that the original Ed Rothstaler had at least been decent to his family, causing Tanya to flinch. But the name Ed Rothstaler instantly triggered a horrifying memory in Tanya's mind. In the flashback, a plate of food was violently shattered, followed by an angry voice shouting for daring to serve such wretched cuisine to the Rothstaler family heir. Kreppen Rothstaler looked at the young Tanya and praised her ability to conceal her contempt. He continued to praise his daughter's quick wit, then ordered a terrified maid to lift her head. Kreppen cruelly pressed the maid's head down into the wreckage on the floor, eliciting a cry of pain. The memory concluded with the image of young Tanya's trembling hand as she attempted to continue her meal amidst the brutal spectacle. In the horrifying memory, little Tanya screamed in despair, begging her father to stop. Silence enveloped the dining table as Kreppen Rothstaler sat there, ignoring the maid lying motionless on the floor after his fit of rage. He coldly asked Tanya if she felt pity for those who were merely tools. With a cruel smile, Kreppen reminded his daughter that she still had much to learn, engraving a ruthless lesson into her young mind. Returning to the present, Ed smiled gently, handing Tanya a thank you gift. He opened the box, revealing an exquisite hair clip, promising to wear it on the opening day ceremony, and thanking her for her concern. Seeing Tanya still hesitating, Ed turned and told his sister to sit down by the fire to warm up. Tanya briefly noticed Lucy starting the fire, and Ed reassured her not to mind her. The group sat around the fire, and Ed started a conversation, asking about the people Tanya had met at the academy. He casually guessed that perhaps Ziggs or Yennecar had told her stories about him. The moment Yennecar's name was uttered, Tanya and her 2 attendants flinched in terror. Ed didn't notice, smiling as he praised Yennecar's kindness, causing a panicked Tanya to nod repeatedly and hastily agree. The memory of a terrifying encounter flooded back, Yennecar summoning a colossal fire dragon spirit, easily tossing Tanya's attendants aside. Trembling, Tanya tried to fabricate a different story, but Ed realized something was wrong and asked if Yennecar had truly summoned a high-level spirit. Ed sighed, listening to his sister's messy explanation, knowing internally that the Tanya he knew from the game was not this timid. Meanwhile, Tanya agonizingly thought that everyone must have a bad impression of the old Ed, just as he called her name. Ed tried to reassure his sister, explaining that he was striving to live a better life, and that being ostracized was punishment for his past mistakes. He handed Tanya a cup of warm water, sincerely apologizing for being a terrible brother when they were back at the manor. Ed smiled encouragingly, saying he would cheer her on in the upcoming student council president election. However, deep down, he knew a harsh truth. Tanya would never win the election. Ed mused that, even though he knew Tanya was just a side character, he still felt attached to the first relative he had met. Nevertheless, looking at Tanya's stunned expression, he wasn't sure where their relationship was headed. After leaving, Tanya gasped, telling herself she had almost let down her guard. She staggered against the wall, reminding herself that she knew Ed's true nature. Yet, she couldn't forget the moment Yennecar erupted in anger, ready to incinerate her to protect Ed. Tanya realized that Yennecar genuinely trusted and was sincerely loyal to him. This was strange, as Sylvania Academy was inherently a place that gathered the most outstanding talents. Foremost among them was the legendary genius mage, Lucy Mayriel. Tanya believed that amidst such a crowd of elites, Ed's wicked nature would eventually be exposed. Deep in thought, She suddenly realized someone was approaching her room. It was Lucy Mayriel, and she noticed Tanya standing by the room next door. Lucy inwardly judged Tanya as clumsy, surmised that it was because of people like her that Ed went unnoticed, and then directly asked if she was Ed's sister. Tanya thought Ed was just lucky. While Lucy tiptoed closer, Lucy patted Tanya lightly on the shoulder, condescendingly offering help if she needed anything. Tanya stood frozen, watching Lucy's retreating back in confusion. She suddenly remembered one thing, that in this prestigious Ophelis Hall, only the most outstanding students received a golden nameplate. Her gaze landed on the golden plate of the adjacent room, engraved with the name Lucy Mayriel. Tanya was utterly stunned, realizing in shock that the girl she had just met was the legendary genius mage. It seemed Tanya would need a long time to adapt to the unpredictable life at this academy. At the academy's rose garden, Anise Halen earnestly asked someone for a favor. She eagerly requested that headmaid Belle Maya help her find an elite, tall, and handsome male student to date. Belle looked surprised, asking Anise if she didn't think Anise was the type to pursue romance and if she had any experience at all. Realizing her impropriety, Anise quickly explained that she only thought Belle was too busy and focused on self-care to have time for romantic matters. Anise commented that Belle's dedication was very similar to Ed Rothsayler's, causing Belle to flinch upon hearing the name. Belle was aghast, sweat breaking out as she realized the implication in Anice's words. Anise blushed, admitting that she couldn't fool Belle and that she was indeed thinking about Ed. Belle was stunned when Anise recounted that she had taken the time to investigate Ed due to the bad rumors, only to discover he was responsible and likable. Anise slammed a stack of student profiles onto the table, frankly admitting that she found Ed attractive, but considered it good news because it proved Yennecar had found a worthy person. She likened this affection to a malignant tumor discovered early. As long as she dealt with her feelings herself, everything would be fine. Anise spread the profiles of other male students across the table, planning to find a replacement for Ed, and spread dating rumors throughout the academy to extinguish her feelings. Belle was astonished, wondering if Yennecar had realized Anise's feelings. Belle stood up, sternly telling Anise that this plan was a great insult and utterly reckless. Belle exposed Anice's true intention. She wanted to find someone to date just to show Yennecar that she was interested in someone else. Anise lowered her head, beginning to recount that she had run into Yennecar yesterday on campus. In an awkward moment, Anise and Yennecar had passed each other without greeting, and Anise noticed her friend looked very sad. Anise burst into tears, expressing her guilt toward Yennecar, especially since she had to supervise Ed during the exam next week. Belle calmly looked at Anise, suggesting that the issue might not be as serious as she thought. Belle even said that this situation might turn out for the better, causing Anise to look up in confusion. Belle reiterated that Yennecar was kind and sincere, and that her two friends, Anise and Clara, had always been there to protect her from harm. Belle Maya explained to Anise that Yennecar's problem was her excessive perfectionism, and sometimes, that attitude wasn't always beneficial. Placing a hand on the sobbing Anise's shoulder, Belle expressed gratitude for being trusted with the confession, though she was surprised to see Anise in such a state. Anise suddenly realized the truth when Belle stated that imperfection is what creates charm and awakens others' protective instincts. In a flashback, a couple discussed how, instead of seducing a man, one should make him feel the need to protect her. That is the true protective instinct. Comforted by Belle, Anise's mind gradually cleared. She no longer felt guilty and began thinking about Yennecar. Amidst her tears, a sudden smile bloomed on Anise's lips. She knew exactly where Yennecar would go whenever she was confused and exhausted the secluded log cabin in the snowy forest. Sure enough, Yennecar was there, and she spoke up, asking Ed Rothsayler, who had just emerged from the shadows, how long he had been there. Ed paid her no mind, his thoughts preoccupied with calculating the materials needed to build a storage shed and expand his living quarters before time ran out. Yennecar simply sat down quietly by the fire, enveloped in the silence of the winter night. Ed finally noticed her quiet presence and glanced over subtly. Without a word, he silently poured a hot drink into a wooden mug. Ed stood up, draped a blanket over the shivering Yennecar's shoulders, and remarked that it was snowing again, seemingly every day. He sat down next to her, handed her the mug, and gently offered that she could confide anything in him. Yennecar lowered her head, sadly refusing, saying she couldn't tell him. Then don't, Ed replied, and Yennecar looked up slightly when she heard his words. Suddenly, Ed pulled Yennecar closer, wrapping a protective arm around her shoulder. Ed thought to himself that he sometimes forgot Yennecar's life was also difficult. Right now, she looked exactly like a small, cornered and trembling animal. He looked at her with compassionate eyes, telling himself it was hard to ignore her in that state. The two sat close together under the blanket, warming themselves by the campfire amidst the cold and endless winter. Spring was slowly approaching. Tanya reminisced about the past, when the Rothsayler manor was peaceful until the day her eldest sister, Arwen, the family heir, suddenly passed away. Everything changed completely when the next heir, Ed Rothsayler, a person entirely different from Arwen, took charge. According to Tanya, Ed acted as if the entire world belonged to him, just because of a small amount of inherited power. In her eyes, at the time, her brother was nothing more than pathetic trash. A memory of a confrontation surfaced, where Ed smashed an item in Tanya's hand and challenged her, asking if she dared to kill him. As she reached for the dagger on the floor, he sneered that his death would be good for her following Arwen's passing. He grabbed her hand, pressed the blade against his chest, and provoked her, saying that if he died, she would become the heir. With a crazed look in his eyes, he screamed, urging her to stab him immediately. Unable to bear it any longer, Tanya dropped the dagger, collapsed to her knees, and burst into maniacal laughter. She recalled the horrifying life at the manor, the moment his laughter abruptly ceased. He looked at her again with that familiar, cold gaze, the one that had haunted her for half her life. She was completely helpless, unable to do anything to save her family and everyone in the manor. But then an opportunity arose when Ed Rothstaler was officially disowned by the family. Now, Tanya was determined to prove herself, viewing the upcoming student council election as the perfect chance to initiate her plan. The first step in her plan was the placement exam. On the day of the new student placement exam, Anise Halen sharply demanded that the person walking behind her keep their distance. Ed Rothstaler was bewildered when Anise stated that she hated everything about him, from his scent to his very presence. A female teaching assistant announced that she had finished explaining the rules and urged the group of students, including Anise, to begin the climb in preparation. Unlike last year's exam, this year's placement test was held on the snow-covered Mount Wright. Ed mused that since Professor Glast was gone, Assistant Professor Cleo was in charge of the exam, and consequently, quite a few things had changed. The main change was that instead of searching for hidden mana-infused marbles, students would have to collect much easier to find magic stones. Not only were the stones not hidden, but the stones themselves did not grant the students any points. Anyone could aim for Class A, provided they could place a magic stone upon the substitute altar. However, Ed knew that Cleo was very much like her mentor, and she was determined not to make things easy for the students. This year's placement exam was called the Hell Survival Game on Mount Wright, where only students capable of fighting countless monsters and wild beasts could join Class A. According to the original storyline, ultimately, no one was able to join Class A this year. Ed let out a long breath in the cold air, telling himself that was at least how things were supposed to happen. He started moving forward, knowing that the incident where no students entered Class A needed to occur exactly as before, as it would lead to a crucial event later on. That was why he didn't object to the ridiculous difficulty Cleo set for the exam, though he chuckled internally that he would write a report later. At least, he could rest assured knowing that, despite the exam's difficulty, there would be no casualties among the new students. This was because they would be fighting phantom monsters created by the installed common-grade projection discs, which were only capable of summoning illusions of low-level monsters and wild beasts. Ed knew that the rare-grade purple projection discs were particularly important, as, to his knowledge, they were the main reason no one could join Class A. He watched Anise struggling because she insisted on carrying those important items herself. Onyx noticed she was falling behind and offered to help, causing Anise to awkwardly thank him and admit that they were indeed very heavy. Just then, another blonde senior assistant stepped forward, decisively demanding that Anise hand the bag over to him. Anise remained silent, confused by the sudden action. The blonde assistant yanked the bag, causing Anise to cry out as she lost her balance. She stumbled and slipped on the rocky mountain path. Immediately, a hand reached out and grabbed her coat, holding her steady. Ed quickly caught Anise as she stumbled backward. Anise realized her mistake in horror. The crucial purple manifestation discs fell out of her pouch and rolled down the rocky slope. Another male student rushed forward, snatching one of the falling discs. He managed to secure it just before it hit the rocks. The dark-haired student angrily scolded Anise to be more careful, worried that the discs might shatter. Ed sighed in relief while holding Anise, thinking that the storyline had almost been ruined right at the start again. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the disc held by the dark-haired student. The disc shattered into pieces right in his hand. All three stared dumbfounded as the fragments fell to the ground. The dark-haired student desperately asked what they should do now. Ed coldly released Anise, letting her fall to the ground. Ed recalled last year's joint combat training, a pivotal event where Taylor, a weak student, first wielded a sword. In that match, Taylor defeated Lucy to everyone's astonishment, a result that deviated from the original script and accelerated Yennekar's rage. This year's joint training session was another major event. Talented first-year students would have the chance to challenge the renowned main characters. Once it began, the match quickly devolved into a chaotic battle for survival. But all the challengers were single-handedly struck down by Taylor's blazing sword strikes. After a year of remarkable growth, Taylor once again commanded everyone's admiration. Ed recalled that, as the curtain fell, the Saintess Clarice noticed Taylor from within the crowd. He knew the most crucial thing was for Taylor to form a bond with the Saintess, one of the 4 heroines whose power was essential for the later battle against Lucy. Due to its importance, this fateful event had to proceed exactly according to the game's predetermined script, and for that to happen, the elite first-year students needed to perform as planned. Ed mused that the root cause of this stemmed from the placement exam, where not a single freshman made it into Class A, all thanks to Assistant Professor Cleo's excessive ambition. She had insisted on using the special purple manifestation discs during the exam, which led to the malfunction. Returning to the present, a group of students stood looking at the shattered disc, lamenting that its circuit had been twisted and would require repair. While the group stood around the technological wreckage, Anise bowed her head in despair, and Ed calmly observed the situation. Anise mumbled an apology, blaming herself for not being more careful. However, she quickly regained her composure, asserting that they had to do something, or too many people would easily enter Class A. Ed stroked his chin thoughtfully, confidently declaring that they could absolutely salvage the situation, piquing the others' curiosity. Then he abruptly grabbed the collar of the fur-collared student, his expression turning serious. With a threatening gaze, Ed declared that the responsibility for fixing this mess now rested entirely on Clevius, filling the student with extreme dread. The scene shifted to the snow-covered entrance of Mount Wright, the starting point of the exam, and Tanya's narration began. Tanya mused that for her, the moment she realized she had arrived at Sylvania was when she was greeted by the noblest people as her classmates. She noted that even the princess and the prime minister's son wore the same uniform, a symbol of equality. But there was always one exception. That exception was the spiritual leader of millions of Telos followers. The Saintess Clarice appeared. Her presence immediately caused everyone to bow respectfully, but she gently requested that they not show such excessive deference. As the students listened breathlessly, she explained that adhering to rigid etiquette would only hinder their lives at the academy. Filled with admiration, Tanya offered a formal greeting, stating it was an honor to meet the Saintess Clarice. Tanya confidently introduced herself as the heir of the Rothstaler family. Clarice replied, saying she had previously baptized the current family head, Crepin, and Tanya expressed that this was a great honor. With a meaningful smile, Tanya expressed her wish to also be baptized by the Saintess herself when she came of age. Clarice smiled gently, replying that she looked forward to that day as well. Inwardly, Tanya calculated that greeting the Saintess publicly would benefit the upcoming student council election, but that was not the main event of the day. Suddenly, a signal flare shot high into the sky, capturing the attention of all the students. The flare burst into a brilliant cluster of fireworks, signaling the official start of the placement exam. Students from the combat, magic, and alchemy faculties simultaneously set off from different locations, but all shared a single goal. Burning with determination, Tanya led a group charging forward, their goal nothing less than being placed in Class A. The rewards for Class A were incredibly enticing: tuition exemption, the right to reside in the Ophelis dormitory, free use of all facilities, and supreme honor. A smug, red-haired student held up the magic stone he had just found, certain that simply bringing it to the altar would secure him a spot in Class A. Suddenly, a purple-haired student zipped past him at breakneck speed, scoffing that he should run faster instead of just bragging. The two plunged into a chase through the forest, both heading toward the towering spire in the distance, which all freshmen were aiming for. Tanya gripped the magic stone in her hand, muttering that there was too much competition. She reasoned that the test couldn't be that simple. There must be some mechanism to filter the candidates, so she decided to move slowly and cautiously to conserve her strength. Suddenly, a short brown-haired female student screamed in terror. The girl fell face-first onto the snow, her shoes flying off, right in front of Tanya. Seeing this, Tanya anxiously asked if the girl was hurt and offered to call an instructor for help. Contrary to expectations, the girl looked up with a mischievous expression and denied that she had fallen. The girl happily jumped up, explaining that she just wanted to try walking barefoot in the snow, leaving Tanya utterly bewildered by the bizarre action. The brown-haired girl smiled innocently, explaining that walking barefoot in the snow was one of the things she had always wanted to try. Tanya narrowed her eyes, feeling annoyed by the stranger's gaze and attitude. Thinking the girl must have hit her head somewhere, Tanya turned and introduced herself as the youngest daughter of the Rothstaler family. Hearing the prestigious name, the strange girl showed admiration and said she had heard of the illustrious reputation of the Rothstaler family. Tanya coldly cut her off, asserting that the reputation was untrue, which surprised the other girl. With a gloomy expression, Tanya bitterly stated that even the most noble families would produce useless trash after many generations. In her mind, the image of Ed appeared. She admitted that, even though her brother seemed to have changed, she still didn't know his true self. This was because the terror that the old Ed had instilled in her heart had yet to fade. The strange girl tried to comfort Tanya, but Tanya brushed her off, saying that troublesome formalities were unnecessary at Sylvania. The girl felt a little deflated by Tanya's coldness, but then she quickly regained her smile and cheerfully agreed. The girl introduced herself as Kylie Eckner, from the Duchy of Turin, and apologized in advance for not being familiar with the social etiquette here. Tanya agreed to call her Kylie, and they both realized they needed to hurry up since they were in the middle of the exam. Kylie innocently declared that she didn't care about scores because getting into Class A would make her too conspicuous, an attitude that greatly irritated Tanya. Suddenly, Kylie grabbed Tanya's hand. She offered to help Tanya pass the exam so they could become closer, then pulled a stunned Tanya away, running. Kylie hugged Tanya from behind, explaining that she had never had a friend her age, causing Tanya to yell a warning not to be so familiar. Faced with Kylie's innocent question, Tanya sighed, decided not to explain further, and simply urged them both to hurry. 30 minutes later, elsewhere, the red-haired student was panting but extremely smug about taking the lead and nearing the summit. Just as he regretted using all his strength, a giant, glowing red shadow monster loomed behind him, whispering an invitation to death. The red phantom roared a deathly sound, unleashing a devastating punch that knocked the red-haired student unconscious. However, the actual attacker was another student wearing a fur-collared coat, who gasped in shock at his own actions. He clenched his fist, telling himself that while the act was cowardly and unadmirable, it still had to be done. Just as that person had said, the task turned out to be surprisingly easy. In a desperate vision, he grabbed Ed Rothstaler and screamed the question of why it had to be him. Ed coldly replied that the consequences would not stop with him alone. Immediately afterward, a terrifying magical explosion shook the entire forest. Amidst the chaos, an ash-purple-haired senior student, radiating lightning, took command, ordering Clevius and Anise to block the path of the freshman. She blamed herself for letting the incident happen, and resolved to use all her strength to resolve it. She assigned Onyx, the most skilled in flight magic, the responsibility of ensuring everyone's safety. Next, she requested Assistant Professor Cleo to return and complete the report on the exam changes, a task that would require staying up all night. After finishing the assignments, the commander turned to ask Ed about his role, while Cleo stood nearby, unable to hold back her tears. Ed decisively turned back and declared that he would stay here. He firmly asserted that someone needed to guard the altar. Cleo spoke up anxiously, as she could not sense any magical power from Ed at the moment. Ed simply closed his eyes calmly, confidently replying that he had a plan. From a distance, he observed the giant monster ravaging the forest, and muttered that everything was still under control. In his thoughts, Ed looked at the broken scrying disc, admitting that it would be difficult to repair it while his magical power had not yet recovered. However, he had planned to utilize the high-grade mana stones used for this exam. Standing before the substitute altar, Ed placed the stone upon it and began the energy absorption process, determined to recharge his magical power, even if it took some time. Amidst the energy vortex, Ed Rothstaler smiled as he heard the faint voice of the spirit mug after a long separation. He was confident that Anise and Clevius would buy him enough time, while he himself had plenty of mana stones in his large pouch. Standing within the flow of jade-colored magical power, Ed declared his bold objective: to prevent everyone from passing this exam. He exhaled, his hair whipping in the energy vortex as he focused his mind. With a determined gaze, Ed announced he was ready, and welcomed the challenge ahead. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tanya Rothstaler and Kylie Eckner lay exhausted on the ground, Tanya panting as she tried to urge herself to flee. Tanya snapped that she was in a terrible mood, while Kylie behind her tried to signal her to calm down, though she also admitted she was quite tired. A giant shadow entity with glowing red eyes appeared, causing both of them to scream in terror, while Tanya resolved to end the battle quickly. From a distance, the male student with the fur-collared coat witnessed a massive explosion erupt. He realized the explosion occurred at the north gate, but the magic wasn't Anis's. Just as Tanya was dragging Kylie away, the fur-collared student yelled loudly, urging them both to quickly run away from the danger. At another checkpoint, Anise, the top teaching assistant, faced a freshman, even though her combat skills were only slightly above average. Although he was not an easy opponent, Anise decided to let him pass. That student, Joseph Whitefelts, was revealed to be a talent on a completely different level. Unlike his sister, who had to strive relentlessly, Joseph was a prodigy, the youngest researcher in the Magic Association. As a strong candidate for the top student position, Joseph told Anise that she didn't need to be sad about her combat skills. Anise fiercely denied it, asserting that her annoyance wasn't about that, and demanded that he move on. Joseph accepted and ran up the snow-covered path, leaving Anise alone with her thoughts. Anise clenched her fists, her heart filled with anguish as she recalled how perfectly everything had been planned. She was consumed by regret, blaming herself for destroying the magical item, failing to devise an alternative plan, and then having to rely on that person to resolve the situation. In Anise's recollection, Joseph appeared calm, showing no sign of irritation, and constructively guided the conversation. Anise bowed her head, bitterly admitting defeat to a freshman, and failing to complete the mission of blocking the northern entrance to the altar. But more than the feeling of defeat or resentment, she was angry at herself for constantly recalling the trustworthy face of the person who had stepped up to resolve everything. Ed Rothstaler calmly spoke, welcoming his first visitor. At a snow-covered altar, Ed faced Joseph, declaring that even though Joseph knew the rule was to place the magic stone on the altar, he would not allow his opponent to do so. Joseph looked at Ed, secretly thinking that the method of this examination was somewhat strange. He asked Ed who he would face next if he won, but Ed coldly replied that it was not his concern. Joseph smirked, assuming there must be a contingency plan, and admitted he was only stalling to assess the surrounding situation. His gaze fell upon the manifestation plate on the ground, noticing its unusual color and telling himself to be extremely vigilant. Joseph analyzed Ed, observing that his opponent looked like a magic faculty student, but didn't possess much mana, and furthermore, showed signs of having already used a magic stone. From this, Joseph concluded that Ed had an extremely low mana reserve, forcing him to use a magic stone immediately against the first challenger, and he contemptuously launched a fireball, expressing disappointment in the academy. With an overly confident expression, Joseph clenched his fiery fist, casually thinking about which sandwich he would eat after the match concluded. He unleashed the intermediate magic, Particle Burst, a vicious attack. Joseph was certain that unless one saw the hand movement and dodged preemptively, no one could evade this strike. However, Ed easily slipped past the explosion, startling Joseph into realizing that his opponent possessed real combat experience. Ed began gathering fire magic in his hand, and Joseph immediately predicted it would be either incineration or scorching. Observing Ed's hand pointing toward the ground, Joseph was certain it was the incineration technique. Ed released the magic, creating a massive pillar of fire that erupted from the ground. Joseph was completely caught off guard, engulfed by the flames in astonishment. Reflected in Joseph's eyes was the blazing sea of fire. He was stunned to realize the scale of the flames was far greater than expected, proving that Ed had trained his basic magic to a level nearly reaching intermediate magic. A colossal sea of fire created by Ed Rothstaler roared forward. However, the fierce flames struck a hexagonal magic shield and were brought to a halt. Standing behind the shield, Joseph Whitefelt sneered, believing his defensive magic was impenetrable against a low-level spell. He confidently assumed that Ed lacked practical combat experience and would soon run out of mana, becoming an easy target for his counterattack. Suddenly, Ed called Joseph by name, causing him to flinch in surprise. Piercing through the sea of fire, Ed explained that a magic shield could block spells, but it could not stop a physical punch. Enveloped in flames, Ed charged forward at terrifying speed, delivering a punch straight to Joseph. As the devastating punch landed on Joseph's face, Ed coldly asked whether a mage should only prepare to face other mages. With blazing eyes, Ed emphasized the immaturity of his opponent's combat mindset. Joseph was sent flying backward, tumbling onto the ground after the sudden attack. Struggling to his feet with a bruised cheek, Joseph was stunned, wondering how Ed could pass through his own flames. Determined not to be complacent again, Joseph concentrated his mana, preparing to cast intermediate ice magic. In response, Ed once again used the incineration fire magic, confusing Joseph with the seemingly pointless action. Joseph guessed that Ed intended to use steam to obscure his vision, but he was confident he could also use other elements and began chanting a fire spell. He unleashed the basic magic, Scorching, sending a fireball flying to counter the attack. The two streams of fire magic collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Ed stepped out from the center of the explosion completely unharmed, causing Joseph to scream in horror as he realized his opponent possessed fire resistance. Immediately, Ed drew a dagger and attacked. Joseph hastily erected a physical shield to block the strike. Joseph broke out in a cold sweat, frantically wondering where Ed had pulled the dagger from, but still clung to the belief that his casting speed was faster. Joseph's eyes widened in horror as another terrible realization flashed through his mind. Ed threw the dagger toward Joseph, and it lodged directly into the magical shield protecting him. The dagger flashed with a brilliant red light as the spirit mug activated the spirit formula. Burst. A terrifying explosion hurled Joseph into the air, leaving him completely disoriented. The ground cracked and smoked, evidence of the devastating power of the recent attack. Amidst the smoke and dust, Ed's figure emerged, standing tall and unscathed. Injured and dazed, Joseph struggled to get up, reassuring himself that Ed's basic magic chanting speed could not possibly be faster than his own. But then a harsh truth dawned in his mind. It wasn't magic, but a spirit formula. Joseph was aghast, realizing Ed had used the spirit's blessing of recovery to pass through the sea of fire, and had deliberately concealed Mug's bat form within the flames to deceive him. He desperately looked at the technological magic items he hadn't even had time to use, realizing he had been completely overwhelmed by Ed's diverse arsenal. Ed coldly approached, making Joseph fearfully wonder who the person standing before him truly was. Completely defeated, Joseph tremblingly dropped the magic stone onto the ground, admitting his failure. The red magic stone lay on the white snow, marking the end of the match. However, in a final, desperate effort, Joseph unexpectedly launched a sneak attack. He poured all his remaining mana into creating a sharp ice spear, an intermediate magic spell. Ed merely watched silently, his gaze unwavering before the surprise attack. In a frenzy, Joseph roared and lunged forward, swinging a punch toward Ed. Ed easily blocked the weak punch and delivered a devastating counterattack to Joseph's face. For a mage like Joseph, who had spent his entire life only studying magic, a simple punch should not have had any effect. A gentle stream of green energy spread throughout the area, signaling that the match had officially concluded. Enveloped in the green energy, Joseph was utterly stunned, unable to believe what was happening. It was the Protection of Wind skill, a defensive spell that automatically activates upon detecting a surprise attack. The defensive energy did not dissipate but transformed into a counterattack, unleashing a destructive blast of wind. The force of the explosion was so immense that Ed himself was thrown backward. As the smoke cleared, Joseph slumped amidst the wreckage, utterly defeated. He struggled to rise, covered in injuries, his breathing ragged, and his eyes vacant. Exhausted, Joseph collapsed to the ground, his magic gems shattering as he bitterly admitted defeat. Ed approached, calmly praising his opponent's effort, acknowledging that Joseph's final move was an excellent decision. Amidst the desolate scene, Ed politely asked the name of the talented mage he had just faced. He stood there, majestic like a victor, looking down at Joseph, lying motionless on the ground. With his last ounce of strength, Joseph looked up and uttered the name of the one who had defeated him. Ed responded by formally introducing his full name, Ed Rothstaler. Immediately afterward, a senior assistant instructor ordered Onyx to take Joseph away, and Onyx used flight magic to carry the injured student out of the arena. The scene shifted to a carriage rolling through a snow-white landscape, where a voice echoed, asking Ziggs why he joined the magic faculty. Inside the carriage, Elvira questioned Ziggs, feeling guilty that she thought he had given up many opportunities just for her sake. Ziggs smiled, casually stating that he didn't value the title of top student, and wasn't sure he could have topped the combat faculty anyway. He explained that this was due to the presence of the second-year students, especially the head of the combat faculty. A fleeting image crossed Ziggs' mind, showing Clevius Nortondale, the top student of the combat faculty, struggling to fend off a fierce attack. Returning to reality, Ziggs squinted slightly, wondering about the strange premonition he just had. Clarice nervously asked if her holy magic was too strong, but Ed Rothstaler coldly told her and Tanya to continue the exam. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Clevius Nortondale collapsed from exhaustion, and his teammate desperately wondered how anyone could withstand such a terrifying attack. The timeline rewound to 20 minutes before the exam ended, amidst a silent space broken only by ragged breathing. Tanya Rothstaler was astonished to recognize the person standing before her and Kylie Eckner. Amidst the battlefield littered with fallen students, Ed Rothstaler declared himself the final test. He, who was once the object of fear and the embodiment of hatred, now coldly demanded that everyone give up. At the same moment, two dreams that had shaped her identity surfaced in the mind of the saintess, Clarice. The first dream was the teaching of Archbishop Verdio, that nobility stemmed from unshakable faith. He instilled in young Clarice the belief that she must become a pure, blank slate. But the second dream was a silent resistance, that it was better to die in the mud than to live an empty life. Her eyes opened slightly, holding a hidden determination. That dream was ignited by a bard who sang of the beauty of the world outside her window. The person's songs painted vivid pictures of distant lands, from lush green wetlands to scorching red deserts. Every note plucked from the lute affirmed that the pure white of dogma was only a tiny part of the colorful world. That person was Adele, the keeper of the sacred flame. After leaving the religious order, Adele became a romantic, bringing songs of the world to Clarice's window night after night. Clarice's true dream was the outside world that her only friend had whispered to her beneath the stars. Because, perhaps, true nobility lay in an ordinary life, where people could attend classes, make friends, and love. In Clarice's memory, Adele once asked if a hug from the person one loved was more precious than countless prayers from believers. After leaving the church, Adele joined Sylvania Academy and began her journey to explore the world, living the life she had always longed for. Since Adele left, Clarice dreamed every night of the places her only friend had described. In her dreams, she experienced a vibrant, colorful journey, completely contrary to the monotonous, pure white life of a saintess. To make that dream a reality, she followed Archbishop Verdio's instructions, carefully concealing her true identity. Under a completely new persona, Clarice was confident that no one would recognize her, though Verdio remained worried. Now, under the name Kylie Eckner, she enjoyed the satisfaction of sitting quietly on a stone bench without anyone paying attention to her. At Sylvania, no one bowed in reverence. There were only friends chatting and playing together in the simple school life. However, one person saw through the facade. Ed Rothstaler, with his steady gaze, recognized her true identity. Give up. That is the saintess. Tanya was stunned to realize that the final opponent was her own brother, Ed, causing those around her to gasp at the appearance of another Rothstaler family member. Ed coldly demanded they turn back, but also warned that if they stubbornly insisted on advancing, he would show no mercy, unleashing a massive surge of spirit energy that flung all the students away. Joseph screamed in pain as he was swept away in the emerald energy storm. This power far exceeded the level of a student, surpassing even that of graduates. While veteran spirit masters could only control a few intermediate spirits, Ed summoned a high-level spirit, a gigantic wolf made of pure energy that roared across the battlefield. Faced with such overwhelming power, Kylie, terrified, advised Tanya to rationally give up. The painful memory of confronting a high-level fire dragon spirit in the past rushed back, haunting her. Despite everything, Ed gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into maintaining this terrifying power. In Tanya's mind, a symbolic image of her painful past appeared, urging her not to give up if she wanted to change anything. With iron resolve, Tanya declared to Kylie that she would not abandon this fight. She asserted that noble status always came with unavoidable burdens and responsibilities. Nevertheless, Tanya couldn't help but feel skeptical, recalling the incompetent Ed Rothstaler of 2 years prior, wondering how he could possibly possess a high-level spirit. Facing the giant spirit wolf, she asserted confidently that it must just be a bluff. Confident that defeating the summoner would be enough, Tanya aimed straight for the main target. However, the spirit wolf suddenly roared, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that flung both Tanya and Kylie away. Tanya gritted her teeth, struggling to hold her ground against the unbelievable power, wondering